All right, welcome back to day two. Day two of Open number 3. Exciting stuff coming in hot today. And I just can't wait. And look at our wardrobe today.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
flashy, man. For the semis and the finals. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me once again.
Dude, always.
Super excited because we've got amazing games lined up, and we had to bring the A game in suits because the games today will be amazing. I think we saw some really tight series yesterday, so I don't know which way it's going to swing today.
Oh, we have Kerberton, we have Sif, we have Trusky, and we have Cams making it through.
Brother Jams.
Brother Jams, which makes me super excited. But yeah, it's gonna be a stacked day. But we also have more stuff about Chronicles, which is our card drop, which is coming October 4th, which is Tuesday next week.
Next Tuesday.
So all this is happening very soon, and we're finalizing monsters to have the whole full picture of all the cards. There's 24 cards, if I remember correctly, 4 per faction, so it's gonna be a good one. And we're missing some monster cards. We're gonna see 2. One is gonna be after the first semifinals, if I remember correctly. And then we have a special pre-final segment, which is?
We've got 35 minutes of pure dev stream with Jean and myself, where we will reveal the final card of the monster faction today and go over some balance changes for the upcoming card drop. So I'm excited for it. There's a lot of juicy stuff in there, some changes. Do you want to spoil anything from it?
No. I just want everybody to wait and experience the whole thing. I just want to say that the place where you recorded it is really awesome because you and Jean were actually in the same room, which I think is the first time since the pandemic where we had you and Jean in the same room doing a developer video.
That's quite possible, yeah. And he made the lighting setup, so it looks snazzy as well. Can't wait for that.
Some people said it's too dark, but I disagree. But I'll let you judge it. We'll get to that. All right. I think that's it from us.
Yeah, that's all we got so far. We'll be back for interviews and obviously closing out the day later. But I'm excited to get to know our first player matchup. And with that, I think our casters can take it away.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Berja and Ryan. You guys are looking sharp. Those suits are on point. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of Gwent Open number 3. I am Shinmiri alongside the wonderful Seely. Together, you might call us Shinmeely or Seelmiri. I've heard both. But Seely, how are you? It's so good to be back.
It's so good to be back, Shinri. Yes, Shinmeely sounds like more easy and natural, so I think we should maybe roll with that one. But I'm doing great.
I like it.
I'm just as excited as everyone else, everyone tuning in, everyone watching, everyone here and the Gwent team at seeing these wonderful series. And by the end of today, we will have the winner of Open number 3, which is incredibly exciting. And I'm here for all of it.
Yeah, we're going to crown a winner today, and they are going to be the 3rd and final Gwent Open participant of World Masters Season 4 later this year in December. And also, don't miss the pre-final segment where we'll be talking about the update 10.10, plus showing the final cards coming with the latest drop and balance changes.
That's right. I'm very excited to see what the team has in store for all of us watching. Now, let's take a look at the rewards that you can get by watching the tournament this weekend from home, and of course includes today. So if you haven't got these rewards, don't worry, you still have a chance today. And the longer you keep watching, the more in-game rewards you can get. After watching for 2 hours, you're able to claim 50 meteorite powder. At the 4-hour mark, you can get another 50 meteorite powder and the night avatar. At 6 and 8 hours, respectively, you will receive an ultimate keg, but just don't forget to claim these rewards. It is very important that you do that every time you reach one of these milestones.
Yes, exactly. And we also have 4 players in the semifinals right now. This is a stacked lineup. Let's take a look at the prize pool, what they've earned so far, and which 4 players are still in it. We have Sif Greatwolf, Kerberton, Trusky, and Cams. Seely, what do you think about this lineup?
Very exciting, very stacked lineup. All of these players are no strangers to open competition, so you know that the game level is going to be absolutely incredible. We will be casting the first series here, Sif Greatwolf versus Kerberton, and then we get to see who moves onward to the grand finale. Tian Lionheart will be taking care of you for the Trusky and the Cams series, which will also be very, very exciting. And as you can see, the match stakes also have been raised today. The players can walk away with a little bit more depending on how they do today.
Yeah, $1,600 is no joke as the semifinals match stake. That will be split according to how many games they win during their respective matches. So if they sweep 3-0, they're getting the whole share of the $1,600. And if it's 3-1, then they'll get something like 75-25. 3-2 will be 60-40. And then the winner of the semifinal, of course, moves on to the finals for the big prize and that ticket to Gwent Masters.
Exactly. And guys, just as yesterday, please remember to use the hashtag GWENT OPEN when you tweet about this event. I was actually browsing it earlier and I saw some fun memes. I saw the Salty Captain's adorable cat rocking a very ominous stare into the camera, Ryan's fit for the weekend, and also, of course, Ellis's bingo card that she said fastest bingo to date. A lot of those criteria got met.
Yes.
But it was a long day yesterday, so that's very much understandable. But yeah, hashtag GWENT OPEN, you're all set. And yeah, sound off to your heart's content. We will check it out later.
Yeah, and as usual, remember this tournament is run in the online format. Players and casters are connecting from home, and all matches will be played with a 30-minute delay. As well as Twitch Observer is, again, fully operational, so make sure you hover over those cards. If there's anything that you're unsure of, you can see the descriptions of those cards if you hover your mouse over them. It's a very, very useful tool.
That's right, immersive experience if you're watching from home, which all of you are doing. So definitely make sure to take advantage of that feature. It will be very, very useful. Now I think we can take a look at the bracket, see which coins the players will be going on here. As we mentioned, the first series of today will be Kerberton versus Sif Great Wolf. Kerberton, well, never mind, we don't know the coins based off of the bracket just yet because they have actually been flipped yesterday, I believe. But yeah, yesterday, quarterfinals, so you can see the results. We had a lot more competitors, but unfortunately, half of them did not make it to day 2. So we have 4 lucky and skillful players here in the semifinals.
We had a super long day yesterday, almost all 3-2s, including one game that went 6 games, or one match that went 6 games because of a tie. Today, I don't know, maybe we'll see some more 3-2s. These are some great players. It's going to be evenly matched, hopefully. And yeah, we have the updated coin results for today is Sif Great Wolf will be on blue, Kerberton will be on red, and then I think Trusky will be on blue, Cams will be on red for their semifinals.
That's right. And speaking of really intense yesterday, I believe we are able to take a peek at some of the highlights from yesterday's games. Is that right?
Oh,
okay. Never mind. We won't be doing that, but we can discuss a few of them maybe. I think one of my favorite games was Pieball playing Monsters yesterday, and very impressive series for that one. However, did not win the series ultimately, but that was one of my favorite games probably.
Yeah, Pieball managing to squeeze out a victory as Monsters versus Imprisonment Nilfgaard was something that I did not expect at all. And then another one that really stood out to me was one of the series that we cast. The first one, it was Kaneki versus Kerberton. I think it was Kaneki's Monster versus Kerberton's Scoia'tael, where Kaneki did this huge big brain move of filling both of his rows, trying to stop any guerrilla tactics movement from setting up even bigger Yurdens. And you and I were kind of going through the different layers as it happened, the levels of thinking from these top players. And then finally, Kerberton's like, nice try, buddy. I've seen this before, and used a Milva to clear out the space repeatedly and then get like a 60-point Yurden to barely win that game. And that was super hype.
It was definitely a lot of intense series and close calls there. We touched a little bit on the prize pool earlier, but let's take a look and see how that works. Of course, everyone at home was great for supporting the Gwent esports scene and the players by buying wonderful in-game cosmetics and goodies. Now that means that you have contributed an additional 6,000 USD on top of the 10,000 USD prize pool, raising the stakes of this tournament to a total prize pool of 16,000 USD.
Yeah, and if you wish to support the Gwent esports scene, you can continue to do so by purchasing the Times of the Day bundle, which will boost the prize pool of the World Masters Season 4 event scheduled for December of this year. Look at that sweet card back, and as well as the Early Bird and Night Owl titles, of course.
It is a really beautiful card back. It looks awesome in game, so I definitely recommend you check it out while it's still there in the shop. And if you want to support Gwent esports even more, we have another really lovely bundle pack for you to all of you esports fans to check out.
Yeah, it's the Masters pack, also in the Shoop shop right now. It has the esports fan scarf, avatar and title, and a bunch of meteorite powder and kegs to boot. 50% of the proceeds of this pack goes towards the Gwent Masters prize pool as well. So thank you guys so much for your continued support. We all really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Great stuff to invest your money in. I just love experimenting with different cosmetics in game as well. That little scarf for Shoop, I think, is absolutely adorable. And maybe even the highlight of the pack for me personally.
I mean, have you seen some of the card arts for the new cards coming out? They're incredible. And I bet they're going to have some amazing premiums as well. So get that meteorite powder ready.
Yeah, definitely do. I noticed yesterday during the game, Shinbury reminded me that I was calling Triss Meteor Shower. I called her Triss Meteorite Shower. Well, guess what? That's not an actual Gwent card, but you guys can have a Meteorite Shower if you decide to invest in some of these packs and premium all of those sweet cards, and then you can cosplay Triss Meteorite Shower in real life. But yeah, we are all waiting for the games, exciting times ahead of us. But of course, we need to introduce our players, or reintroduce them, as they have been playing games yesterday. 2 of our 4 players who made it to day 2 of the Open, they're of course going to go head to head, and they are both in the running to compete for the ultimate title, which is GWENT Open number 3 winner. And with that comes a lot of bragging rights, and yeah, a ticket to Gwent Masters, which will be happening later this year.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at the interviews for Sif Great Wolf and Kerberton as they prepare for their match and what they think ahead of their games.
I don't actually have one, but I suppose I should say something more than that. So I will pick out some highlights from my recent series against Kerberton in qualis. The first moment was in the game when Kerberton pushed me with his Nilfgaard against my Squirtle list, and was holding his lead to stall my Valet of Graveyard, but I actually don't play them and shuffled back in the deck double Lacerate. One was played from hand, and second was created by Triss Telekinesis. And the second moment was in the game in which I casually lost a card in round 2 because of the Knickers, the existence of which I had entirely forgot. But the point is, somehow I still managed to take a win by a couple of points in round 3. Before the game, you can see some information about the players as well as their favorite card. So the cards I was picking there was always about the artwork. But if we were talking about card mechanics, I would probably choose Milosh Sharpshooter. I actually enjoy its ability. Especially when you play different damage cards in your deck as well, it becomes very flexible.
Amsterdam, for obvious reasons. Can I go alone? Actually, I will take Ryan, John, Vladimir, and Buza. And we would play CSGO together.
That was some great questions for those interviews there. I also like Sif mentioning that Milva Sharpshooter might be his favorite Gwent card because of her ability, and I kind of agree. It's a cool one, and we're happy to see it in the Open this weekend quite a lot.
Yeah, me too. I really like the ability as well. Very, very lore friendly with the jumping, pinging the damage, jumping in and jumping out of the deck over and over, as well as just like very big brain trying to set up all the right death blows. So fun card to play with. And yeah, so we have Kerberton and Sif Great Wolf matching up against each other in the first semifinal of today. Let's see what you guys thought. Who should be favored according to you guys on Twitter? And it's almost a deadlock. Sif Great Wolf 48.8%, Kerberton 51.2%.
I mean, I think Twitter is right on this one. It could swing either way. Both very, very talented players with different lineups. So it's really hard to say if anyone is favored here because the skill is there for both players. This is going to be really exciting going on and seeing how the series will play out.
Yeah, speaking of lineups, let's take a quick look at their decks because, you know, we saw these decks yesterday. According to the rules, they do have to bring the same decks that they played in the quarterfinals. But let's take a quick review of what Sif Great Wolf has brought. So he is Onslaught, Golden Necker Pirates. I really love this list. It's very, very aggressive, plays a lot of points in round one, usually able to win it, and thins so much that you're able to get the possibility of even playing Magic Compass for 2 legendaries in different rounds if everything goes right.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of aiming to cheat the provision system a little bit with that Magic Compass and potentially playing a card that you normally would not be able to include because of the provision restriction of Golden Necker, but you might even be able to play 2 high provision Skellige cards because of that one. And Björn, I think, is a pretty important card here in this list, so we could take a closer look at him. He's just a very strong removal tool for the deck that can convert his own armor value into points on your board when you play him. So thanks also to this Bloodthirst condition, he can help you replace cards in your hand, potentially have a Lonely Skirm with no other card to discard it, which can help out. And also he has the Veteran tag, so it's kind of nice to note that as the rounds progress, he will be have the best potential in round 3 with a little bit of extra power from the Veteran tag.
Yeah, a really cool card that was introduced in the latest expansion. I love this one, and very, very powerful. All right, so let's move on to the Scoia'tael list. It's Guerrilla Tactics Control Madoc. I did not expect to see a Madoc list in this tournament just like a week ago, but here we are. Sif Great Wolf actually won with this deck, and that's very impressive. Cool thing to note is that it's got a lot of control, and it's going to be a red coin heavy deck. Because it doesn't have that many proactive plays, and it's aiming to just shut down everything your opponent does and deny their engines like Antherian, like Dryad Fledgling in the Harmony list, for example. And what's one of the more interesting control tools that you see here, Seely, that you want to talk about?
Absolutely, that is Hengate Sword. It kind of pops up immediately there. It is an echo card that's quite weak the first time that you play it because it only deals 5 damage. However, if you manage to kill a strong card, the second use of this echo card can then be very powerful. So if we think about Kerberton's list that he was playing yesterday, you could have some targets in Syndicate like Moral or Gellert or Kalkstein even, and into something like monsters, you could banish a Succubus, for example. Another thing that Kerberton definitely is not going to want to give Sif, but could be a little bit threatening, is Hengate on something like Yrden. Also, in the ST list, Sif could consider something like Hengate onto Simlas. Although it's a bit of a low tempo play at first, it might pay off later since he has a lot of those duplicate bronze cards, or he has the double red haze actually in that list. So it would be pretty funny to see.
I want to see it. I want to see it. Hengated Sword into Simlas into double red haze for the win. I'm all about that. But this list, yeah, it's a little bit struggling for proactive points, I think. It managed to squeeze by a narrow victory versus Kuner's Harmony ST list yesterday. We'll have to see if Sif will be able to pull it off again today.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight race, and he's definitely looking for those very particular tech choices. There is like a squirrel, for example, could banish something like a succubus as well. There's a fog for something like Saskia that can take care of it. So yeah, it has a lot of those small tech tools that he wants to find ideally when they are needed. But there are, of course, 3 rounds in the game, so you're not always guaranteed to have access to all of those tools. So I think a lot might weigh on finding those tech tools. Now we can move on to the imprisonment list, which is fairly standard from what we have seen in terms of imprisonment in this tournament. However, you can see that Sif really puts the competitive NG bronzes to good use by running as many as possible, while he's cutting something like Traherne. If you remember Trusky's and Kaneki's NG lists from yesterday, the bronzes that Sif includes here are the most competitive in the game right now, I would say, and can usually play for something like 9 to 11 points. And yeah, another reason for cutting something like Traherne could be that Sif is potentially going to play a little bit more aggressively in round 1 and 2 also, because it looks like he's not willing to give away round control that easily with this deck. So yeah, could be played very aggressively here.
I particularly like the inclusion of Ardfane Light Cavalry. I was impressed by this card and how Sif used it yesterday. He was playing it more on the range row than on the melee row for the flanking ability that helps the Light Cavalry regain its own armor. Because he's not playing a leader like Imperial Formation. He can't give it armor back, especially in round 1 when he hasn't lost a round yet and he can't use sergeants for battle preparation. And he still wants to control from the imprisonment leader. So in round 1, playing the Light Cavalry in the back makes it very hard to answer. If you're not outright killing it and you're just getting rid of the armor, well, it's just going to re-armor itself and continue pinging your stuff. And it's a nice tech against Saskia in the ST matchup. 1 ping from Light Cavalry followed by a Mage Infiltrator cleanly kills Saskia for very, very little commitment too. All his decks are kind of targeting Scoia'tael Harmony here with the removal, with things like Impenetrable Fog that you mentioned in the Scoia'tael list. So I really like that.
Yep. Small tech choices again that Sif has included here to gain favor and being able to wipe off some Saskias, maybe even Azar tokens. That one's a little bit more difficult, but still doable. Last list, we do have aligned pockets with the Freak Show inclusion as well here for instant removal. Again, one of the most dominant decks of the past few seasons, and also very well represented here in this tournament. Has a lot of engines, has a lot of points. Poisons are a really big deal for this deck, and the powerful golden necker there to put multiple threats on the board at once can be very useful for the Syndicate player.
Yep, same thing, nothing new here. A lot of people bring this list, certified top tier list for sure. All right, let's move on to take a look at Kerberton's lineup. He is bringing, I believe, Death Wish, Overwhelming Hunger, Guerrilla Tactics Harmony, Imprisonment, Renfree, as well as the Line Pocket Syndicate Poison list.
Yeah, this is a really fun lineup. We did see it yesterday, but the Overwhelming Hunger, kind of a point salami list with the Succubi being included here as well. An important card to note is the Arrakis Queen. We can take a peek at that. It's a card with high points potential, and it gets even better in these open deck lists versus playing this on ladder, because you get to maximize her value by having the information that tells you whether you can float her or instantly consume her. So she will most likely end up targeting either Bruce Ritual or Deathlatch, but could potentially end up going on something like a Succubus even for another copy, especially if Sif is going to try to get rid of or banish those Succubi. She could come into use. But yeah, at the cost of 1 consume, you basically get a second copy of one of your most powerful cards and 6 or even more points on top of that because of her order ability. And yeah, she looks like a delicious meatball, so bonus points for that.
So of course you're gonna consume her. Look at how delicious she looks, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's a tactic.
And you can even play her in the range row so that something like Giant Toad from your graveyard comes out and instantly consumes her, getting you that that Death Wish ability that spawns that copy of the unit that you ate with Arrakis Queen. So a lot of combos, a lot of combo potential with this card, and you can see some really fast tempo swings when this is played.
Exactly, and then we have the Guerrilla Tactics list here from Kerberton. Another Yrden included. Of course, something worth noting here is Kerberton is playing 3 Yrdens, and Sif with his decks isn't really playing into the Yrden value, except for maybe with Nilfgaard. But yeah, a Yrden here included in the Squirtle version as well. This version, again, instead of playing out Matadane and running into some interesting situations in round 1, this deck utilizes Waters of Broccolon, as well as the Simlas there with 2 Bountiful Harvests that you can use at any time, really, to make up for quite a lot of points, making it pretty difficult to contest round control for your opponent when you are playing this deck.
Yeah, exactly. Kerberton, I believe, is the only one running those Bountiful Harvests, so it's worked for him so far, and I think it will be decent against something like Sif's control lineup, cutting something like Antherian, which might end up only playing as a 5-point play, since there's so much removal coming from Sif's side.
And then looking at this imprisonment list, very strong again for Nilfgaard, this particular version. In order for it to be able to run Yrden, it cuts Vilgefortz and something like Traherne, and that will help the deck a lot in longer rounds against pretty greedy engine decks, which again, Sif isn't really going to bring. So it's going to be interesting to see what Kerberton is going to do when it comes to these Yrdens and how much value they can actually get in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think this imprisonment list will likely be the ban target from Sif. So let's talk about the next one, the Syndicate. This Syndicate list for Kerberton is almost exactly the same as Sif's version, except he's running Best Boy instead of the Whoreson Freak Show. And I think that's actually going to be a good choice for Kerberton in this particular matchup, because Sif's lineup doesn't really have any removal targets, playing very control-y things rather than greedy lineup that Kerberton has. So the Freak Show probably only going to be 6 for 8, and Best Boy is going to help him not lose on even if he ever queues this Syndicate list from Bluecoin.
Yeah, a little bit of tempo there, a little bit of extra thinning can definitely help out when it comes to Syndicate. But yeah, that is the lineups that both of our players are bringing to the party. Of course, Sif going on blue coin, Kerberton here responding with the red coin. And I believe you touched a little bit on what deck could potentially get banned there. So I think we should take a look at what the players actually decided for and what bans we have here. And Shinri, as you predicted, Kerberton does not get to play his Nilfgaard. And then Sif Grateful Wolf is banning, or Kerberton is banning Skellige from Sif Great Wolf. So Sif will not be able to take Skellige. Now, I mentioned Sif is going on blue coin here, which might be a pretty big reason for why his blue coin designated deck is getting the ban there. Also another deck that completely avoids playing into Yrden. So Kerberton is taking this ban probably because of that. But I believe this is the only other ban that doesn't hit Nilfgaard or Syndicate for the weekend.
So I think you and I are both on the same page here. I understand why Kerberton's banning Skellige, because it's like it dodges his triple Yrden lineup. It's Sif's only blue coin deck, and he's going blue 3 times. Well, it's his main blue coin deck, I should say. But I can't help but be a little bit disappointed, a little bit biased, because I wanted to cast a Skellige game. I really like this Golden Necker list. I think it's got some interesting, pretty interesting points and strategies and tactics involved with it. But unfortunately, we will not see that Skellige list in the first semifinal today.
Not in the first semifinals, but of course Cams is playing as well in day 2. We might be seeing Skellige from Sif in the finals if he moves forward, and in the next series, Cams is very likely to be able to play Skellige as well. So we won't be able to cast it, but there will be some Skellige today. So don't worry, chat, if you're also Skellige fans like Shinri, of course. Skellige ambassador has to, root for his own faction.
Yeah, of course. There's no bias here, right? All right, so it's going to be a little, like, I'm not sure who has the edge here in this matchup. Like, normally I'd say the triple Yrdens into Sif's lineup isn't very good, but at the same time, Sif has a little awkward situation with the coins, being forced to play blue 3 times as opposed to red 3 times yesterday versus Kuner. And now getting his designated blue deck banned. He has Scoia'tael, which is, I think, red only, like very heavily red, with his Scoia'tael control list that's super reactive, that doesn't have many proactive points or plays on his own side of the board. And then he has Imprisonment and Syndicate left for the blue coins. Imprisonment is fine on blue, but Syndicate can often struggle, especially into Death Wish and Scoia'tael Harmony, where they're willing to commit things like Brewis and Saskia in round 1, and then Syndicate has to start committing major combo pieces in order to survive that round 1.
That's right. Kerberton probably scrimmed, tested these, and decided that Skellige just wins a little bit too much from blue coin, and perhaps the weak spot would be that Syndicate and forcing it to be going on blue to run into the scenario, for Sif to run into the scenario that you just mentioned. Yeah, I think the ban is like very smart from Kerberton, and yeah, let's see how Sif is able to deal with these blue coins with a mostly red coin favored lineup, and that Skellige deck just really wanting to go on that blue coin. And again, Syndicate's weakness could just be that you have to commit too many of those combo pieces early, because the more you can split up the power of Syndicate into multiple rounds, the weaker it kind of gets, so it doesn't get that one very explosive round with multiple threats and golden necker. So yeah, that ban makes sense, and definitely something that Sif has to navigate. But on the other hand, Shinmarie, like you said, there's a triple Yrden from Kerberton that is not really, Sif's lineup is not really giving it that much value. So let's see how Kerberton can navigate potentially having less than ideal value on his Yrdens.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to come down to the right queue order. Both players are going to have some mind games here in figuring out, okay, there are some pretty polarized matchups here, and I want to avoid the ones that are extremely unfavored for me, while setting up matchups that I can snipe and get this tough deck through. For example, like Sif's Scoia'tael list, the Control Madoc list, it had a really close game yesterday versus Kuner. It was in the Scoia'tael mirror. He played it from red against Kuner's Harmony list. And I think, if I remember correctly, Kuner won that round 1 and then pushed round 2 heavily with Scenario and Saskia, and Sif happened to have the right answers at the right time with Heat Wave onto Scenario and Fog hitting and killing the Saskia. Managed to survive and then won a narrow round 3. I don't know if I were him, I'd feel a little bit nervous if I had to, you know, replay that matchup in a situation where maybe I don't draw one of my answers in the right time, or find maybe find a worse matchup than that on the wrong coin. That could be dangerous for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Right answers at the right time, and those answers are not guaranteed even though they exist in your deck. So Sif definitely has to hope that he can have the control tools that he's put into the deck for the situations that they are designed to be good in. So a bit of luck needed, as always in a card game. But what do you think here in terms of the coins? We have Sif going on blue, and then Kerberton responding with red coin. Kerberton's decks in general are quite flexible. Of course, Nilfgaard now has been banned, but what would be something that you would play if you would be Kerberton and expecting either Syndicate or Nilfgaard from blue coin from Sif?
So I would say that Kerberton's red coin decks are probably Deathwish and Syndicate. Deathwish and Syndicate on red, and Harmony on blue for that Curse Scroll, right, to get the Saskia. So he is probably thinking Deathwish is more of a red coin deck, but he doesn't want to queue Deathwish into Imprisonment at the same time. So that's the issue here, right? That's the decision that these players will have to make. Deathwish being more of a red coin deck, but doesn't want to queue into Nilfgaard. Maybe Sif probably queues Nilfgaard, and Kerberton probably goes then Syndicate if he's expecting Nilfgaard.
Yeah, and
that's what I would
vice
do.
versa. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Not long until we will see what the players have decided on, but just like the Twitter poll said, it's a 50-50. It really could swing either way. And Shinri, you talked about right queue order, trying to avoid the matchups that you think are going to be the worst for that particular deck, and hitting the right ones as well as drawing answers for when you need them is going to be key. And a lot can happen. I feel like there's multiple layers to this, and it's definitely not straightforward. You cannot go into this saying, oh, one lineup is strictly favored over the other. It depends on a lot of small things.
Yeah, Sif had a very, I would say Sif arguably had a stronger matchup versus Kuner yesterday. And he had the red coin, which is also better for him. And that one went the distance. That one went to 5 games, even though Sif started off really strong with a 2-0. So anything could happen today. I mean, either of these players, they're both great players in their own right. They've both been on the big stage at GWENT Open before. Neither of them have won it, though, and they're both dying to prove themselves and guarantee that ticket to World Masters later this year. So big stakes here. I think maybe even slightly bigger stakes for Sif. I'm not exactly sure if he's guaranteed a spot in the play-in tournament yet. If he doesn't win GWENT Open, but if he doesn't win GWENT Open, he might still be able to make it to World Masters through that play-in tournament. But his result here may have an impact on whether or not he qualifies for that play-in tournament, because I know that he's sitting right on the cusp here. The top 12 players with the highest crown points from Season 4 that have not already qualified to Open will be able to play in that, to compete in that play-in tournament in, I think, like a couple of weeks. I don't know. More information about like the lineup, the format, and where you can watch that play-in tournament will come in the following days or weeks.
That's right, Shinri. Just like you mentioned, the play-in tournament is something that the players have had in mind, and making it to day 2 is already very positive for those players who are hoping to make it to the play-in tournament. And we'll see. A lot will depend on it, and more information later on that, of course, that will also help or will reveal who will actually be moving on. But I think it's a little thing itching at the players, at the back of your head, saying that, hey,
of course,
even more pressure for you to win this. Because, I mean, who wouldn't want to win a GWENT Open? Who wouldn't want to qualify for GWENT Masters later on this year? A lot of hard work, and navigating a situation where you have so much pressure on yourself can be very, very difficult.
Indeed. I've never been at this level of competition in GWENT before, and so I can only imagine like the nerves and jitters that can get into you and affect you. And as a player, you have to put those aside, figure out something that you can do to distract your mind a little bit while still be focused on the game, because we've seen in the history of competitive GWENT some really big blunders and misplays that normally completely uncharacteristic of players of this caliber. But I think a lot of the times, like nerves and jitters can be a big factor. So it's day 2 already, so hopefully most of those jitters are out of the way for everybody, but anything could happen, right?
Anything can happen. It's GWENT. We've seen reverse sweeps, we've seen 3-0s left and right over the course of GWENT competitive history. So yeah, you can never call it either way, but keeping calm, cool, and collected while you're playing is definitely a very important thing. And yeah, I mean, Shinri, we weren't even playing the game yesterday, but we felt the jitteriness. We were like on the edge of our seats just from casting the game. So I can't even imagine what was running through the minds of the players yesterday. All of these intense situations that you guys at home witnessed together with us. Absolutely fantastic.
All right, and we're gonna take another quick look at the deck lists here. Sif, Great Wolf, which deck do you want to talk about, Sealy? Guerrilla Tactics?
Let's see, Guerrilla Tactics, because it's such a spicy list, I think it definitely stands out in the mix of other Scoia'tael's lists, etc. So I think we could jump a little bit into that one.
Okay, so I think that this, even though I labeled this list as a hard red coin list, I do think that it is pretty cool. It's pretty cool how Hen Guided Sword can actually banish twice. It banishes both on the initial and on the Echo version, and because of that, I think he could actually have a really good matchup against his Kerberton's Death Wish Succubus. Succubus at 5 power is exactly the right power level for the Hen Guided Sword to banish, dealing 5 damage. So maybe Sif might even consider trying to pull a quick one on Kerberton and queue this list from blue coin. He does have to play blue 3 times if this goes to 5 games. So maybe you surprise Kerberton with this on blue coin, targeting his Succubus monster deck, and then you get a couple of banishes on his Sucks, and that takes away so much power from the list. You've got a Heat Wave for like Dettlaff or Haunt. But like, if you banish 2 Sucks and you Heat Wave Dettlaff, like, what is there left? There's nothing for Arrakis Queen to really copy. Kerberton probably has like a ton of Consumes in hand, but like no Death Wishes left. And so this could be a really interesting bait or switch up from Sif playing this on blue coin against the monster list. And to survive on blue coin, he could do something like Zoltan Warrior with the Chariot to help win blue coin.
I would absolutely love to see something like that. A completely unexpected cue from one of the players to try and surprise the other one. That is somewhat likely to even happen. As you said, Sif does have more blue points and could pull that trick out of his sleeve for this series. Now, also looking at the Scoia'tael list, you might be looking at the double Red Haze, thinking, wait, Red Haze in an open deck list? That is interesting, and not only 1, but actually 2. Well, I think with the Guerrilla Tactics leader as well as Saboteurs, Sif could potentially be able to set up some really nice Red Haze value there, even if it is an open deck list, because Kerberton has to play around the Red Haze, but that might not be enough. That might not be everything needed to respond to it. Yeah.
We saw how tall Death Wish goes yesterday. They get 20 power units very easily. But here we go. The wait is over. We are starting this first semifinal of day 2 of GWENT Open number 3. It is Imprisonment on blue versus Scoia'tael Harmony on red.
Very exciting. Yep, first blue coin from Sif Great Wolf is indeed Nilfgaard. Maybe like you said, Shinemarie, trying to queue into Kerberton's monsters list from red. So what do you think about Kerberton actually queuing Scoia'tael from red here?
Yeah, Kerberton's the one making the unintuitive pick with the Scoia'tael on red. I mean, I don't think this is a bad matchup for Kerberton, though. Normally, I'd say if the coins were reversed, Nilfgaard could go extremely aggressive, use leader charges, try to play Rune Mage Renfrey in round 1. But here, being on blue coin, he doesn't want to overcommit, so that gives Kerberton a little bit of that. He kind of flips the table around on Sif. Now Kerberton can go aggressive, potentially committing something like a Saskia, but unfortunately, he hasn't drawn it yet.
Yeah, and Sif just saw this, that the Saskia is sitting on top of Kerberton's deck, or third unit there at least. So Sif also now has the information that Kerberton is not able to play down that Saskia in this round. Another line that we saw from players yesterday to avoid, there were a lot of Yerdans. To avoid Yerdan value, you can just play the Lock Fein scenario early on, but no Yerdan here in Sif's list. So Kerberton would be very happy if he is able to take this Harmony deck into a long round where Mysteries of Lock Fein can guarantee the optimal value, and the passive Shinemarie is so powerful. The first chapter, when it is triggered in a long round, it just absolutely shines.
That is a really good point. If Sif was running a Yurden, he could fight better in a long round, especially with Last Say. But his list is only running a Vilgefortz, so he still wants Last Say to be able to Vilgefortz that late Guardian Dust aspect, but he won't really necessarily want a long round. He will want to push out the scenario if possible. And Kerberton kind of just slow playing it here, says, okay, I don't have my Saskia, probably just going to play 3 cards and defend round 2 with Saskia. Sif locking that Antherian, making sure that it doesn't get to use its order to produce double Harmony, both Harmony on itself as well as on that order infusion. So very effective lock coming out from Sif.
That's right. By the looks of it, it does seem like Sif is able to gain round control here while not having committed too much, and then take control of the game, bleed out the lock Feign, and go from there. You cannot let Squirtle do all of those shenanigans in round 3 with only 1 Vilgefortz to defend. But the question now is, how deep is Kerberton willing to play? Well, as long as he has reach and potentially can gain round control himself, he's definitely going to keep playing down these cards. But with 1 Harvest there in hand and 1 Simlas in hand, those 2 cards will not be coming down from Kerberton in this round, and very likely that he's wanting to hold on to the Mysteries of Loch Feign, as well as the Lake Guardian. That's a card that generates a lot of value over time, so pretty likely we're not going to see that much more from Kerberton in this round.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sif still has to play a card, though. He's going to thin with that Renfri's Gang, which is a very powerful play. 12 power play that puts high base strength bodies on the board for that Triss Meteor Shower. So not a shabby play for Sif, but needs to do it. That's really only bronze in his hand other than this lock that he wants to save for something else. This round, he's probably feeling like this round is already over. Kerberton, you know, he doesn't have to pass just yet. He does have a lot of unplayable cards, like you mentioned, but that 6 power Renfri's Gang is in the right position for one of these Saboteurs to kill it off with Milva.
Yeah, and here comes just a Bowman first, maybe looking to see if he can trade a little bit more with Sif. And looking at Sif's hand right now, it is quite gold heavy. So Kerberton is definitely putting Sif in a pretty awkward position here because he's forcing Sif to play good cards from his hand. They might have to commit a lock there. You might have to commit, I mean, there's not that much. Maybe a Roderick could even come to play for a Rune Mage or something like that, but it's committal, and ideally Sif just takes round control here without committing too much. But Kerberton right now is putting a little bit of pressure on this round 1, and for Sif to potentially show something nice here in order to gain round control. Not just for free, might have to spend something a little bit more expensive.
Okay, so Sif decides to use the 2nd Alba Armored Cavalry from hand, meaning that now the Ramon is going to be bricked temporarily, and he's also not going to have an Alba Armored Cavalry in round 3, so can't double that up with Ramon or Slave Drivers unless he finds a lucky one off of Arturius. Most of Kerberton's engines will go maybe unanswered other than from the 2 leader charges. So nice little pressure here put on by Kerberton, getting out the 2nd Alba Armored Cavalry. Now Kerberton needs to decide, all right, what's do a little math. I'm down like 22 points. Can I actually do this if he calls my bluff? If I play like a Saboteur on that 5+1 armor in the 4th position, perfect death blow for Milva. If Sif passes here, am I gonna be able to get out of this round for cheap? And yeah, he will, because he's removed a unit from the melee row, and the 2nd Saboteur can now be played on the 6 power, the far right unit in the front row, that Renfri's Gang. So a quick little cheat for which position is perfect for Saboteurs when you have Milva in the deck. It's the position of the card on the row +2. Is the power that you're looking for. So being in the 4th position on that row, that 6 power Renfri's Gang will be exactly the right strength for Saboteur to kill it with a Milva death.
All right, and you talked about potentially finding a lock later on with Artorias. Well, that is not going to be happening because, as we mentioned, yeah, Sif's hand is very good, and in order to gain this round control with Nilfgaard, definitely once again, you need to control Scoia'tael in the long run, especially now with those 2 locks gone already, and Artorias not finding a lock, taking an informant instead on a saboteur of his own. But yeah, little bit of commitment here from Sif in order to gain round control, and now we are quite likely to see a bleed from Sif, because it will be quite scary going up against Saskia, going up against Mysteries, as well as Water, Simlas. So many points from Scoia'tael. So Sif is very likely to bleed here. Kerberton, on the other hand, finds Saskia, which is a perfect card to defend the bleed with.
Yeah, I actually kind of like how Kerberton played that round. He knows that Sif doesn't want to lose round 1, doesn't want to go into a long round 3 against that scenario. So he kind of bluffs a little bit, says, hey, I'm just going to keep playing bronzes. I know you can't pass, so I'm going to make you play a gold or 2, make your hand a little bit awkward before I let you out of this round. But on the negative side of that for Kerberton is round 2 is a little bit shorter, meaning that Saskia has less time to pull out the additional tags in round 2 because there's not as many turns. He's probably only going to get 3 summons from Saskia instead of a potential 4 now. But 3 is still very, very good. And the Saskia might not survive either.
Yeah, that's right. We talked about the tech choice. We have an Ardfane Light Cavalry, as well as the Brothans that then is guaranteed to find the Mage Infiltrator to get rid of that Saskia. But interestingly, Sif actually takes a pass here. What do you think, Shenri? How is Sif going to fare in the long run? What is the strategy? Get rid of the Saskia, control engines. There's not that much control left with the all but armored cavalry's gone, but there are 2 leader charges still.
There are 2 leader chargers. There's the Renfrey that can find a control option potentially. And Rune Mage as well could find control options. I don't know if I like this pass from Sif. He has a very pushable hand, right? Yeah. He's got no sergeants that are dead in his hand right now. He can play like everything in his hand. I would have liked to see a little bit of pressure here because while he can deal with the Saskia, like you mentioned, he cannot deal with the scenario. There's no Heat Wave in a Renfrey deck. There's no Yurden, at least not on his side. So I don't know. I feel like he's in a disadvantaged position in this long round 3, but maybe he has a different idea.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. Renfrey, of course, can help a lot. Like you said, she could find a control option. She could find a big value play for a big board from Kerberton later on. Yeah, looking at Kerberton's hand now, he's done all of his mulligans, found the Yurden, which actually Sif's lineup in general does not play very much into the Yurden, but the Nilfgaard lineup kind of does with the Triss Meteor Shower. So maybe in such a long round, Kerberton is actually going to have a pretty good time with that Yurden. It will be quite satisfying. But firstly, we're establishing the Mysteries of Lockfane, of course. Again, Shinri mentioned, the scenario is not going anywhere. It will be a lot of passive points throughout the round. Every Scoia'tael card now played will be boosted by 1 for every category it has. So yeah, big points going to come down here from Kerberton. Let's see how Sif can navigate the struggle and has to control Kerberton's board somehow.
Yeah, and Sif also hasn't drawn very well. He's missed both of his sergeants. He also has missed Rune Mage and Vilgefortz at the moment, with Roderick potentially being able to pull one of them, and Renfrey may be able to pull another. But the sergeants, I think, are a pretty big miss. Yes, they'll play into Yurden a little bit, but you can split them up onto different rows, and they activate assimilate so much that I think it's a bit of a pity for Sif to miss those sergeants.
Yeah, if you're going into the long run scenario, you want to make sure that you have the best possible hand to fight it out. And looking at Kerberton's hand, Kerberton has really found everything except for Percival, which is a unit that potentially goes very tall into something like Vilgefortz anyway. So yeah, it's it's a mediocre myth for Squirtle Harmony here, but looking at the hand qualities, Kerberton here has drawn most of its provisions and important cards. Rune Mage could roll a control option for Sif. You could roll a lock or something like that with the Rune Mage. If he's wanting to go for that, and the Slave Driver can be used, maybe even a Sergeant could come down there from Rune Mage. So maybe a nice roll on Rune Mage helps Sif a little bit in this situation.
Yeah, it could be possible. I really like how Kerberton cleaned up that light cavalry that spawned from Ramon. Even though Ramon gave it 2 extra armor, Kerberton was able to negate that 2 extra armor with a melee row damage option from that Dryad Ranger, setting it to 4 power effectively, which is perfect for that guerrilla tactics. That's a really efficient answer to an engine that probably would have done 2 points per turn. So nicely played by Kerberton. Sif now going for the Roderick. I assume he's going to choose the Rune Mage, which he does. Nilfgaard Runestone has to be the best option here. Looking for control options, looking for cards like Sergeant. Doesn't find anything extremely good at first glance, but the Informant is fine here. Which will he take? I guess Dryad Ranger?
I assume, yeah.
He can go for...
Exists as well, so that you get the other poison through, which is something that Sif is going to aim for. And now, late in the round, here comes the Saskia. Kerberton knows it's very likely to get removed by the Infiltrator, and here Sif can actually not go for the Infiltrator anymore from Brothens, and also Saskia now boosted by the Mysteries of Lochfane, so you need a lot, you need like double Infiltrator to take care of her at this point. So I like that Kerberton kind of held on to it, and pulling this Chameleon is going to get a lot of points on the triggering the Harmony engines as well as the Dusk aspect. And Kerberton did play that Dryad Ranger melee row, which is also nice. We can see that there's a Imperial Diviner there in Sif's hand. So if Kerberton wanted to poison through, that was not going to happen here anyway.
Yeah, and I love how Kerberton sequenced this, waiting for the Saskia until after he got the Harmony scenario on the board, so that Saskia gets double buffed to 6 power. Very difficult to remove now. No longer does the Light Cavalry Infiltrator combo kill her. Now you need 2 Infiltrators, which is just much, much harder. Potentially, maybe a Curse of Wrath from Renfrey could do it onto that 1 power. You could target the 1 power Informant that's next to the Saskia right now. Oh, but there's an Archer.
Yeah.
Does Kerberton take the Archer and kill his own Informant? Would that be a play? Oh, he doesn't even take the Archer. He takes the Purify instead.
On the Chameleon, I like that because, of course, as you can see, now the Chameleon has been reset to 3 base power as Sif had the damage on the Imprisonment Leader charge. Does not care about the poison here either, saying that the Chameleon is going to potentially be even more valuable.
Yeah, valuing the Chameleon's repeated Harmony activations over the poison threat on the Dryad Ranger, knowing that, you know, this Brothens is kind of forked. It wants to be played for an Informant to finish the poison. It also, on a different level, kind of wants to be played for an Infiltrator if you can find another way to damage this Saskia.
All right, we have Curse of Gluttony, Curse of Envy, Curse of Sloth, Pride, and then one that I didn't have time to see, Blessings of Patience, of Charity, Diligence, Kindness, and Humility. So let's see.
Interesting. So I assume he took Sloth.
He took Curse of Envy, meaning that all of the enemy units will be damaged by 1. The board is going to be very wide, so it's definitely not going to be bad value. But yeah, not wanting to tutor the Velgaforts here, I guess, with Curse of Sloth. Or the Sergeant, yeah. And the passive is that after Sif uses the Curse of Envy, random split of 6 damage among all of Kerberton's units. And look at this beautiful counter pull here as well. A nice unit to create when the Adrenaline is going to be activated on that soon as well.
Yeah, that Cat Witcher is super good. And look at all the engines on Kerberton's side. Like, despite Sif being a control leader and having a control-y deck, Kerberton has managed to stick, how many is here? There's like 4 Harmony engines, a Cat Witcher, and a Saskia. And of course the Scenario being an engine as well. Like this round is really getting out of hand. Kerberton's up 60 points, and Sif, without like a Geralt Jurden to swing that back, it's going to be very, very difficult for Sif to find a win here, I think.
And if Kerberton indeed does get this Scoia'tael list through, this was one of Sif's targets, targeting Scoia'tael and Syndicate. So that would be very nice for Kerberton as well, to have one of the targeted lists actually go through. A big point gap, and Sif unfortunately not having found all of the key cards, especially the Sergeants. Vilgefort's still sitting in deck as well, and so many points, so many boosts from Kerberton's side now. It's getting
small issue for Kerberton. He is starting to run out of board space. We can see Sif still has Brothans, can put a spy on Kerberton's side. That would leave 2 spaces left for Kerberton, and he has 3 cards in hand. He's got Saskia that will pull out 1 more, maybe? I'm not sure. And the Milva as well when he moves something, if there's space. So he has to consider, like, maybe Kerberton might not be able to play all of his cards.
Yeah, I wonder which card then would be left out. Just the 6-point dwarf there, as there is already a dwarf tag on the board, so it wouldn't trigger any Harmony engines. I mean, maybe even Jurden if Sif can deny it as long as possible, because Last Day here does indeed go to Sif. So there might actually not be any Jurden value at all for Kerberton there, and maybe Jurden's the card that we won't see played from this hand, in case the row will get full. And I do believe that Kerberton can't really do anything about it either. So yeah, it looks like the Jurden looks
the Jurden looks rather useless. The spotters can be held until Last Say. Kerberton wants to play this 9-power Saboteur for sure. Saboteur can kill that spotter on the far right of the ranged row. Yeah, he can kill it right away with the help of Milva, but Milva then would not have anything to death blow, I think.
Yeah, and I guess another thing is the Brothans is aiming to go for a poison as well to finish off the poison there, which would free up 1 more space for Kerberton as well.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. So Sif has to... Oh, no, it's still Kerberton's turn here. Kerberton... Okay, gonna use that last leader charge to kill off that Dryad Ranger, get rid of Harmony, and play that Cat Witcher Saboteur with no Wait, no, there's still Milva, right? There's still Milva. And now, that's... He doesn't use the Milva, though.
I like it because it blocks the Cat Witcher now from moving, so the Cat Witcher is guaranteed to hit melee row and does not potentially hit armor, I guess, on the spotter or on the light cavalry. It could still be nice on the Tortoise to hit that armor, but yeah, you're gonna get guaranteed 2 points of damage there at least. And yeah, maybe Kerberton wants to hold that Milva for a little bit of extra control. Decide where it goes.
This is another problem now that Sif has. Without having access to sergeants, he can't re-armor this spotter. The spotter, it didn't die, but with no armor, it can't do anything. So he has to play the Brothans now. But what does he do? Does he poison and then free up a slot for Kerberton? Or does he maybe take something else so that it doesn't free up any space? And that is actually exactly what he's going to do. He's going to deny Kerberton's last 2 cards, but the gap is
holding
tremendous.
On to the Milva as well here to be able to again, Jurden looks like the card we're not going to see played, but yeah, Milva was very, very useful there for Kerberton to have to play out this last dwarf berserker. Cheeky Purify coming out on his
and the Cat Witcher misbehaves.
Yeah.
The Jurden, will the Jurden even be played? The Jurden plays for...
Not. If Kerberton is feeling very confident and wants to go for a bit of a troll line, maybe he could heal like 2 points on their own there.
Yeah, you could play Kerberton. Kerberton could play the Jurden in
2 points. 2 point Jurden.
In the back row would be a 3-point Yurden. It would heal for... Okay, he decides to just not play it.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
But I mean, okay. This is too big of a gap.
Big.
I think even if Sif had Yurden, it would probably still be a loss, is my guess. This Triss is going to be used offensively on the range row. I mean, does manage to cut that lead in half, right? I think he was down like 80, 90 points, and he ended with only being down 40 points. But like as we were saying,
only being down 40 points.
I don't think it was a good idea for Sif to go to that long round 3 against this scenario. It just generates too many unanswerable points. And Kerberton knew that, and it was happy to go to see that dry pass in round 2 and get to long round.
It definitely was an interesting line from Sif, and not only did you go for the long round line, but also did not find the cards that he was looking for, with the Sergeant being missed. But yeah, still, I mean, Renfrey proving that the point gap can be caught quite, you know, properly there, like you said, by half. But yeah, still a 40-point gap there. Pretty rough situation for Sif, and also having to commit a little bit too much in that round 1 situation. It's definitely not ideal. And yeah, I think Kerberton got what he wanted by queuing this exact matchup from Red Coin.
Yeah, he did. So his Scoia'tael is through, and like you said, in pregame interviews, Sif said he was targeting Harmony, and immediately Harmony gets through. So now Sif really needs to come up with some new ideas, whether if he can shut out Deathwish or Syndicate now are his other 2 options.
Yeah, definitely. He said a bit of a soft target on Syndicate as well, so maybe he's hoping that will prove to be Kerberton's weak spot in the lineup now that Scoia'tael did take it. But of course, for the next game, the coins will be flipped. This time around, Kerberton is going to be going on blue coin, while Sif responding with red coin can choose what to go for there. Perhaps it's the designated red coin deck, which is Scoia'tael, or it could be the Syndicate, and wanting to get the Syndicate through, and maybe thinking that this is a good option to take it on red.
I want to see Maddock. That's just me. I want to see Maddock. I'm going to see this Scoia'tael control list, and I honestly would be happy with either matchup. If he brings the Scoia'tael control list, I would be happy seeing how Kerberton manages to deal with his Succubi getting banished by the Hen Guidance Sword. And also, in the Syndicate matchup, like, there's a lot of control and movement in this Guerrilla Tactics list, and quite a few engines to control in the Syndicate list. So it would be interesting to see what little tricks they have. If, for example, if Sif is going to Heatwave a candle, I don't think we've seen that yet this weekend.
No.
But it does happen quite often on ladder that Heatwave gets played on a candle for 0 tempo because of just how threatening that card is in protecting the other engines of the deck and being an efficient spender, and being maybe one of the only spenders that can be left on the board at the end of round 3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the hand gate that we went into as well, and all the different targets it could be aiming for, banishing Succubus. Getting something like a Morale might not be a bad thing either if you are playing against Syndicate. I think it's going to be very interesting to see the Maddock list in action. So I have to say I'm also a little bit biased on that, and I'm hoping that Sif would be queuing the Maddock list going forward. But just like you said, Shinmari, he might be playing the ultimate mind games, is instead aiming to take that list on blue coin. Maybe again saying that Syndicate is too vulnerable to blue coin and wants to get it out on red. So maybe we would see a completely different line of thinking as well from Sif. Like, all the options are there, and that's what I love about it. You never know.
That's the silver lining of losing games early, is that you have more control over the coins later on, as especially once you've lost 2. If you go 0 and 2, you get to choose exactly which coins are for which matchups. And, you know, that could result in potentially a reverse sweep even. It could happen.
Oh, yeah.
But Kerberton right now has all the momentum, a dominating game 1, winning by 40+ points. Scoia'tael through, he's got to feel pretty good about this.
Very much so. I believe he is. Probably excited to move on. Sif definitely needing to think about, okay, how do I get out of this pickle? What's my best chance of making it as far as possible? And ideally to the finals that will be taking place later today. The stakes are extremely, extremely high. You cannot afford small mistakes either. You really want things to go optimally as you desire. So let's see what the queue order will be for both of our players here as we move on to the next game. And it is Maddock, Shinri.
Oh, baby. All right, we got what we wanted. Monsters versus Maddock Scoia'tael. There's the Hengaideth sword already in Sif's hand. How does Kerberton deal with this? Is there any way to like boost the succubi as you play them so that they're not at 5 power? I don't really think so, right?
Not really for this deck. Like, again, Kerberton does have the inclusion of Heatwave and Yrden, but other than that, there is really no control left. You are playing a game of solitaire when it comes to when it comes to your board state. So maybe Sif does get that succubus banish on the Hengaideth. That would be very interesting to see. And Kerberton has to be a little bit careful of which units he leaves on the board. But I mean, other than succubus, what would be other targets for this Hengaideth sword? I would be a little bit concerned. Maybe an order consume, like a siren.
Siren could be. If Kerberton ever tries to greed a Brewis for some reason, that could be. You could also just like use leader charges, movement, pings to hit a Arrakis Queen down or a Dettlaff down to 5 or lower, and then kill it with the Hengaideth sword, and that would also still banish. There's another thing that Sif could do is he could play Hengaideth sword 3 times in this list by using Alyssa on Hengaideth sword after playing it the first time and just mulliganing waylays. But problem for him right now is he has no access to the Vanadane. We really want Vanadane in round 1. He even has those 2 bricked waylays ready to go for Vanadane to put them at the bottom of the deck, but no access to Vanadane just yet.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like Sif cannot put a lot of pressure here. With the Brewis Ritual coming down from Kerberton, already the lead is quite significant. The Brewis Ritual coming down is very nice for Kerberton. He will be thinning his deck and ideally seeing cards later on. Brewis also not bringing out a Succubus out in the open there either, which I think Kerberton is pretty happy about because that Hengaideth doesn't open up, at least now. Sif on the other hand, I wonder, he's playing a very control-heavy deck, not that many point slammy cards, if you will. There is the Sultan Warrior, which could be considered as a high-end that does put points on the board, but very, very difficult for Sif to compete for round control. And I think he just kind of has to take or check out what Kerberton is doing and prepare for later rounds. Kerberton gaining round control again is quite nice.
Yeah, it's very good for Kerberton. Kerberton can try to push round 2 as well as an option. And like you said, I think Kerberton's actually quite lucky that the double Brewis activation, pulling out 4 Death Wish units, managed to dodge both sucks because Sif wants to use that first wheel of Hengaideth sword in this round, where he doesn't have to win it. The first usage of Hengaideth sword only plays for 5 points, whereas later it would play for like at least 10 points, right? It would spawn the succubus that it had stored in its that soul that it has stored in its sword. So
yeah,
not by not summoning a suck here, Sif doesn't really get a chance to use that Hengaideth just yet. And Kerberton actually tempo passes on 7 cards.
Saying maybe that the hand is a little bit too good, not wanting to spend any of these important units right now, and maybe thinking that, well, Sif actually has to play something decent to catch up here in terms of points. And I mean, looking at Sif's hand here, that is indeed the case. You can't play something too non-committal and get out of this round. Also, Kerberton, having established carryover with that Toad, is happy to have that down. And yeah, interesting pass, not wanting to take round control here, but putting Sif in a bit of an awkward position.
Sif can do this in 1 with, I think, the Saboteur onto the Foglet, kill the Foglet, play the Saboteur range row so that you don't eat the fog, and then Deathblow the 1-point Slizzard with Milva. I think that is exactly enough.
There we go. Perfectly calculated. All right. Not too bad for Sif then. And yeah, lucky to have that Saboteur in hand. Otherwise, we would have had to have seen some Sultan coming down there.
Yeah, really awkward plays.
Unplayable hand besides the lucky Saboteur really taking it here.
He's thinking. Sif is actually thinking about playing the Hen-Guided Sword on the Toad.
Yeah.
But the Succubus is so much better of a target.
Maybe you're
so much
thinking
better.
that Kerberton is just not going to allow that for you, and you might want to take the Toad here instead. But yeah, it's huge. If Sif can get the banish on the Succubus, it's really big.
He does go for the Hen-Guided Sword. I don't know if I like this. Like, this deck, I feel like, okay, so you have to go for one of two strategies as Sif. You either have to go for a strategy where you answer all of their consumes, or as many consumes as you can, or you answer all of their Death Wish targets, right? So by Hen-Guiding Sword and banishing a Toad, Sif is here maybe deciding to go for the Consume Denial strategy. You Heat Wave the Haunt, get rid of Consume that way, Leader the Banshee, that Consume is gone, and then just leave Kerberton with all of his Death Wishes and not enough Consumes to benefit from them. That could be his line of thinking now. But I feel like, I don't know, in my mind, it would have been more effective, a little bit easier to go for the Sucks, because so much power is concentrated on a Succubus that if you can answer it and banish it, then you're getting rid of like 25 points on a banish.
I can definitely see that. Interesting plays here. Sif, of course, establishing carryover by playing that Banadane, the quick Heat Wave in response from Kerberton, as well as using a Neuromancy to set up a Toad in the graveyard. The first one, of course, banished by Hen-Gaith. But yeah, I can definitely see what you're saying there, Shinri. Also, we see the Succubus being established as a carryover play. She can't be banished right now. The Squirrel is in Sif's hand, though. The Squirrel can come down and take care of the Succubus, which is now going to go to the graveyard. So that's a pretty useful tech tool in this matchup, I guess.
Yeah, Squirrel is great. Squirrel is going to be kept by Sif in his hand, and then banish the Succubus in the graveyard. There will be two more at least that Kerberton may have access to play in this round. One could be banished by Hen-Guided Sword at this point, and then the other one, so the third one, yeah, I don't know, what do you do about the third one? I don't think you can banish the third one anymore.
Yeah.
But if he had saved Hen-Guided Sword, both uses to banish Suck and a Squirrel to banish Suck, then that would... I guess you only need to banish two of them.
Yeah.
I guess you only need to banish two of them. The third one won't do anything unless Kerberton consumes a Succubus with Arrakis Queen, then that third one would do something. Sif doesn't have a great hand. He's missed his Heat Wave, right? And he's missed his... a
Waylay there as well, looking like a not so happy brick for Simlas, which is looking, of course, for that sweet Waylay value. But yeah, no Heat Wave. That means Haunt is going to go through. So if you're going for that line where you're trying to deny consumes, well, now Haunt is going to go through, and that, of course, is a lot of consumes for Kerberton. Leader Charge coming down here, though, really nice, being able to take care of that Desert Banshee. And Chariot will be nice as well for Sif, being able to combo that together with Sultan to have that engine that will keep on ticking, which Kerberton cannot do anything about at this point. But yeah, consumes are going to go through here for Kerberton. Two Leader Charges left as well, and then you have the Karen plus the Indragus for the double consume. So very difficult for Sif to control all of the consumes, and the point slam coming down from Kerberton now in this round is going to be very threatening, because what is crucial for Sif's deck here is that he controls the opponent's threats, and there are a lot of threats from Death Wish, and also if you control a Death Wish card, that's sometimes a little bit anti-synergistic because of the Death Wish abilities as well. So very hard to control here for Sif Grateful Wolf, and maybe this deck is just a little bit too point slammy for this Squirtle to be able to take the victory, but we'll have to see. Sif definitely still has a few aces up his sleeve.
Yeah, Sif is going to go for the Waylays here, and actually looks like he's going to kill this Death Laugh. And maybe use a leader charged as well. Yep, with the Milva, float the Milva, and kill the Detlef so that Kerberton cannot target it with the Arrakis Queen. Again, trying to deny those ideal Arrakis Queen targets. Now Kerberton left with a Succubus as an Arrakis Queen target. Maybe he can find another one through an Oniromancy, just like a bronze Death Wish unit, but the Succubus is going to get banished right away with Henguide's Sword.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said,
there's a Succubus still in Kerberton's deck there, so an Aeromancy could potentially then come down on that.
Okay. Yeah, so Sif Great Wolf really struggling a little bit here, not getting good draws, and missing Heatwave, Oniromancy, and Lady of the Lake by round 3 is very, very rare. So quite unlucky for Sif here, and also being stuck with a Waylay in his hand, which is essentially worth 0 points. Because if there was something else there, he would have gotten the Waylay anyways if it was in the deck.
Yeah, coming out from Simlas, that is unfortunate. It is a little bit risky playing Waylays, and he had this Elisa as well, not doing much anymore here for Sif. But here is the Hengate Sword, as we knew that was going to come down on the Succubus. Toad as well coming out here that Sif did set up into the sword. Not for Sif, not an amazing target as the first one, but denying that consume from Kerberton. So that was definitely the purpose of that, and it did its job. And here comes the second Barghest, 2 order consumes on Kerberton's board. A lot for Sif to control if he wants to try and deal with these consumes.
I really like how Kerberton is playing these tall units to the far left of the row, also using an artifact to the right of them to make it very difficult for Sif to use movement to set up 2 tall consumers next to each other for that red haze. He's playing very well around red haze.
Yeah, something that Sif has pretty efficiently done, though, is just, like you said, Shidamari, denying a lot of the good Death Wish targets for AQ. There is that one Succubus in Kerberton's deck that could come out with an Aeromancy. But yeah, other than that, a lot of consumes for Kerberton, but not that much to consume anymore. So the Detlef kill was quite nice for Sif, as we can see here. And Drega just kind of coming down for more, well, just a little bit of drone value, really.
Yeah, and Sif also still has this Alyssa that's pretty useless now. He didn't have time to play the Waylay from hand and then play Alyssa to put it back into the deck because he needed the triple Waylays to answer that Detlef immediately. So a little bit of lost value there. Kerberton. Okay. So
right,
Sif Great Wolf's gonna banish the Suck,
yes,
as expected, just in time, because now Kerberton is on Adrenaline 4. It's on the turn when he would get to consume his first Suck.
Yeah, very well-timed squirrel here from Sif Great Wolf. Kerberton not as point-slammy anymore as he would like to, but definitely still able to tutor that last Succubus, which Sif then cannot deal with, but nothing in the graveyard anymore. AQ, however, is still in action and be ready to be played, combining with these order consumes and leader charges as well.
Is Kerberton electing to wait on tutoring that Succubus? Just playing a little Harpy here for 5 points. Neither player's hand.
Heatwave still.
Yeah.
But yeah.
There is the threat of Heatwave, but you're gonna have to play it at some point. So why not sooner rather than later?
Yeah. Stalling a little bit. Sif, on the other hand, has to see what is going to come down. Now, once Sif plays a bomb, that Madoc is still in graveyard, so still going to get a little bit of value. And I'm wondering what the red haze will end up on as well. 1 leader charge left from Sif to be used. Could it be if Sif wants to wait a little bit longer, we see the Alyssa potentially come down, or will the Madoc start going for a little bit of a Cataclysm value?
Actually uses the last leader charge now.
Setting up
kill...
Red Haze.
Yeah, there we go. Very interesting. Yeah. So double use of Milva in 1 turn, clearing up some of the 1 power tokens that were in the way of this red haze and gets a decent 5-strength red haze that summons Maddock out of the graveyard and kills a consumer.
And here is the desired death wish that Kerberton decided to go for. It's the 3-point Harpy Egg. Yeah, it's interesting. The AQ yet to come down. I'm wondering if Kerberton's kind of bluffing that he even has it at this point, because now the AQ, of course, can consume that Harpy Egg. Yeah, I wonder if maybe there was a consideration for Sif to play Dimeridium Bomb on the Harpy Egg to deny a potential AQ. Maybe because Kerberton was stalling it so long, Sif said, I guess it's not there. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, Kerberton decides to forego the Succubus because he knows he's probably assuming that Sif still has a heat wave, and so he thinks that this egg is less likely to get heat waved. And if I'm only going to be able to consume it once, then I might as well get a 6-power Death Wish out of it than a 5-power Death Wish.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting game. It's looking quite close. Not a lot of value left for Kerberton. What Sif did here, instead of controlling the consumes, really was controlling a lot of the good Death Wish targets. And the passive threats lurking, which was the Heat Wave, it didn't even have to be found for Sif to still kind of make Kerberton play around it, which results in some interesting invisible points maybe being lost there.
Yeah, but neither player really has many points left. Kerberton has a 6 and I guess a 6 on the Endriga Warrior, but he's got a 4-point lead right now. Sif with a 6 and a 6 as well in his own hand, but he also has a couple of engines on the board. The Zoltan gonna ping twice, and the Milva gonna ping once. I think it's gonna come down to a 1-point game, Sealy.
This might be it, and Sif will be very annoyed at that one lonesome Waylay that is being played right now. That Waylay was a brick. It could have been any other card, but right now, just like you said, Shinri, it was kind of a 0-point play because you would have gotten that anyway. But yeah, close.
Oh no, the brick proving fatal for Sif. I think it is actually a 1-point game. My NA math checked out, and Sif barely loses and lets another deck through. I think this matchup normally should be good for Sif, right? With all the banishes, just like either him drawing the Heat Wave or any of his 2 tutors that can get him Heat Wave, or just not bricking the Waylay was also enough. So just very, very unlucky situation for Sif here, and now he's facing elimination up next.
Yeah, this will be it potentially if Kerberton can push through with the Syndicate. Of course, the remaining deck for Kerberton to get through. Yeah, I think he's fairly happy about the monsters going through here. But again, we were talking about how Sif might be anticipating that the Syndicate list, well, yeah, maybe it will still be a weak point for Kerberton, because the soft target from Sif's lineup is on Squirtle, it is on Syndicate. So maybe there's a chance here for Sif to really push it. And we've seen reverse sweeps before. Kerberton, on the other hand, really just wants to get the Syndicate through. It's a very strong deck, but a lot can definitely come to draws, especially if we would see a mirror, something like that. Yeah, draws can be important. RNG, what kind of golden Necro Order do you get? What specials can you find from something like Shady Vendor? So a lot of things can happen, I think, in Syndicate games. Not just it's a strong deck, but it's definitely not automatically through. There's a lot of good piloting and also RNG to be on your side. Now, Sif has a choice of 3 decks here to play on Blue Coin this time. Will it be Nilfgaard or will it be Syndicate on Blue Coin? What do you think, Shamir?
I think Syndicate is okay on blue, especially because Sif plays a Freak Show version. So he has both Freak Show and Tunnel Drill, whereas Kerberton only has Tunnel Drill, making Sif, I think, much more favored in this mirror, since his Freak Show can come down to instantly wipe out Kerberton's Tunnel Drill, or instantly wipe out, say, like the Scarabs from the Defender. So maybe that's fine, having blue coin in that mirror with the extra removal engine. And I think imprisonment would also be okay on blue coin versus Syndicate. Probably not this Guerrilla Tactics. He's going to want to save the Guerrilla Tactics control Madoff list for red coin again. Yeah, so like we said, a little bit of silver lining for Sif despite getting extremely unlucky in round 2. He gets to choose the coins now. He's going to go for the Syndicate Mirror. All
right, Syndicate Mirrors. Again, you said there is the freak show difference that could be nice. Another thing that can happen, or just a few things, I guess, to pay attention to when you're watching blind pocket mirrors, is that the hand quality definitely matters. Kerberton is in a position where if his hand is really great, he can take advantage of that and potentially push. There is a situation where we have the drill wars. Which player can kind of establish the drill first? Does the other player have to waste kind of resources to answer that? Just a lot of things can definitely happen while the starting point is very even for, I think, both decks.
Kerberton elects to take a Savvy Huckster from his Eventide Plunder instead of the poison because he has nothing to poison here, and he would have to keep the poison on the failed experiment, risking Sif having a poison of his own and just killing it easily.
I also like Sif utilizing the Veil stratagem here on the townsfolk. There is, of course, poisons in Syndicate lists. They can go quite, they can be quite harmful. But if you're protecting a pretty powerful engine here with the Veil stratagem, not too bad for Sif. Seri already on the board from Kerberton, and not much here that Sif can do in terms of answering the Seri Nova that Kerberton is immediately putting on the board.
Kalkstein currently in Sif's deck. He could bank to dig for it, but that would be extremely expensive in round 1 and not even guaranteeing to get the Kalkstein. Instead, he's going to go for a Shady Vendor melee row, finds 3 different 4 provision crimes, poison being an option if he should want it. Gonna go for the shakedown instinct.
Yep. Yeah, another thing is one player having a Seri Nova for carryover, the other not having. There could be a bit of an imbalance there as well, moving on to further rounds. So yeah, missing out on Kalkstein. I don't think Sif is too happy about it. Pretty fast plays coming down from both players here. Either player could honestly take the round. At some point, we're going to start committing cards that are a little bit more important. And right now, I mean, Sif's hand is looking quite golden. Kerberton could choose to commit something like a Vendor still. Stolen Mutagens for both as well remain. But the Cylinder tag, of course, wants to be activated before you go ahead and play that. But we do see
I like this. I like this giving Veil to the poisoned unit, now making it impossible for Kerberton to finish that poison for the moment. And I think it's not too sad that Sif doesn't have the Kalkstein now for the Seri Nova. I think even if he had it, he probably wouldn't even use it, because Kalkstein is an extremely good tech for this mirror. Being able to double purify, get through the scarabs, and also get rid of opponents' poison when they try to poison you, as well as purifying opponents' Veil that they put on their tall units with stolen mutagens. So you could have like a 1-turn poison ready with failed experiments on your side behind a defender, and then Kalkstein to purify the Veil and then double poison immediately on them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, proving why Kerberton wants to have Best Boy here in deck. It's coming down for a little bit of extra tempo, and be the red coin player, Kerberton can definitely decide to start putting pressure now on Sif. If there is a weaker hand, maybe that Kerberton is looking to take advantage of from Sif, you know, that could happen. But here comes the Roach and the Seri play, pushing Sif into a pretty nice lead, and things are looking very even. Double Seri Nova. There's a Kalkstein, but yeah, Shinra, you went into detail for why that Kalkstein might not be coming down on a Seri Nova.
Yeah, Sif had to pay a lot of coins to get that Seri Nova off of that Vivaldi bank. And what's also sad is that he got to see what his top decks would have been, which were 4 golds, including the Blindheim brothers and Kalkstein. They would have been really good top decks, but now Vivaldi Bank has shuffled the rest of his deck and could potentially be a lot worse for him now.
Yep, that is right. Vivaldi Bank shuffles, but it could also shuffle them well. Maybe Sif still has nice top decks if RNG is on his side, but takes the pass here. Says, all right, Kerberton.
Your glass is half full, Sealy. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. You never know. It's like when, a maxi shows you a deck and then you shuffle it and then you still have your Neuromancy as your bottom 3 cards or something. That could be reversed. That could be reversed for Sif, and now he could have some gold cards still on top there.
All right, Kerberton able to win this round, down a card, spends on 3 times on his candle. Now he has this candle ready to use in round 2. He has First Say. He has Blindheim Brothers with Defender and Kalkstein. This hand is looking really good for Kerberton. He might try to use First Say advantage to push this. And Sif doesn't have the Freak Show yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards that Kerberton still has to find. I mean, Golden Necker is always nice to have the option of really going in if you smell some blood in the water. Tunnel Drill, of course, is also a nice card to have together with Azar here. Maybe, like you said, taking advantage of First Say, establishing your engines, maybe making Sif answer something before establishing engines of his own.
Yeah, Sif decides to not use his last mulligan out of fear of maybe top decking into the second artifact in the deck, the Salamander location, which would then make his Golden Necker a lot worse should Kerberton try to push it deep here.
Kerberton does begin a bit of a push here. Townsfolk coming down. Leader charges coming down as well. That Townsfolk very likely to get poisoned later on. Azar, of course, can protect it, but only for a little bit.
Yeah, Sif just playing it slow with the candle, getting some profit, setting up some coins, and getting that protector on the board for able to boost any of your threats and engines that you want to protect.
Yeah, the nice thing for Kerberton going into this round is that the candle is already on the board, while Sif now has to spend a turn to actually establish it. Here comes the Azar, is protecting the townsfolk for now from any poisons. Yeah, let's see if Kerberton would go for something here, some engine from Bank. That option exists.
Here you kind of see the first play advantage playing out. Sif has to decide, okay, do I develop an engine or a threat? Do I play my Defender? Do I Royal Decree for Kalkstein to purify these 2 Scarabs so that I can get through to answer a threat that's going to come next? Or he decides to actually just play his Tunnel Drill as a 7-power unit with no Defender protecting it, and now Kerberton could do something like bank for a Golden Necker to find double poison and kill this in 1 turn.
Yep, let's see if that's what he's going for. He's going for the bank. Will Golden Necker be the target here? And what will the Golden Necker in that case show us? Will the 1-turn poison happen? Because if it happens, that is going to be a huge deal in this matchup. We do see a Vendor coming down.
He just needs to find 1 poison off of the Vendor or the Eventide Plunder. Front row poison is your best shot, giving you Fist Tech and Eventide Plunder. He finds the Eventide Plunder, so it's double Eventide Plunder. One of them shows him the failed experiment. And there's the failed experiment from the location. Yeah. And so the double poison is complete. And
they are not going on the rope like Kerberton wants to, and this is because of the rope. The rope punishes. Shinmiri, you know that better.
Oh no! He doesn't have time to use either of these order abilities, and now his back row is full. The Scarabs have there's no space to protect things with the Scarabs anymore, and Sif has the opportunity to spend with his drill and poisons the front row failed experiment and still has 7 coins left to spend on this drill. He can kill the second failed experiment if he wants.
Yep, looks like he's going for exactly that.
Oh, it's a disaster!
Insane. That is insane. We talked about the RNG situation, what the creates will bring you, and they were on Kerberton's side. They really were, but time, unfortunately for him, was not, which Sif has to be happy about, being able to utilize that drill, because imagine if that drill was now gone. It was poisoned, and Yeah, that would be a tough spot for Sif to deal with, but he's still in the game, even though the point gap, of course, is big by Kerberton. But Golden Necker still has not been used by Sif yet, and that will be a big swing if it comes down.
Yeah, I think Golden Necker is likely going to get played here. The gap is very big, but Sif is already starting to rope as well, so maybe he doesn't have enough time to do that. He might want to play a crime here. Okay, he does go for the Golden Necker. Oh God, I'm stressed, Steely. Okay.
Another one.
finds the location and gets the poison, gets the poison through, and still a little bit of time to spend if he wants. Decides to hold this 3 coins. He still has townsfolk left as well, right? So Sif now within striking distance to close this in 1. So he's just chilling. He's resting. And yeah, wow, this could have gone so differently had Kerberton not roped out.
Absolutely, that was a big play, and the rope punishes Shinri. It really does. Now I know why you're so scared of it. Why you don't like it at all. Well, you actually do like it, but not when it's too much.
The rope is ruthless. Okay, Kerberton doing something weird here with the Morale targeting the Veil on the Siri Nova. It effectively fizzling his own Morale deploy because he's scared of the location on Sif's side, being able to Uno reverse and bounce that right back at him.
Yeah, that is why. Bit of a strange target for Morale, but not in this instance. It is a Syndicate Mirrors, and poisons are flying left and right, so it makes a lot of sense. Now, here comes Azar. Only 1 Scarab. Sif instead choosing to keep the coins. Like you said, Shinri, it looks like Sif is really chilling here, waiting to see when that big play is going to come down. There's a active drill on the board. Now there is a Scarab, but Kalkstein does come down here and wipe it down. And here is Morale and Gellert for a potential of 1-turn poisoning this drill now.
Exactly.
Next turn. So
Sif,
let's see what happens.
Yeah, Sif needs to wait 1 more turn before his failed experiment can bounce a poison. So it's weird here. It's a very weird situation for Sif. If he puts a single poison on his side of the board, Kerberton will take advantage of that and finish it off. If he puts 1 poison on Kerberton's side of the board, he can bounce it with his Salamandra location. So Sif kind of has to wait a turn before putting a single poison. Both players have to like double poison in 1 turn in order to successfully poison. So
and
instead,
here goes the Morale. It's gone now, and yeah. Not allowing for that 1-turn poison that was active for Kerberton if that Morale would have still stuck on the board. So nicely done there, I think, from Sif.
Yeah, but he's still not going to get his card advantage. Only going to be going to round 3 on even cards. But I think the big difference here is that Sif has 3 leader charges left. Essentially 3 coin carryover. Kerberton has 1 coin carryover, and Kerberton's candle is already so spent. It needs 7 feet to use his first candle, and Sif's only is at 3, so Sif has much more flexibility in terms of spending all of his coins, and he's also got that freak show to answer threats and spend more coins efficiently.
Yeah, in general, what Sif has also left in the deck is more valuable than what Kerberton has as well. Both Poison Brothers can prove quite effective here for Sif. Decree able to tutor out either Morale or something else. But here goes the Freak Show saying, not necessary right now. And finding the Morale, now the Decree is open for a Shady Vendor, for example.
Yeah, and Roland is going to come down first, being able to generate coins if either player puts poison on the board.
Here is the Tunnel Drill, and nothing able to remove it right now.
If you Royal Decree... Yeah, if you Royal Decree for the Freak Show, you're just short, right? You have 5 coins, you need 6 coins to kill this. He's gonna go for, I guess, a Shady Vendor instead. Range row Shady Vendor.
5-point removal here. Payday, and there it is.
He got it! A little lucky break for Sif here. Finds the payday, kills the tunnel drill, and I think Sif is in a great position now.
Yep, this is definitely good. Being able to take care of that tunnel drill is very important. Still having both Poison Brothers active, and like you said, a candle that has not been spent by too much.
Nobody wants to poison anything. Nobody wants to poison anything, but Kerberton has last say, which could be huge here. Kerberton having last say means that he can... Oh, no. Oh, God. Wait, why? Why?
Yeah, here comes the Morale to finish it off. I'm wondering, was there a line for Kerberton there to get poisons through with this last say? I mean, you get this one poison through, but of course the point gap now is a little bit too big. But the fail experiment, self-poison, was nice for Morale.
I don't know what units are left in Kerberton's deck, but if he could have pulled a different unit that doesn't have poison on it and wait and have 0 poison on his board, then Morale has to be played range row by Sif to avoid providing a poison for Kerberton's location. And then what Kerberton could do was he could use his Gellert to self-poison his other unit, bounce it with the location, and then play the Fist Tech from his hand for a successful poison. But I still don't know if he wins in that case, but I think it could potentially be better. I'm just not sure if Kerberton had what other unit choices he had left in his deck.
I'm not entirely sure either what was left in that graveyard. Perhaps there was nothing to enable that line, but it's a very good point. Kerberton would have been able to take that. Now, this means, of course, Sif's Syndicate is through. Maybe like that Kerberton was hoping would be also the weak link for Sif here, as he was forced to bring it on blue coin. But we're moving on to the next game. Sif again going on red, so he is queuing up the Madoc list. Kerberton, on the other hand, answering with Syndicate here. What a game that was, Shinri. A lot happening in Syndicate Mirrors, and things would have been so different without that rope. That rope was punishing for Kerberton there.
It was, like I said, the rope is absolutely ruthless, and things are heating up here in the first semifinals of day 2. Gwent Open number 3, Sif Great Wolf draws that Heat Wave this time. It will not be missed, and potentially a lot of Heat Wave targets in this deck. Potentially we might see that Candle being Heat Wave though, as we discussed earlier.
Yeah, you did mention that before. Could be a Heat Wave target. One thing though here, Sif is missing the Vanadane, which is quite crucial again for setting up the hand, and double Waylay kind of looking to go back into the deck if Vanadane could be used. No Vanadane here for Sif. Which is maybe not the best for round 1. Kerberton utilizing the Crystal Skull here to put the Veil on the Townsfolk as it grows. There is a Spores in Sif's hand as well, which can come in as a cute reset for something like Townsfolk. Probably the best target for Sif for his Spores in this game.
He's actually just gonna use the Spores now with the leader charge to kill it off completely. Nicely done. And Kerberton just responds with a Siri Nova. It says, "Hey, you got your Peller? Skill check."
Yep, the Peller is there. We can see it. And he might be waiting for a little bit. He might be coming down early. But the point gap is definitely something that Sif has to try and keep up with as well. That might be easier said than done. Very reactive hand, but here comes a bit of points on Sif's side of the board as Milva comes down from that Saboteur. And Sif is in the game.
I like that play. I think that, you can Peller anytime. You can Peller next if you want. Saboteur, though, is a pretty situational card. It needs the right power units to be in the right position, and that happened to be the case with the Roach, luckily for Sif, jumping onto the range row, just providing the right amount of movement to kill it perfectly with the Milva. So it goes with the Saboteur before he loses that opportunity, and then Pellers the Siri Nova Resilience afterwards.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the Handgate Sword will end up on in this matchup too. There are a couple of nice targets potentially, but right now nothing too amazing. And Best Boy being a little bit naughty here, putting Kerberton ahead a few points, but maybe that's carryover you would like for later rounds. as Kerberton does take the pass here. Now Sif has to catch up a couple of points.
That's honestly pretty good, I think. The best boy coming out forces Sif to use, I think, another leader charge. It would be leader charge plus Catwitcher Saboteur. Or actually, he's going to play Waylay and then Hen Guided Sword on the Nova.
Saying maybe that there aren't that many good targets in this matchup, so he just wants to play an 8-point Nova from it. Of course, it won't trigger any of the statuses on Siri Nova, but it will still be an 8-point play, while the Handgate Sword might have been really, really awkward later.
Yeah, perhaps. I think what Sif is thinking, both games now, he's like gone 2 cards down in round 1 to get a Hen Guided Sword target, is that he might be thinking, I don't want to push round 2 anyways with such a reactive deck, and if I'm going to drive past round 2, then I won't have a soul stored in my sword. So I need to get that soul stored in my sword in round 1 so that it's not just a 5-point play in round 3.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was the best target available. Yeah,
that's right. And Elisa, of course, being able to put that Waylay back here, he's likely going for Vanadane just to establish that carryover going on to round number 3 and then leaving it there. Kerberton, though, a lot of strong plays, but will the score list from Sif have enough control to get through the Azar, get through to the Tunnel Drill and all of those threatening engines? I mean, this is what the list was kind of built for, so Sif definitely believes that it's possible as he takes the long road here.
Yeah, and notice Sif shuffled away the Hen Guided Sword to the bottom of this deck. He will have a second use of Oneiromancy, and he might also naturally draw into the Lady of the Lake, so it makes sure that Lady of the Lake doesn't end up being a brick later on. Kerberton is able to develop that carryover with the candle, and then now Sif, if he wants to heat wave the candle, has to play a 0 tempo play in round 3.
Exactly. So nice carryover established for both players here. Last mulligan proving useful for Kerberton there as well, being able to put the Salamander Hideout back into the deck. There's a bank, a Fist deck, and a Eventide Plunder as the special that can be pulled from Golden Necker, as well as the Salamander Hideout now being the only artifact left, and it's safely tucked back into the deck as well.
Once again, Sif has a Waylay in his hand, but he does have that Alyssa. It's almost deja vu. Waylay plus Alyssa in round 3, and maybe not having enough time to put that Waylay back in the deck. But this time, Sif also has a Waylay in the graveyard already, right? So he really needs to play that Alyssa before the Simless. So things are going to be a little bit slow here to answer for Sif Great Wolf.
And looks like Kerberton is really putting pressure by growing these Scarabs up by a substantial amount. It's going to be difficult now for Sif to deal with them. And as you said, that Elisa has to come down before the Waylays are available for a lot of control at once. Of course, leader charges will be helpful.
Yeah, you got to red haze this.
But yeah, there is the red haze value that Sif may be taking here, saying that it's good enough and I want to get through those Scarabs, because if Sif is going to answer all the threats from Kerberton, then yes, he has to get through it. But will the red haze come down here, or will he establish something like Alyssa to then have the Simless available for later?
I think you have to red haze here, because if you don't take the opportunity to red haze here, Kerberton can play a unit in between the 2 Scarabs, and then you can't target those 2 Scarabs with the red haze anymore. Luckily for Sif, there was no way for Kerberton to kind of perfectly align the power of those 2 Scarabs using the candle to have them both at like 6 power, 1 armor, and so that red haze wouldn't kill either of them, because candle boosts by different amounts every time you use it. Luckily, red haze proving to be a very nice answer there, and now Sif starting with the Waylay, using the Maddock to soften up these targets a little bit more, although that Scarab is now at an it's at a 4 now, which could be leadered. So yeah, that is also something that Kerberton needs to be concerned about.
Yeah, nice use of leader here if Sif so wishes. And here comes a bit of extra points now that Roland is on the board, and Kerberton is boosting the Scarab so that it's not as easily leadered, of course. Really nice engine setup, I think, for Kerberton. Sif is definitely going to want to hurry up a little bit in terms of being able to answer. There is the Heat Wave, there will be the Waylays, but again, he needs to find the turn to actually play the Elisa. The Elisa feels bad to play because that gives Kerberton another turn to potentially establish an engine that will be tucked behind the defenders. So timing becomes pretty scary for Sif. Definitely needs to start getting through that Scarab in order to answer the Poison Brothers here.
It's been so unfortunate for Sif to not draw Vanadane in round 1, because if he had drawn Vanadane in round 1, he could quickly mulligan some Waylays in round 2 and potentially not even have to play Alyssa, or at least not play any Waylays before the Alyssa in round 3.
All right, playing that Siri, putting the Scarab back to 4. We're likely to see leader here as Milva pops out of the deck. And now Sif can start responding to these threats from Kerberton. Kalkstein coming down. Let's see how the rope turns out for this
Do you know what I'm laughing about? After last game, Kerberton immediately snapped the Golden Necker. He has prepared for this. He knows he's not going to make the same mistake twice in a row. On the Golden Necker turn, he's just going to play it instantly so that he has plenty of time to decide and execute any poison shenanigans after everything is said and done.
Yeah, the Surinova also definitely not a bad target for Hengaith, but also now not a bad target for Kerberton's poisons. So looking like a pretty nice target, while there really isn't anything in Sif's deck that gives removal value to the opponent. Maybe Sultan is a nice engine to remove, but other than that, not great. But now the Siri exists, so poisons will be going on to that. And this is the beauty of Golden Necker as well. Multiple engines in one turn. Even if you're playing a control-heavy deck like Sif, very difficult to wipe in and really start dealing with multiple engines at once. You need a lot of control with that. And here comes the Alyssa. So Sif is definitely getting ready for it, but will it be too late? Will Kerberton have had time to get enough value out of the engines and the board state that he has right now with the poisons and Roland? Of course, that will be giving coins when Kerberton poisons things.
Yeah, Kerberton has been able to get so many coins already from this Roland, like you said, and now there's just an absurd amount of threats on the board now. There's a Roland, a Gellert, 2 failed experiments, and this Eternal Fire Disciple to boot.
Yep, nice. Coin spending. Again, Roland getting even more coins. Now that Gellert spent another poison before he might be wiped out, as the Waylay play, of course, is enabled for Sif Great Wolf now. 4 Waylays in the deck that Simulas will be pulling out. So some engines might definitely be gone here.
He also potentially has 4 damage from his leader plus the Milva order. So that could be taken into factor. Like, he has a total of 16 damage. So maybe he tries to kill... I think you try to kill Roland for sure. And then maybe the Gellert? Or maybe...
Yeah, if you can remove both of them, you're happy. Yeah, that would be the priority targets, I'm assuming. No leader charges though. Gellert a bit awkward, staying at 2, allowing Kerberton to utilize it for 1 more turn before it probably will get removed.
Well, Kerberton can also generate more coins here with something like Stolen Mutigans, and then use the candle once again to boost that Gellert up to like 8 or 9.
That's a really good point too.
It's just been so slow for Sif to generate the Waylays in his deck necessary to answer these engines, and these couple of turns that he had to play the Waylay, he had to play the Alyssa, allowed Kerberton to set up an extra like 2 or 3 engines on his board.
Yeah, and just like you said, that Gellert indeed went back up to 9 points. That is very threatening. And yeah, Sif didn't want to use the leader charge there, maybe to have the Milva jump out of the deck a little bit awkwardly, but yeah, no, that might hurt a little bit as well. Now that Gellert doesn't seem like it's going anywhere unless it gets heat waved, and that might be a bit of a problem for Sif, but point gap already getting bigger and bigger, so Sif is definitely running into a little bit of trouble here. Zoltan as well has not been ticking yet. Waiting for his turn, as the chariot usually is played together with Zoltan to then enable armor now that Zoltan is reworked.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And like you said, Zoltan has to wait his turn. The removal, the guaranteed removal, is more important. So Zoltan coming in quite late, and it's not even going to have armor because the Stolen Mutagen is such a flexible card, being able to deal 4 damage, killing the Chariot engine. Sith had an option to play the Chariot front row, but I think if you go front row with it, then it just provides a nice poison target at 7 power for those failed experiments.
Yeah, that's right. Stolen Mutagen, a really beautiful card with the condition very easily met as well. Being able to play 2 of those options make it flexible, but also very, very powerful for 5 provisions. So nice inclusion for Syndicate to have in general. Here, yep, is the Zoltan finally. Armorless Zoltan, however, so he won't be getting to use his engine ability.
Sif trying to do as trying to keep this point gap within reason as best he can, but really running out of power plays. Heatwave not looking too hot right now, only getting 8 points. Bowman only getting 7 points, and then the Catwitcher Saboteur is kind of like the lone play that's actually decent. Currently targeting that 8 power failed experiment in the ranged row, getting probably like 5 or 6 damage on that with help of Milva. So not much power left for Sif. I think this might be it, Sealy. This could be the final game of this series.
It's looking quite rough. Kerberton here comes down with the Maral, which can be moved there, of course, from the melee row. Still the self-poisons that can convert your own poisons to your opponent's side of the board to finish off that Elisa poison, even though it's not a very tall unit. But like you said, the point gap right now is still within reach for Sif, and is doing a good job at keeping it there. We do know that there is still the tunnel drill, and if the tunnel drill doesn't go anywhere, I mean, we still have the heat wave from Sif that can come into play on the tunnel drill, as Kerberton wants to play it before the Shady Vendor so that the Shady Vendor can create a crime, and tunnel drill then becoming a very efficient spender. But there are a lot of other ways as well to spend the remaining coins. Candle right now exactly at 7 coins, being able to take that last charge. So yeah, spending will be happening next turn. Point gap looking like it's within reach now, but Kerberton still has a lot of points to put on the board, while Sif will utilize his Saboteur and the Heat Wave for decent play still.
Yeah, Kerberton might even choose not to buff this drill because, as we can see, Sif's only answer to the drill is Heat Wave. So the more you buff the drill, the more value you are giving to the Heat Wave. That's exactly what Kerberton does. Uses poison on a small unit, leaves the drill at 5 power, and is like, now Sif has to make a decision. Do you Heat Wave a 5 power drill, or do you Heat Wave an 8 power something else? And if the drill survives, still quite a few coins left with the crime coming from the Shady Vendor, able to clean up this board of elves. Yeah, and there's still a poison. There's still a poison on the Alyssa as well. So, I mean, this is all but over. Players going through the final couple of turns here. Kerberton looks like he's gonna take it 3-1 over Sith Great Wolf and move on to the finals of Gwent Open 3.
And in comes this one. And not only do you get a poison, you also get a bounty for even more coins, as all of the last engines will be used here for the remaining
and
coins.
It's heartbreaking.
It is.
It's heartbreaking for Sif because I feel like a lot of these games could have been won for him if just he got a little better draws, if he got Vanadane in round 1, didn't have this Waylay stuck in his hand. Both this game, I think this game was winnable for him, and I also think especially the Monsters game, the Scoia'tael versus Monster game, was very winnable for him as well. Barely losing by 1 point, but there's Kerberton Kerberton celebrating his win in the semifinals over
like the little
Sif Great Wolf.
Like the little sparkles there as Kerberton very determined and staring into the camera. I mean, maybe he doesn't show it, but I bet he's really, really happy. And I have to say, you're right. Sif did run into a little bit of trouble there, but it's a card game. Things like that can happen. That's what the players do sign up for. And Kerberton's win here definitely a deserved one, moving on to the finals after having played a really, really amazing series and playing it real well. The rope hit him there, gave him a scare as well. Like, we potentially would not have seen this last game either if that rope it didn't punish Kerberton so hard in the Syndicate game. So a lot can happen, and some things happen for both players there. But I think, again, very fantastic performances for both players. Unfortunately for Sif, he will not be moving on to the finals. However, fortunately for Kerberton, he will.
Yeah, Kerberton, I think this might be Kerberton's first finals at an Open, and they are ready with the interviews. So we're going to send it over to Ryan, who has a few questions for our winner, Kerberton.
Hello and welcome, Kerberton, to the first semifinals winner interview. Congratulations on taking that victory. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Awesome. Going smooth once again. So yeah, we were here yesterday, and now on day 2, you managed to clutch it again, this time a bit quicker. So what do you think was the deciding moment in this series? Do you have a particular game in mind?
Deathwish versus Scoia'tael. The fact that he chose Scoia'tael and missed so many cards is a deciding factor, because my Deathwish cannot beat anything else.
Well, you did say that Skellige is your most hated faction, so you must be quite happy now after beating them.
Yeah, especially this kind. Full control, no fun.
Yeah. Awesome. Now, what does it take for you to claim your first Open victory and, you know, sweep your opponent in the finals?
What does it take?
Yeah. Is there something that has to go right, or are you very confident in your decks?
Turuski winning is probably favors me.
Ah, that's a
I
fair
did
point.
not think I would cheer for him, but go Turuski.
Well, sometimes in war you make strange allies. But all right, enough of that. One final question I got from Borja on the side. He's already packed his stuff to go on our trip and play some Counter-Strike, you know, but where would you take us?
Depends on who's paying.
Depends. I mean, if you win this tournament, I think it's definitely on you, don't you think?
No.
No?
I live in Turkey. I cannot spend the dollars. I need them.
Well, okay. Fair enough. One more series for you to go, so take a rest. You've got a little bit of time to rest up, and thank you for the winner interview. Let's send it back to the casters. Oh! Wait.
Oh.
Wait, did you hear that, Captain?
Hear what?
We have a leak. We have a leak right now. I can't believe it. Wait, I am taking Borja's job. Where did we get this one? All right, let's bring it up. It's a leak. It's a leak. I said, you know, it's spooky season, so I did say it comes up at very strange times. And here it is, the UNL Slave Trader. It gains vitality on deploy equal to the total duration of frost on the opponent's side of the battlefield. And you get to infuse an enemy unit with, at the end of your turn, if there's an enemy UNL Slave Trader with higher power than your own, set own power to 1 and then lock self. 3 power, 5 provision. What do you think of that?
Understand anything. Too complicated.
Too complicated. I guess you have to first, you know, grab a book.
But I am really happy right now getting some support.
Yeah?
Because they did not have enough gold cards and bronze cards. They would usually hybrid them with relics or golems or even vampires. It will feel nice to play a pure Wild Hunt elf deck.
True. Pure Wild Hunt elf deck. I knew it was valuable to have you here on the league review. Thank you very much for joining me on that.
You're welcome.
And yeah, I think we can get the opinion of our 2 great casters on this league.
Oh boy, Sealy, we got another leak. It is wild. Yeah, it is another 5 provision bronze for Wild Hunt, the UNL Slave Trader. What do you think about that one, Sealy?
Well, first off, I gotta say, I absolutely love the art. I love that we have more Wild Hunt units. I think that is super fun. Second of all, I think this seems like a very strong 5 provision card, and I'm excited to see it in combination with these other little leaks that we have been shown this weekend. Pretty cool card, and I think it has a very interesting mechanic as well. What do you think, Shinmari?
To clear up any confusion, it infuses an enemy unit with that text. So that text is from the perspective of the opponent. When the opponent has an enemy slave trader with higher power than your own, basically this one that was played, then that unit with the infusion sets its own power to 1 and locks itself. So the Anel slave trader enslaves that enemy opponent unit as soon as it becomes bigger and stronger than it. That's so lore friendly. I guess that really makes a lot of sense, right? So you're trying to grow this Anel slave trader slowly, starting from 3, maybe 1 more from the Frost passive from your leader, and then from the Vitalities. Maybe you even target a really, really tall unit with this and boost the Anel slave trader with the deployability of like Tyr Nalia, which can boost by something like 9 to 11 at most. Yeah. And that could end up being a huge tall punish reset type of card.
I definitely cannot wait to try out this card along with the other ones revealed. Very, very exciting. I can't wait to also read what chat thinks. I mean, we're speaking to you from the future now, but soon we'll get to hear what chat thinks about this as well. And yeah, more exciting stuff coming today, guys, so stay tuned.
Yeah, I can't wait to start theory crafting and going over the patch notes and stuff like that on my stream tomorrow.
12-hour patch notes stream over at Shinmari.
All right, so back to the tournament. Kerberton has just punched his way over to the finals of GWENT Open number 3. There he is awaiting his opponent, which will be between Truski and Cams. I think Kerberton said he was hoping that Truski wins, despite Cams being his fellow teammate, because Cams has a better lineup against Kerberton's lineup.
Yeah, I think it's lineup related, and also maybe he doesn't want a TLG Civil War either. So maybe that's why he wants to. He did say earlier in an interview, right? He wants to show who's boss to the other TLG players. So maybe he's hoping for that opportunity as well to take the ultimate win the Open, and then say, yeah, now you guys have to listen to me when we talk about Gwent. But yeah, I think it's mostly lineup related, which is why he says that he's hoping for Truski to win, just because he's more confident into that lineup in the finals, if that were the case. But really, really exciting series coming up here. Truski for Team Elderblood, as well as Cams representing TLG, and both players also representing Poland in the next semifinal series.
Yeah, so let's talk about the prize pools. Let's take a look at the updated prize pools after Kerberton has won 3-1 over Sif. It's actually, I think the graphic is a little bit backwards here. The score should be 1-3 in favor of Kerberton, but the prize money is correct, and that's what matters. Kerberton up to $2,480. Sif Great Wolf going home with $1,680.
Yeah, and more to be earned from the finals as well. So I'm sure Truski and Cams are very excited to fight it out to see which one of them also move forward. And it is almost time for us to introduce these next 2 players that we've been talking about, both representing Poland, representing different teams as well. And of course, Tia and Lionheart will be taking over casting that series. It's going to be absolutely wonderful. So you guys better get some more snacks, get some refills on the drinks. That is about to start soon. And Shinmari and I will see you for the finals later.
Exactly. There will also be a 35-minute dev video update with balance changes, the last card reveal between the second semifinal and the finals that Celia and I are casting. Make sure you don't miss that. But we will be back later today. And for now, we're going to send you over to the player interviews for Truski and Cams.
Polish Gwent community in Gwent is pretty large. The main place we are meeting each other is the Polish Discord called Propolska. Lirio is administrator of this Discord. Almost everyone can join. We are talking in Polish, so mainly knowing Polish is kind of relevant. But yeah, this environment is great as we can just talk with other players regardless of their teams and just be friends with each other. So huge shout out to Lirio and whole Polish community from Burdel channel. My favorite Gwent card is Araka's Behemoth, as presented on graphics. I really like Araka's Swarm archetype. Sadly, it's already a bit power crept and not strong enough to play competitively. But yeah, Araka's Behemoth animation is just really cool, and it was a really good card back in the days when Araka's Swarm was a great deck.
Ciężkie pytanie.
That's a difficult question. Maybe somewhere in Poland, because Poland has a lot of cool places to see.
W Polsce jest wiele ciekawych miejsc, to może...
Maybe to Wieliczka Soul Mine, where one of the Gwent Challengers took place.
Może coś takiego. To zabrałbym...
I would take my brother so I could have someone to play Gwent with,
Żeby miał z kim pograć w Gwenta.
and also my girlfriend, who would make it a great and fun stay.
Fajniej i milej spędzać czas.
Hello friends and welcome back to this second semi-final for the Gwent Open. Joining me as always is Tia Beastie, and we're going to find out how that final lineup sets up, Tia.
Hey Lionheart, it's great to be back. I'm looking forward to the second semi-finals of the day. We've got Truski versus Cams, both admirable players. And yesterday Truski was able to beat Pyable, so he should be looked out for in my opinion.
He most certainly should. That is no mean feat, beating the legend that is Pyable, and he's going through the entire of Poland, it seems, in these Polish Civil Wars. He has taken Pyable. Now he is also going to have to go through and see if he can beat Cams in this series. Should be really good. They've got slightly different lineups between the two players, and I'm really curious to see how that's going to play out.
Oh yes, very specific changes in decks, lineups, targeting strategies. Though I'm very interested to hear what the audience at home thinks. Yesterday, Pyable was favored by like 80%. Today, it's very similar. It's going for Cams, not Truski.
It is, and it's 69.9%, and I'm sure that's deliberate. We're going to skip over it, and Cam's looking favoured here. Day 2's polls are always really curious because the players have access, and you guys have access at home to the deck lists. People feeling that Cam's is favoured into this one, but Truski yesterday seemed quite happy when he found out about his matchup. So do we think it's going to go that way? Are you going to be right at home for the second time today? I guess we'll find out.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to take a look at these decks. Some very interesting decks made it through to the second day, and I'm very happy about that. But first off, we have Truski on Blue Coin. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at his lists?
Yes, we can take a look at Truski's lists right here, and if you want to lead us into the first one.
Yes, now this is one of my favorite lists. It is an overwhelming hunger list, and Truski was pretty confident about bringing this one to the tournament. He said it is good against most factions, probably less so against Nilfgaard because of the locks, but he might just go ahead and ban it altogether. Now, Truski doesn't have Erendite like Pyable did, so this is more of a red coin list. He does have Yerden for that absolute reset value. He also brought some strategies for proccing his Death Wish cards twice. We do see a Abaya in this deck, allowing you to play Brewer's Ritual a second time, or even Aracha's Queen as your other favorite target here. Now, something I'd like to highlight is, of course, that Succubus setup. Succubus is a pretty strong card, being able to come back from the graveyard if you play her without Doom. You just need one of her in the graveyard, and every time you consume another one on the board, she will keep on coming back. Now, there isn't only 2 of them in this deck. We also have Daldu Lock that's able to make a 3rd one. And of course, even something like Arachas Queen is able to make more. So this is a deadly list, and I'd love to see it in action a second time. But next up, we have Square Tail Guerrilla Tactics.
We do, and we've seen lots of different variations on this kind of half-hybrid Harmony list. And this is a bit, it's a middle of the road. It's not all the way control like we saw someone like Sif bring. It's not completely engines trying to avoid those engine targets. It does have all of the Harmony power of Mysteries of Locthfian. It is also running Milva for that extra value from the leader ability and those Catwitcher Saboteurs. He runs Vanadane on its own as well as Saskia. Now, once upon a time, I would have thought Saskia was counter-synergy to Harmony because your Harmony engines are being pulled onto the board and summoned rather than played. But she is just so powerful. An immune unit that is going to consistently pull out cards. If you play this list onto blue and you constantly manage to pull, she tends to win a round in her own right. A constant threat, giving you a really nice opportunity to pass as well when you know that timer is going to tick down in between your turns. I absolutely love this list from Trusky. Feels like a really, really nice balance. If he can find his cards exactly when he wants them, and I have a sneaking suspicion the Curse Scroll stratagem tells us he wants this on blue, I think it's going to be a tough list to deal with. I'm going to be honest, all of the engine power, a little bit of removal between the Igni, the leader ability, and even those waylays as well from Simlas. It's an incredibly balanced list and one that packs a real punch. Speaking of which, the next list, well, it's that famous Nilfgaard Imprisonment.
Oh yes, and it's not your average Nilfgaard Imprisonment Lionheart. There is a chaotic Traherne in there at 6 provisions, being able to just mill a card from your opponent. Now, when I was watching Trusky prep, I think his exact answer was, well, Traherne is 6 provisions but can play for 14 if you can get rid of your opponent's Rainfree by accident. Yeah, that's just RNG in your favor.
He's not wrong.
He is not. I'd love to see it in action. But yeah, also decided to go with 2 Arcfian Light Cavalry. He said those cards are pretty nice if you face something like Saskia, as you are able to bring Saskia's points down to 2 and take it out with something like Mage Infiltrator. So all these little options have been carefully sought over, and none of them are random. We also do have that powerful Rainfree setup. We have Rune Mage to increase RNG. Obviously, Rainfree has some pretty powerful leader abilities and some passives that are just more powerful than the others, like the Kindness, allowing you to boost a card by 1 or 2 depending on whether it's placed next to an even or uneven card. After that, we do have another Align Pockets list.
We do, and it would have been a surprise if anybody decided that it wasn't going to be a Line Pockets kind of open, but most times it has made its way through. It hasn't been banned anywhere near as much as perhaps some of us might have thought. It is that Golden Necker list. It has all of the power you would expect. Seen it used masterfully in the last series, but you've always got to be careful of the rope timer with the number of things you need to do in your Golden Necker turn. An interesting variation on the bronzes here from Trusky has gone a little bit more engine heavy, is taking double Townsfolk as well, has kept a single failed experiment but not decided to run any purifies for himself in this list outside of Kolkstein, has decided that Kolkstein himself should be completely sufficient, and if he really needs one of the bronzes, he can grab it from Salamandra Hideout. Never ideal, but always possible. A lot about this list comes down to whether you can get your Tunnel Drill on the board and stick it. We've seen so many times if it stays and it finds that offensive spending value, this list is almost GG, but it doesn't always happen, and these players at the very top of their game are ready and waiting for it. They are Trusky's lists. Are they going to be enough? How about we go and we take a look at his opponent now, Cams. We were lucky enough to cast Cams yesterday in his series, and it was incredible. He brought quite a surprising lineup, and it starts with this SK Onslaught list.
Yeah, you love to see that SK list. I believe SK was actually banned yesterday, was it not? By Spelling Bee. Yeah, we didn't get to see it in action. Yeah, that was a very interesting line there from Spelling Bee. I wonder if Trusky's going to fear it as much. We'll have to see. But it is your typical onslaught list. It's a golden necker list. In other words, it's able to play a bunch of cards in one turn. You want to be thinning your deck consistently. You want to do it with precise calculations so you don't overthin. You have cards like Carl to help you, Roach, Nickers, Berna Bran. You even have Darren. And I'd like to point out that Cam's also decided to bring Tempest, a 5 provision card that's able to purify 3 adjacent units and damage them by 2. This does indicate that Cams might also be targeting something like line pockets, because we've seen how crucial it is to get rid of that tunnel drill, and in order to do that you have to get through the defender. So it will be interesting to see whether Cams decides to ban Syndicate or potentially Nilfgaard. Other than that, we have his Deadeye ambush list.
Yes, we do, and yet another example of him targeting Syndicate here. He decided to go wide, and he decided to bring Elves. He did not want to go down that traditional engine route that the Harmony lists have so typically taken, and that kind of mid-range win condition version. He has taken Elves, 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 and I love this list. He played it very, very well yesterday, actually. It was really, really nice to see he managed to find both Isengrim and the Free Company. I genuinely did not think I'd see a day where Free Company was not only good, but also considered meta even in this list, and certainly feels like it earns its place. Some superb artwork as well with the Free Company. It boosts all allied bandits by 1, becoming effectively a second Isengrim for you because of the number of bandit tags that these cards have. Isengrim himself is a bandit, as well as several of the elves, and of course all of the tokens. This list is a real problem for your poison lists if you can bleed out the tunnel drill, of course. So it can be a real problem for Syndicate if you can get it just right. That round control is crucial, pressing until just the right moment. It's all about that patented Shinmiri style soft bleed, but not quite into the 2-0 a lot of the time. Love to see it. Another list now. It is another Nilfgaard imprisonment.
It is another Nilfgaard imprisonment, and this one is very similar to most. Obviously, they normally differ in terms of their tool removal options. We saw that Trusky opted for Vulgaforts, but Cams is rather going to go for Igni. 2 entirely different cards with entirely different results. Other than that, from the top to the bottom, you've got your rain-free setup, you have Knickers for some extra thinning value, only 1 Alba Armored Cavalry for a lock values, then you've got 2 Nazca Sergeants and 2 Slave Drivers just to make even more copies of those pretty powerful 5 provision cards. Besides that, we have another line pockets list at number 4.
We do indeed, and the differences are in the details. It's the bronze cards where the provisions all change. Cam's deciding to tech in a single Slander, and of course that Salamandra Lackey that I was talking about. The option to self-purify to grab also a few extra coins can be really, really important. Some players decided to physically tech this card in, and it's one that I sometimes had forgotten before its change. Honestly, it was just the 4th option from Salamandra Hideout that you never really picked. And yet now, it has found a really, really useful place within this meta, and within these lists as well. That self-purify just for the value of coins is useful. You self-poison a lot, and have units perhaps that you want to take that extra value from to keep stacking with those Blenheim brothers. I am very curious to see which player manages to get their Syndicate lists through here, because both of them are going to have a little bit more of a hard time. This whole series could come down to a Syndicate mirror, potentially, as Cam's definitely targeting it. Trusky has the ability to have serious strength into it as well. He felt very, very confident with his monster list, for instance, into it. Thought it took the matchup astronomically into his favor when we discussed with him. So I really can't wait to see what these players do here.
I'm very curious to see their bans, Lionheart, because there are so many lines to take here, and honestly it seems like both players are sort of leaning more towards Nilfgaard than Syndicate. But again, we can see another Skellige ban. I don't know, they're crazy, they might just do it.
Who knows? That Skellige ban yesterday really surprised me, and surprised Cams, I believe. I think he said in his interview he was quite surprised by the ban. I'd love to find out what the thinking was there, but I don't expect to see Syndicate bans here from either of these players. Based on the way their lineups are running and what they want to fight into, it would be, I think, a little unusual if that were the line they took, but we have seen stranger things. We have seen stranger things from them. When we do get those bans through, we will bring them straight to you. It's going to be very, very tight, I think, with this one. I also have heard Truski had some tech issues yesterday with his camera. He will also not have a camera. He is not just stoic and static, as we have seen from some of our other players. It is just a still image. So all of the on-screen entertainment is going to be coming from Cams, of course.
Yes, we will be staring at Cams to make up for the fact that Truski is not moving. And you are correct. We see both Nilfgaard factions being banned and not Syndicate.
Yeah, that honestly doesn't surprise me too much. Both of their lineups are pretty content to say no thank you to Nilfgaard. Truski felt the only bad matchup for his monsters, for example, was Nilfgaard, really, and felt it was good into that. Cams confidently targeting Syndicate. Nilfgaard probably the list closest to on par with it, if not on par with it, in terms of strength, power, meta ability. And as you mentioned in the deck analysis, the versatility of Rent-Free is just something you don't want to have to deal with. If you're in a short round, a long round, when you play it early or late, it's just such a versatile card and mechanic that you don't want to have to keep dealing with. I completely understand the bans from these players here.
It's interesting that these two players made it to the semi-finals, because if you take a deeper look at their lists, they both brought some mid-range lists as well. You know, you have the Elves list, you have the Skellige list. It's quite interesting to see, and I feel like these lists have quite nicely dodged the Jurden meta. And we jump right in.
Straight away. Yes, they are not messing around. They are here and ready to go. Truski, he wants straight out of the gate to get this Syndicate list through, as we finally get a look at Cam's Golden Necker Skellige here. This is going to be interesting to see. Can Truski keep anything on the board long enough, and when will these leader charges be used? Can Azar Javed and his Scarabs actually survive this onslaught?
I think anything is possible. That Candle is going to come in very handy, but Cams is rocking Tempest. We don't see it in hand yet, but oh, I hope it pays off. I mean, that's such a specific card to include, and he is giving himself the ability to use it here on a silver plate.
He is. Now, one of the things we've noticed from Blue Coin, Syndicate doesn't necessarily have the best set of opening plays, and this opening hand is no different here for Truski. He is missing the Blenheim brothers, which is going to be pretty painful because he has no access to them either. He's putting himself in a situation, we saw this a couple of times yesterday, of effectively having to just drop Townsfolk onto the board and either use that Crystal Skull or spend a single leader charge to keep it protected. But it doesn't feel amazing, does instead take that option and spends again, in fact, to keep it extra protected.
That does make sense, as it is a pretty powerful 6 provision card, even though it is a bronze. Cams doesn't really have any toll removal, at least not yet. He hasn't developed any of his cards, and Terror of the Seas isn't going to do much, so Truski can be happy with the fact that Townsfolk is surviving round 1.
He can indeed. He's got a couple of choices here. We know how powerful the Longship can be into a long round, but he does play into it. He decides to develop the failed experiment, looking to single cycle a poison in the next turn, potentially, if he can grab the coins with the Fist Tech to get rid of that ship.
Yes, now we can already see those cards in hand. Getting armor, of course, that is going to help long term, though you do want to draw into something like Terror of the Seas a little bit earlier, especially if you have that many boats ready to ping damage onto the other side of the board. Cams decides to thin with Raiding Fleet. Out comes Roach for even more thinning, and we see Townsfolk getting its first ping there.
And when Roach appears, Knickers is not far behind. A really nice thin there. I'm not surprised to see that boat deleted from the face of existence, gaining a little bit of value because of the coin gain as well on Townsfolk. And now it feels like the failed experiment has served its purpose. The scary thing is going to be for Truski, how does he keep up in terms of just tempo here? Burner dropping onto the board and double discarding here is a lot of points and a lot of wide points. Is there a situation where Truski decides, I can't compete in this round, I am literally just going to pass and get out of here, or will he give these Shady Vendors? Because they're big cards to commit into a round you might not win. It looks like he's not ready to go anywhere just yet. Feels he can still get an out here.
Yeah, that is the problem taking Syndicate on blue. You really do need to stay ahead, and Cams has taken a list that provides quite a bit of tempo in round 1. Hasn't drawn into Carl, but it's clearly not necessary. You can just see those cards coming out as quickly as they can. Now, the thing is, both players here have a powerful short round. Truski and Cams play Golden Necker, but Cam's also has Magic Compass, which I feel gives him a tiny bit of an edge in a very, very short round. Trusky needs to make sure he has round control and he keeps it so Cams does not abuse that fact.
Wow, and you see there the Deranged Corsair hitting Shady Vendor all 3 times from that Cataclysm, leaving it with just a point left. You'd think that was good, but he hasn't got the Dim and Light Longship on board right now. I would be very surprised if we didn't see that drop down soon if he really feels like he wants to carry on with this. Is he going to spend with the Kalkstein to get rid of it? He is. I like that line from Trusky. The problem, of course, he is not ahead right now unless he spends again, which he decides to do. Keeps himself just ahead here.
Yes, he is adamant on continuing. Now, we see in his hand that he can't really play that many more cards. He can't really commit something like his Defender just yet. And Cams, on the other hand, can go down all the way to his Magic Compass. He'd be more than happy to do that if really necessary.
Interesting. Decides to target the Kalkstein itself here with it because, of course, it can't purify itself. Really nice there. Cam's trying to find the value. You're never going to kill it in that sense, but now it's at 3. He could decide a leader charge on that for extra points. It's completely worth it. But Trusky, happy to jam these leader abilities, wants to win this round, really doesn't want to lose on even, and this is a really, really difficult situation. The Fist Tech exists now. He could take the Fist Tech, there's no high poison value. Stolen Mutagens, however, in the next turn, if the failed experiment survives, could be worth it here. He's already ahead. Line of credit doesn't seem like it's worth taking for the extra coins without a spender on board. He takes the poison here. Love to see this. He's still ahead.
He's at least willing to bait Cams, telling him that he might have another poison in hand and Cam should take this into account. But that does not stop Cams from pushing. This is going to get very risky for Trusky. He is down on 4 cards. There's no turning back now. If he loses on even, Cams is able to get a double lot, say, if he plays his cards correctly.
He is. Now he's going to commit... I'd be stunned if he doesn't commit the mutagen here to self-poison, give himself the coins with the blue mutagen, and then transfer that poison. It is what he does, but it doesn't get him ahead, and that's the problem here. He is now behind by 3 points and a card down, and if you look at the options in his hand, they're not fantastic here. In terms of, he doesn't want to commit Golden Necker, he doesn't want to commit Azar Javed, and if he commits Conjurer's Candle, he's basically saying, I have to 2-0 you. Down 12 points, losing on even, and has spent a lot of that leader here. This is not amazing for Trusky unless he really wants to go in here and commit that Golden Necker, which would be very risky in this situation.
Oh yes, Golden Necker is almost the only real card he can play here. That Conjurer's Candle is a very awkward one if he isn't going into round 2. And it's not necessarily enough to give him the round either. I mean, if we look at Cam's hand, Cams can quite easily stay ahead here. Trusky is using everything he has, putting all of his eggs in that one townsfolk. And honestly, it's simply not enough.
Well, it's an interesting line. Now, normally, in a closed decklist scenario, if you didn't know this, well, you know it's Golden Necker now, so you know there's no toll removal that can deal with your townsfolk. He's constantly playing and boosting and boosting and boosting the one unit because it simply makes sense for him. He hasn't got to worry about super toll removal in this round. He has committed a lot to get into this situation here. But the candle on board now, if he loses on even from this spot, will be very, very tough for him. As we see Cams willingly staying. He may actually just drop this Heron Kaduk. He has. He's just saying, you know what? I can now drop the Tursak Skirmisher, sorry. I can literally play a discard unit, as we now see, gotta be the Azar Javed instead. Not what you want, really.
Yeah, this is extremely awkward. Trusky is using all of his lines here. He does not really have a lot going for him in the next round. If he doesn't take this one, he needs absolute control at this point. And I'm afraid he might play his Golden Necker. I think he's wagering that Cams might have some cards in hand that are awkward as well. We can see he has one, but does he need to use it to get ahead? The answer is no.
Well, this is going to be very interesting here. You can see one of the advantages of going for a 2-0, one of the reasons why it may not be the end of the world with the candle, is this list, of course, is Magic Compass and needs to thin well to be Magic Compass. This is a huge decision for Trusky here. If he commits the Golden Necker and finds the wrong cards, it's game over. If he finds Siri Nova, for example, and does it, he may still have a chance. But can he win the game from this position? He says he's going to have to find out. Cam's going to be delighted with the way this round 1 has just gone for him.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate to see if you are Truski. That is going to set you back by quite a bit. Taking Syndicate on blue simply wasn't enough to get ahead when playing against hyper-thin Skellige, essentially, and Cam's just keeps on drawing those cards. Doesn't even need Tempest anymore. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing that on the board, as Azar has already been played by Truski.
It has, and now you can see Cam's being in a situation. He's going to look at this and think, okay, Azar Javeda's gone. I have a lot of damage options still available to me. I don't really need to play here, effectively, because he's also taking carryover into this round. Could make it very, very awkward. If he takes a pass here, you still need 9 points if you're Truski on this pass. You have 1 coin available from leader, nothing in the pocket at all. So your own Ciri isn't going to be sufficient, which is the card you'd like to play. He can't just play the Ciri on a pass here, Truski, and take the carryover. It's really, really awkward for him in this spot. Everything working for Cams here so far, and again, this Syndicate list, considering how powerful it is, the lineup targeting is working so far.
Yeah, this is incredibly awkward. As you say, Truski can't just throw Ciri onto the board because that candle is already at 5 and it can't be spent. He's got a very awkward coin in his leader ability left.
I don't think he can... Is there a card that he can grab? Is he just going to have to play Ciri here and then play something else? He is literally going to have to do that. He's going to have to play 2 cards here. There is, other than Golden Necker, there was no single out, and he is deciding Golden Necker is more valuable. Cams right now should be feeling very, very good about this situation. So he might be taking 8 points across, but I believe that leaves Cams with triple last say in this situation here.
You are correct. Cams does have triple last say, which is, I don't really think it's possible to beat something like that.
I've seen it before. You just don't know for sure. Can both of these players avoid bricking their Golden Neckers, for instance? Right now, there is the possibility of bricks in those Golden Neckers.
Honestly, it's gonna take about 3 bricks on Cam's end for that Golden Necker to lose him the game. It's going really well for him. I think he's very happy. And yeah, Truski simply wasn't able to hold his own in round 1, leading to this unfortunate situation. So Truski now has to go first, which is why Cams has triple last say. And none of his cards are really that safe either. Cams is sitting on a lot of removal. And it's going to get a little bit scary here, seeing that he has all the time in the world to play them.
He does. Now, one of the things with Cam's list, there is a level of greed to Cam's list. It does only run the 1 artifact, I believe. So Golden Necker doesn't have another artifact to pick. He used it in that round 1 push. As a result, it is only going to grab 2 cards. He also hadn't found Bjorn or Terror of the Seas early while the boats existed. As a result, they are not playing for massive value, but because he can play a Golden Necker and get rid of 2 of the cards in his deck, the Magic Compass will find the card of its choice. There is a possibility Cams could even decide here to use Camby at some stage just before Truski plays his last card, if he waits and holds that Golden Necker.
Yeah, that would be rather unfortunate, to say the least. And yeah, we do see Carl coming down there. Like you say, Cams is thinning enough to be able to use the Magic Compass. He decides to finally go with his Golden Necker, and he's going to get only 2 cards, no artifact.
Does, but nice little pairing there. The Hammond manages to use movement and then get maximum value from the Tempest at least, allowing the removal of one of the Blenheim brothers. Absolutely lovely line, and has now sufficiently thinned as well, opening up the Magic Compass for himself. He can use that now at any point. This one is going to be tough, I think, but can Golden Necker the other side bring a win?
Well, we'll see Truski try. He is getting that morale out. We're going to see some nice poison there as well. Being able to use that, isn't going to be able to use it twice though, as he does not have enough on the board to trigger it twice. Does get the location though, a very nice way to transfer even more poison onto Cam's side of the board if he wants to get rid of those larger units.
Very much so. Now the downside, the drill, which is available in deck, he doesn't have it on board. He can find it, but can't find a crime card to go with it, so instead is going to be looking for as much value as possible in those poisons. You can see the failed experiment that's been taken does have morale here and does have access to a fist tech, for example. It's still a possibility here. This is still not over and done with. 7 coins available, a spender offensively in Horson's Freak Show. A real potential. This could be quite scary here, and Truski, even a few cards down, is not completely out of this yet.
Yeah, Truski even used his leader there to taunt Cams just a little bit, which is always funny to see. He can take out Koro right now, so that's going to take away from any further discard value. He's ahead by quite a bit, which is funny.
He's 30-0 ahead if you consider the next card, with 9 coins to potentially spend with this Freak Show if he decides to pull that fist tech here. He's gaining coins constantly from Roland. This may actually be terrifying. I think Freak Show has to be killed here.
I want to see Cam be right about now. That's what I'm hoping for here. Cam's going for that magic compass.
Is it going to be? Cam be here, can he? Can't. He could. Cam be here.
It has to be.
No,
I'm disappointed.
It's always going to be Fukusha.
My night's ruined.
It would have been hilarious. It may have. You joke. Camby could unironically have been correct there, because it would have prevented the next turn and denied all of the value from the coins and the poison. Camby here would have traded for something like 20 points. I'm not unsure that that wasn't correct, but probably too me and probably just me desperately wanting to see Camby. Instead, we see the Fukusha pairing it there and grabbing the Hammond back, I believe, to move the Freak Show, disable the spending, which is huge. And instead, we see that Sea Jack will come down, jam for a lot of points, and there is a massive gap here. 19 points needed, but it should be clean and clear here, and I think Cams will be okay and should just about take this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. He has a lot of large targets he can take out with the Terror of the Seas. Playing Darren on the melee row for a solid 8 points. Really, yeah, you can see he is 3 cards ahead almost at this point. And Cams takes round 1, takes his Scaliger list through on red coin.
He does indeed. And a lot of that came down to that round 1. Slightly unfortunate hand going on blue coin there for Truski. Maybe it's a versatile list. He feels could have gone either way, and perhaps was just hoping to sneak it through against something in real time, knowing that Cams had targeted this, hoping to avoid certain matchups, feeling he had a shot. Missing those Blenheim brothers in round 1 was rough. And then every time he tried to just get far enough ahead, Cams kept reining him in and was really, really efficient with his point usage there. Kept himself in a position where he was always just 1 point ahead. Really great, especially when he could take his own Siri carryover, leaving Truski no chance. I think if he manages to find an out in a single card in that round 2 rather than having to double spend, Truski could have had a serious chance there.
Yeah, Truski winning, losing this on blue was very unfortunate for him, but he still has 2 more chances to take a list like Syndicate through on blue. It's not the end of the world. I'm sure next up we are likely going to see one of his red coin lists like that of Monsters, and now it is Cam's time to take something through on blue coin instead.
I'd still prefer his Monsters list on blue personally, just because you want to double thin with that with the stratagem. He could use it on red and try and go that way because no Erendite. I think the Syndicate list is what I expect him to try and take. I'm not so sure. I think he's going to desperately try and get this through, but against Cams that's going to be really tough. And now you're weighing that up like we discussed yesterday. Do you aim for as many match wins, or do you look at the big picture and say, I really, really need to win the series? This is going to be tough, because Cams will be very happy with the position he's in right now. He is now going himself onto blue coin, and he's content with the lists he's got to get through. Maybe he brings his Syndicate now.
Yes, the thing is, if you are facing Syndicate, that Monsters list on red has Yerden, which is a very nice card to be able to point slam, but Cams might be predicting that and instead going for his mid-range list, which is the Squirter Elves list, which is nicely going to dodge a lot of that Yerden value. Both players have to weigh up what the other one is probably going to be committing now. and that is going to make a difference. And we could see a square tile v square tile even. Honestly, anything is possible at this point.
It is indeed. And one of the things, these players knew heady heights, really. None of the players remaining have won an Open before. And you are correct, he has decided to take that monster list. And Cam's bringing his square tile list through, his syndicate list. He feels he wants to get this one through here. It's cool, this is going to be interesting. Has got the Yerden as well. This might be tough for Cams. It is really going to be who gets their syndicate list through, huh?
Oh, for sure. And I can absolutely see why Trusky is taking this line. He can really greed with this list. He doesn't really have to worry about removal when half your cards need to be removed. And he does have a buyer in this list, making it possible to proc some of his Deathwish cards a second time. His hand's looking very nice. Drawing into that Brewers Ritual round 1 is definitely something you want to see, and it's going to provide you a lot of tempo against Syndicate. Is Cams going to face the same fate as Trusky?
I love this line. Cams has decided, I know you don't run direct removal. I can literally drop my Tunnel Drill and protect it and pretty much guarantee myself round 1. In fact, doesn't even need to protect it because he knows nothing can hurt it right now. That is very curious.
Okay, and we do see Brewers Ritual coming out. Of course, Trusky is simply greeting it. It can't be locked. It's just going to stay there for the time being. Now, that can take out some Deathwish cards. It gets removed. Trusky might be okay with that. He basically did the removal for him. Here we see a Succubus coming out onto the board as well as a Foglet, which is going to do about 10 points altogether if you're able to trigger that Fog on the range row.
Yeah, a lot of value there. The pulling them out in the opposite row feels pretty great, obviously, from the Brewers. That's the difficulty. You want to use the drill, but you're constantly giving your opponent value when you do with those Death Wishes. So the excess spend from Cam's not necessary. He could have tried to spread some of the value, damage each of them once because he played a crime card. Decided he didn't need to do that just yet. He is on blue coin, has the versatility to do that at some point, and will now look for other spending options instead.
And Cans is not yet ahead here. Might have to use that stratagem at some point. The thing is, he is definitely going to have to start poisoning some units if he wants to gain more crime coins for that tunnel drill. Though it's going to be difficult to find worthy targets, seeing that all of them are Deathwish units and will bite back the moment you get rid of them.
Yeah, they most definitely will. It's a little bit of a sort of a scary option, really, when you're fighting into Deathwish, having that issue. Trusky was very confident about this list. If there were no locks, he felt like it was great. The Yerden took him to another level. Unless you could get that proactive push, he will be very happy himself to see Drill come out this early. But until now, poison would have been a problem because you can just consume the unit and lose all of that poison value. Now the failed experiment sits on board, you can single cycle a poison, so even if you're hitting a Deathwish unit, you're not completely losing the value of that poison, you're at least removing the card.
Yeah, Cam's very carefully only pinging away some points on those Deathwish cards, not actually killing them. Trusky has quite a few consumes in hand, and he's definitely going to start playing them unless he wants to commit some of his larger gold cards, which are not yet necessary. We do see that card coming out, the Andrega Warrior spawning another drone as well. Again, Cams is behind by a few points here.
He is, but he'll be okay with that. It's not terrifying, it's not too far. And we see Javed drop down now to grab that little bit of extra power and just push himself ahead. He's not going to need it in this matchup, instead keeping the coins. The hand for Trusky gets a little bit more awkward as you progress down. Giving Yerden this early allows Cams the freedom of not worrying about it. You don't want to be giving Haunt and the Arrakis Queen's target. You could grab a Succubus, but it isn't really your ideal. Certainly right now, Detlef would be sort of more preferred, if you like. So it becomes more and more awkward. He has 2, maybe 3 more turns here of cards. He's comfortable to play. Similarly for Cams, though, he can drop the Kolkstein. He's not worried about Purifies later. Can just drop that. The Royal Decree, very easy, and could use the poisons as a single cycle if he really wants to. So Cams can push a little bit deeper into this round without it getting awkward. Something we saw in the matchup previously as well that worked in his favour quite a lot.
Now we do see Trusky go for his tutor option, the Whispering Hillock, of course, pulling out that Death Wish Siren, one of the few Death Wish cards he can afford to play right now. Getting another Succubus is definitely not something you want to do just yet, as Adrenaline hasn't been triggered, and playing one will now give it Doomed, basically destroying your combo for later rounds. Of course, like you mentioned, Aracha's Queen can get another Succubus, but is that the target Trusky is going for? It's not necessarily something he wants to commit at this point, and we see Cams putting the poison down onto the board, making the most out of the crime, and getting some tunnel drill pings out at the same time.
Yeah, he does get those tunnel drill pings out at the same time. He's left the Indraga Warrior there, potentially threatening, effectively saying to Trusky, yes, I'm leaving this, even though it's not a Death Wish. I killed the Death Wish unit and let this boost. I have enough poisons for you to suffer here. Trusky now is going to have to be looking, can I deal with this? Can I keep fighting here? Do I have the 8 points I need? Knowing potentially a single poison could be a real problem for me. We know there is one in hand, and the Royal Decree could grab the potential for more, whether that is through Gellert Blenheim or trying to find morale, high rolls from the Shady Vendors. Lots of different ways in this list, and Trusky will be aware of that. He will be looking at his hand right now and thinking, can I really afford to keep committing here?
I think Trusky wouldn't simply opt out of this round just yet. Unfortunately, some of those cards are definitely awkward, to say the least. You don't want to be playing Haunt yet, as it's not going to be doing anything. Yerden is not an option either, and he does just go for the Indraga Warrior.
Interesting, because no, it doesn't get him ahead here, and it gives an even taller poison target here for Cams now. Cam's going to be considering, I have a pass. I've been offered a pass right now. Do I take the bait, or do I use this Royal Decree? The Royal Decree could be huge here if he decides to give Gellert Blenheim and self-poison his failed experiment.
That is true, though Trusky does have more consume options, which is one of the nice things you have in Death Wish. If he really wants to, he can just consume that Indraga Warrior a second time, as long as Cams isn't able to double poison in the same turn.
Yeah, that's why he definitely would poison his own failed experiment first and then hold. Use the Fist Tech in the following turn, and he is going for the Decree. Is it going to be for that? He takes the Siri instead. He's reading the hand, and he is deciding, you know what? I don't think you want to play here. Really interesting line from Cams, and I like this. He doesn't need to worry about it. He's confident in his hand situation. He was left ahead. He feels Trusky was offering him a pass. Now he is going for it. He wants to take that extra bit of carryover. It's a brave line, because he doesn't really have a hand that he wants to play at this point. The poison is redundant unless he's going to use it to pair the tunnel drill for extra damage.
Yes, Trusky's sitting with some awkward options now. Honestly, the only line of play I can see is using Aracha's Queen. If he's not prepared to commit Aracha's Queen, he has to get out of the round. Because the Kalino Harpy is not enough to get him ahead. And he's also now dealing with a Resilient card on Cam's end of the board. So, ooh, that is interesting.
That
and
is a
awkward.
big spend here. Gives the Yerden and once again says, okay, I am now in a situation. Cams here can keep playing if he chooses to, because now using that poison and threatening that it exists, even pairing if he chooses to spend with this tunnel drill could be huge, and he does choose to spend with the tunnel drill. And he full spends with that tunnel drill. This round belongs to Cams here. He doesn't even pretend that he has a second poison or needs it. Punches the Indraga Warrior as well. That will feel very good for Cams here. Takes the carryover, takes the round. Expensive using that tunnel drill, but he gets the Yerden, so now he isn't worried about the reset value. He can go as tall as he wants if he chooses to.
Yes, that was a very interesting play there from Trusky, deciding to throw Yerden away, essentially, as it played for little to nothing. Cams has a brilliant hand here and has the control. He can decide whether he wants to push into this round here or give Trusky a longer round. Now, Trusky's very happy with the short round, in all honesty. His deck is set up for it. He really just needs to get that Succubus combo going, or he could even go for the short round Arajas Detlef combination. And Cams passes. Cams says, you know what? My long round is more synergistic than yours. You benefit from a short round point slam, and I'm not going to give you that value.
And that is exactly what's happening here, as we see now the Bridge Troll dropped. if he leaders the Bridge Troll, will the Death Wish boost it? Because it's creating and spawning a unit. I'm not sure exactly the order that takes place, and I'm not sure Trusky is sure of that ordering either. He decides just to play, has to play both cards here. Technically the Giant Toad is carryover, so he does take that extra value, but I don't think the leader ability would have ended up boosting the Ekimara that spawned. So an interesting choice there. Ends up now giving away, effectively double last say, the Siri line from Cams in round 1. Absolutely huge here. Of course, the Yerden that was thrown in round 1, not as crucial as against some of the Syndicate lists we've seen, because Cams is one of the few players not running any Townsfolk. He's a little bit more aggressive with this list.
Yeah, I think Trusky knew that wouldn't have worked, but none of the other cards got him ahead, really, which was problematic. So he had to commit 2 cards. At least he is getting the Giant Toad as carryover, has an extra consume now. Honestly, can't be unhappy if you're Trusky. You've got all your win cons in hand except for Yerden, and you have so many ways to pull them off. I'm curious to see how much poison is going to take effect here.
Yes, can you find value? It's still a difficult situation to find as much value as you want from poisons, simply because of the number of consumes. As you rightly pointed out, there are already 2 on board and a further 2 leader charges as well. Then the Chiron, impossible to poison, of course, this Chiron. And now, I mean, you know the answer here. He's going to have to consume that. There's no situation where he doesn't choose to consume that with either a leader charge or his Desert Banshee. I'd be really surprised if Trusky allows that card to be sacked. But he's got to weigh up his consumes, right? Because of these, because of the Succubus, you want to find as much value for as long as possible with them.
Of course, the thing is just you need to set up those engines as quickly as possible because they're also going to play for massive value. I don't know if Trusky's necessarily going to bite here because Cams might just poison the next bigger target instead. And Trusky just leaves the Barghest on the board, says, I don't need you.
He does, and we see an early Golden Necker here, setting up everything he can. Does find the Salamandra Lackey, which doesn't feel amazing. That Morale does not have a shield, by the way. That is, so you don't need to worry about that. You can now see that isn't the case. Not the best Golden Necker here. Only 1 Salamandra unit, so again, Stolen Mutagens, unfortunately only playing its first option, not playing a second here. And then the Salamandra Hideout, which is pretty good as well. But that Lackey, not playing for a great deal. Effectively just a 4, purifying nothing.
Yes, it is an unfortunate pull. It's still a nice card to have in your deck as an option, but I'm sure that was not the pick there for Cams. He does get a lot of value though, and getting that hideout is certainly going to provide him with all the poison he needs to take out that Barghest. And there goes 11 points on Trusky's side, but does he care? He has a Racha's Queen ready to go, and he can create another Detlef or Succubus. Which will it be?
Goes for the Detlef, makes perfect sense here, and he can wait a turn. He knows the Arrakis Queen isn't going to go anywhere, and if it does, it can't be locked, crucially. It can't be locked, it can't be Heatwave, so you're going to find the value from it. Even if your opponent removes it, you're fine with this, as we see the Succubus now. I love the little tweak to this, taking it to Adrenaline 4. At the start of the season, I felt like Succubus would end up being very, very good into a list somewhere. It's really nice to see this come back into meta.
Oh, for sure. It's just brilliant. And he still has Doldulok as well that is able to create another Succubus. And I am pretty sure that's going to play for a lot of points. Karen being able to consume 3 cards at once and having immunity is also a big play here. And it's very nice to see Trusky drawing into those cards. Now, Cams doesn't really have any more poison set up here for the time being. He is sort of running out of big combos, but it is not done just yet. He still has a pocket full of coins, all of his leader charges, and he is going to be slamming those cards onto the board in these last 4 turns.
He is. One of the things he's going to need to do is find a way to spend some of these coins so that when he drops his Conjurer's Candle, he doesn't overspend effectively, as that is an ever-present danger. Didn't manage to find the Freak Show, which he would have been looking for from that Golden Necker. Doesn't, okay, he just jams it. He is not worried. He loses all of the 5 profit from Conjurer's Candle there and says, you know what, I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to try and play around and try and find Shady Vendor into something that can create into an Eventide Plunder. I'm just going to sack the coins off.
Yeah, that is unfortunate as Camps doesn't really have another spender at this very moment, so decides to go for the candle instead. Trusky now probably needing to play that Dull Do Lock, as it also has an order ability that he will want to use in the next turn. Now, what is he going to pick is the question. Is he going to go for that extra Succubus?
He's got to. I'd be very surprised if he goes for something other than the Succubus, honestly. He goes for the Chimera. He's spreading his points. He's worried about Consumes, maybe. Trying to just take that out instead. He still had, I think he had enough Consumes to do that. Maybe I'm wrong. He's still got 3 Consumes available, and he is worried about the Detlef, so I can see the logic there. The Chimera is a nice pick.
It is an interesting pick for sure. For a moment there, I almost thought he was going to be targeting those drones, but instead just used it to consume Succubus. Well, if we look at it logically, Araja's Queen still has a Succubus, though he has 2 leader charges left, and Karen has 3 consumes, so he has more than enough consumes actually to make this work, which makes Chimera an interesting pick, as you said.
It does, and you can see now Trusky just making his final decisions here. Exactly how does he do this? The Doldilok, not going to be clickable. You're not going to get those extra couple of points there from the drones. As we see Kyron come down, we know what it's going to consume. It gives you the new Detlef twice. And a really nice play there, and we will see that Succubus jump out again. A huge point gap here, and the most points sat immune. Can the poison be found from this Shady Vendor? It is going to be massive here. The self-poison or removal from this failed experiment is a possibility. You can spend the 4 coins and you can ship it out onto one of these 10s. But is that going to be enough? It's such a huge gap here. Trusky absolutely slamming cards.
Yeah, I actually completely forgot that Trusky decided to consume Detlef instead of Succubus, making that Chimera play absolutely brilliant, as he got to consume everything the right amount of times. Beautiful to see, but quite the gap here that Cams is going to have to breach. He has a lot of coins left, Lionheart. He has a lot of coins. He also has the Shady Vendor, which can give him quite a bit of options. And it's going to be closer than we think.
It is, and he's really maximizing these here. This time, he did get double value on that stolen mutagen. Not only did he get to play it twice, but both Blenheim brothers are on the board. So each time a poison exists, he's gaining 2 coins. Even when he uses Gellert to spend 1, it is net positive in coin spend. All of a sudden, a near 50-point gap has evaporated to 20. And with 7 coins in the pocket, as well as possibly a poison, this could just be in reach here. But this, Cam's doing all of his calculations now. I'm assuming he probably goes... He goes range row, fishes. Ooh.
That hurts. That hurts.
Takes eavesdrop for maximum coin value instead here, trying to get as much as he can. But I don't think it's going to be sufficient. It's so close here. But the not having a spender here has hurt. Cams now gets another 2 coins, but they're not enough. And he just misses. That came down to such fine margins. Oh my word, literally it's a 50-50. If he finds a different card there from that Shady Vendor, he could have taken it. Wow, 1-1, both players on the board. I think we're in for a long one again here.
Yeah, I think Cams isn't too happy with that Shady Vendor, as it could have gotten a potential stolen mutagen. Stolen mutagen would have given him the option to do another poison, get more coins. I think it would have been enough, actually, and you could just see him shaking his head there, as it just wasn't the card he found. But a great game there for Trusky, getting that monsters list through on red. Both players bringing those peculiar lists through. Scalagan monsters. We're left now with Syndicate and Squirtle.
We are, for both players. Trusky was very confident into that matchup. I think it was very, very close. Cam's navigating his round 1s perfectly so far. Pressing exactly when he needs to, has felt very confident. Played those really well and taken his passes nicely. That last round there, it came down to the finest of margins, and literally any one other card, there were several other cards he could have grabbed potentially. If he finds the other poison, for instance, if he'd gone melee row from that Shady Vendor, finds damage for extra coins as well, could potentially have done it for him, or just had any kind of spender, and Eventide Plunder even could have been sufficient. The 4 coins remaining in his pocket when he loses by 4, It's so difficult, but this is one of the things you can do against Syndicate. You can punish what it does well if it can't do it.
I mean, absolutely. And yeah, Shady Vendor, normally you don't expect too much RNG to play a role there, as there are only so many 5 provision special cards in Syndicate you can grab. But yeah, it just wasn't enough there. It would have been exceptionally close if it was. But now we've got Truski on blue coin, and he can take a Syndicate list, or he can take Square Tile. He tried Syndicate once, it wasn't good enough, didn't have enough tempo. Is he going to try it again, or is he going to go for a completely different approach?
It's going to be interesting. I wouldn't be too surprised at a Syndicate mirror here. Or honestly, every option is viable. Cams was confident with his card, with each deck on basically any coin. He felt like each of them could go wherever he wanted them, if he needed to, with the exception probably of that Skellige list, simply because of the extra. But even then, he felt confident to use it on both. Truski here, his lists, in theory, should be more teched. But honestly, he's versatile. I think you want this Square Tile list for consistency. I think he wants to take this on blue, simply because that Curse Scroll, the Saskia into round 1, knowing it's very, very difficult in Cam's list to deal with her, should secure him the round. So I feel that should be what he takes. But this whole series, who can get the Syndicate list through? We've seen how powerful it is and how consistent it is, how strong it is on ladder. But it is very targetable in these tournaments, as these players are demonstrating. The players who have gone for it and aimed at Syndicate are the ones remaining right now.
Of course, that's exactly what they did, and they dodged those units perfectly. So it's ironic seeing Syndicate struggling to go through here. Both players tried once, both have failed. And honestly, you love to see Skellige and Monsters being able to stop Syndicate dead in their tracks. Let that be a lesson for all of you at home. You are able to build unique decks in order to counter the meta.
Most definitely, and I love to see it. And Truski again saying, I will get this through. I am going to play my Syndicate list. I want to give it as many chances as possible, and a much better looking round 1 hand for him here. Has now found his townsfolk, both of them. Has grabbed Siri as well. No Blenheim brothers, but still 2 mulligans left to maybe find them. On the other side, though, Cams does have the scenario if he chooses to jam it. No Vanadane access for him, though, is not the best.
Yeah, Cam's not having a Vanadane is going to hurt quite a bit, as he does have Alyssa on his setup. Unlike that of Truski, who just decided to leave Alyssa at home for the day. But yeah, Truski having some poison targets here might be difficult to find, obviously, because Square Tile is a Swarmy mid-rangey list. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Cams just jam that scenario onto the board as quickly as possible. It's one of the fastest ways to provide tempo if you're going to be playing elves.
It is indeed, and you can see there, Truski drops this down now. A townsfolk doesn't worry about protecting it. There is no setup other than exponential, like full leader into Yavin that kills this, and the odds Cams feels the need to do that so little, it would be such a massive commitment here. Truski happily reads the open decklist situation very, very well, and a slow start from Cams. He doesn't have to press here and aggressively force an attempt at winning on even, and his hand probably doesn't allow him to either, honestly, so he will try and see what he can get. As you pointed out, Elves doesn't mind facing poison, because nothing's that tall. You don't actually get that much value. It's all about when the drill drops, and if you can get it when it's convenient for you, or convenient for your opponent.
And we see Truski just playing both townsfolk onto the board in round 1, saying, you are not going to tempo ahead of me today. I'm playing both of my 6 provision bronzes, which is quite the commitment, actually. If you look at this sort of list with this leader ability in particular. Now we see Red deciding here, is he using Maxi to get a better look at his potential in round 2?
He is indeed. So you can see he's missing his Aneromancy the entire game, but will draw into Vanadane in the next round, and Venosiel will find Alyssa in the final, into the final set of mulligans, if he keeps this the same here. If he decides to keep that the same, they are his options. It's not a bad set of cards to be drawing into, honestly. A Waylay that he can hold and then decide to mulligan away, or with the Vanadane effectively. It's not terrible in terms of draws. He probably chooses to keep that here.
And Trusky now having the option to perhaps poison up Maxi at 6 points might be one of his best targets actually. He's holding back with the stratagem, doesn't feel like he needs it just yet. Also no Cams is rocking Heatwave, and there are only so many targets you can use Heatwave on, one of them being Tunnel Drill of course, and we do see that poison coming down on Maxi and the townsfolk both boosting.
Yeah, very much so. It's going to be, it's all about the setup, right, in this list. It's all about what you use and when you use it. Trusky doesn't need to give a massively tall unit right now, doesn't need to do that because he's playing into potential lose conditions. Now he can boost the one that was damaged if he decides to do so, and balance those points out. In the open deckless scenario, it's one of the things that works so well. In the series that went just before us, Kerberton, when he wins, it's because he doesn't then use all of his coins and maximize the amount of spend using the candle to protect a drill, knowing that the only way it would have been removed anyway was a heat wave. It would have cost in the game if he'd done it, but open deckless, these players know better.
And we see Trusky using the Eventide Plunder to get himself a little bit of a spender there. Cams passes, says he's not committing a single card this round. He's keeping all of that for round 2 or 3. Now, will Trusky want to go into round 2, or will he force Cams into a long round 3 so he potentially overswarms? This is obviously one of the plays you can use against a deck like Elves, because they do run out of space rather fast if they get all of their cards to survive.
They can. One of the things that will be really nice for Trusky here, round control for this Syndicate list, especially in this matchup, is pretty big. The reason for that simply is you get to choose when you drop this Tunnel Drill and if you protect it and how you protect it. In that long round, knowing that this list hasn't got any of the setup yet for Simlas, for instance, it's going to struggle to answer the Azarjabed. It's going to have a hard time doing that. As a result, you know your defenders have a good shot at surviving. It could be really, really interesting here if Trusky decides to force a lot out of Cams and then Tunnel Drill. Dropping this Blenheim brother, he may well be very, very happy here to be going for a soft push.
It could be a soft push, yeah. It could also just be bait to get that scenario out. Blenheim brother is commitment for sure. I think we'll see within the next card whether Trusky is really going for it or just slowly getting rid of those cards.
And there it is. The defender is now down, and I think we know the next card that will be dropping, if these don't get dealt with, likely to be the Tunnel Drill. Going to be awkward now for Cams. Has to make a decision. Doesn't necessarily want to give the Vanadane so early. Wants to sort of pair that with the Feigned Death, ideally, if he can, so he can get that extra bit of value from that in that final turn. Too early to give the Yavin, but could honestly decide to Yavin and kill one of these Scarabs now. It would be a weird line, but not the worst line in the world if he decides to do it. Does also have another Purify available as well.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily want to drop a Vanadane just yet either, because it can be removed potentially. It's normally something you want to play and proc that last scenario tick to get out the extra waylay. But Trusky here playing Tunnel Drill, he is not giving Cams a chance to respond here. And we both know what's going to be happening next.
We do, and I think this is Trusky really, really aiming for this. He could decide to Golden Necker here. If he decides to Golden Necker, he wants to find a crime card. All of the specials in his deck remaining are, in fact, crime cards. And better yet, he even has the right number of Salamanders to make Stolen Mutagens great value. If he goes for this, he knows that the Tunnel Drill probably dies. It's going to be removed because he knows Heatwave probably exists. Is he going to do it? What's his decision here?
Alright, and he decides to go for the Shady Vendor. What's going to give him the most coins, as that will allow him to use Tunnel Drill as much as possible. Is he going to empty the coins in his pocket? Is he going to clear the board?
He doesn't clear the board entirely, but he does decide to get rid of those tokens there. And I can completely understand why. It makes sense. The Elven Deadeyes have the Bandit tag, are additional elves as well. Lots of value then, a huge swing. Also locks Cams into an awkward spot, because he has to find a way to kill this Tunnel Drill. But Heatwave's really slow. It doesn't have any units on its own side. It just plays for 7, giving Trusky a nice little bit of gap here.
Of course, and Trusky doesn't need to hold on to that tunnel draw forever. He still has other options up his sleeve, like that of course Sun Freak Show. We see the other Blenheim brother being dropped onto the board, and now he has a pretty powerful engine that needs to be dealt with. Is he going to start playing some of his control options now and try and get rid of those brothers is the question.
True, and the Vanadane here could be a little problematic. He's going for the Yavin instead. If he plays the Vanadane, he can only get rid of the Waylay. He doesn't want to put any of the other 3 cards to the bottom of his deck because he knows that he is not going to be finding what he's looking for in terms of a Neuromancy. Any card he puts to the bottom of his deck here, he never sees again. Vanadane, as a result, not going to be creating 2 Waylays, just the 1. So that extra 1 created from Feigned Death going to be really crucial for him here if he decides to use it in this round.
Yes, Trusky is clearly taking advantage of the fact that Cam's hand might be awkward, and it is, as we can see, you don't really want to play those cards right now. Simlas and Vanadane, they don't really have the correct setup as of yet. Trusky does play his carryover though, continues to spend on the Blenheim brother as well. He's ahead by not a lot, but still it's enough in order to bleed Cam's, and I think Cam's next play is going to be very telling of what he has in his hand.
It is. Are we going to see? And he does just go for the 1. Doesn't get him ahead, crucially. He isn't ahead from that play. We can't see Trusky's reaction here, but you would imagine Trusky would have seen just the 1 card changing. He will now have him sat on a pretty stacked hand. Could make the decision. Can I get enough value out of you having spent so much? Is this my moment to pass? Because I've left you with full setup. I know you haven't set your Simlas up yet. I haven't seen the Alyssa. I haven't seen any of those things yet. Or can I push here as a result, knowing your hand might be awkward?
The problem is that Simlas in round 3 still plays for quite a bit, and Trusky decides to go for the pass though, places Cams in the position of having to play another awkward card here.
Very much, and honestly, unless he's going to give the Golden Necker, which isn't ideal, the Horseman's Freak Show is slow tempo with no coins. Throwing bank on the board, hoping you might find something, is difficult. He'd have loved to have found this Conjurer's Candle, for example, into this round here. Didn't find it. Is going to be hoping that Golden Necker pulls it out as that versatile spender.
Yes, and we see Cam's playing Free Company, which is rather awkward. It's definitely something you want to keep for later. Does find Vernasil, however, does find Alyssa, can put those cards back in the deck for Simlas. The thing is, Simlas just needs to be able to target units, that is. We'll see if Trusky puts his units on the board first. He doesn't really have much of a choice here, but that Golden Necker is going to be a very satisfying play. Going to bring out a lot of very crucial cards here in round 3.
It is. It's a 50-50 whether he finds the Candle or the Hideout. He does have 3 different crime cards as well. A Stolen Mutagens, Eventide Plunder to create, and a Fistek. Units between the Shady Vendor and the Kolkstein. Big difference which one of those you get. Oh, Morale being sort of moved to the range row, that Vrya Dragoon. He chose not to shuffle with Maxi. The order came out the same. Got lucky refinding the Venosil though.
Absolutely. Yeah, Vernasil likely going to be played. Well, we'll see. Probably as a final play there. But yeah, the movement on the Morale, very nice. It is, of course, row lock to the melee and can't be pushed a second time. So we do see the location coming out, providing Trusky with even more poison if he wishes to use it.
Instead goes for the Purify because he's coin searching. Got really lucky with that bank there. Finding that at the very top guarantees Conjurer's Candle instead from Golden Necker, which feels really nice. He gets both, and he went from having a serious coin op problem to actually over-profiting here with this Freak Show. And now he's just going full spend and removing. Really nice.
That Lucky has become a very popular play, actually, just purifying for pure coin value, really. And we see Simlas finally coming down there, going to be taking out that Horse on Freak Show for sure. Hoping Trusky doesn't have other spenders. Of course, we know Trusky is still sitting on Golden Necker, so that's not the case.
No, it's not. And that's a decent-sized swing. Oh, it is the Kolkstein. Okay, it is the Kolkstein that he finds. Not ideal. Does find the Fistek to finish the poison, though. And now, see, the way that's just functioned again, he's lost so many coins here. He was already at a full pocket of coins when the candle drops. So that's already 5 coins lost. If he'd found the Shady Vendor instead of the Kolkstein, he would have managed to gain not only another crime card, which would have felt fantastic for him, but not over-profited and managed to keep those extra coins. So he's going to be a little bit disappointed at losing that 50-50, I think.
Yeah, but it's good to see the pro players make the same mistake I do over and over again. Makes me feel better about myself, constantly drawing into that candle and over-profiting. You hate it when that happens. Now, Cams has quite a few cards set up here, and Isengrim is going to be boosting the whole lot of those elves. Trusky does have that spender, but he needs to calculate very carefully so he doesn't end up with coins wasted. That candle, of course, can't just be used for 1 or 2 coins. It goes up every time you use it.
It does. This is going to be very, very close here. There are 2 Salamandra units. Stolen Mutagens is going to give value for both, but the failed experiment is on cooldown 3 now, meaning it will not be able to re-poison if used here. There are 8 coins to spend. The poison is across and moved because the Salamander hideout did it, and the Conjurer's Candle, that is huge for Trusky here. Trusky takes that through, and you can see Cams is devastated here because that's the list he really, really needed to stop in this situation. A massive win for Trusky in that situation.
Yes, very nicely calculated. Even with the over-profiting on the candle, Trusky was able to make that work. Carefully got rid of all the targets with the Deadeyes, making Vernasil and Isengrim worth less points at the end of the day. Beautifully played by Trusky, and now he can take a sigh of relief. Only has to take Squirtle through now, and Cam still has to take his Syndicate list and Squirtle through.
He does, and that is really big. You could see there how Cams felt when that list went through. He was hoping he'd done enough. The setup was really nice for him, but losing that round 1, the awkward hand, not being able to take control of that, becoming very difficult. Wasn't all high roll for Trusky, as you point out. He lost probably 10 plus points in the over-profiting over the course of that final round. Still comes out clear, ending up winning that. I think that could be absolutely huge, but it is not over yet. Trusky now going in. He has got to take this Scoia'tael list through, and it's a good list. There's so much power in it. The Saskia, the Mysteries of Loch Fee, and all of the movement synergy, and there's even an Igni. This definitely is the open of Geralt. We've seen Axii, Igni, and Jurten so far, if I'm not mistaken. Not what you were expecting before the deck lists, I don't think.
Yes, but it is those cards you weren't expecting that is making it through to the finals, right? And Trusky has a very interesting Squirtle list as well. Decided he thinks it's better not to have Alyssa in his list. He doesn't rely on Alyssa, and I love to see it, honestly. I think it's going to make a huge difference in the outcome here. We'll see if it bites him or if it benefits him at the end of the day. And now Cams has to decide which list he wants to take through on blue and which he wants to take through on red. So far, it seems Syndicate has been played on blue coin here by both players. Cams might just do it again, thinking it has the best chance of pulling him through. Also with the poisons, might get some value there with some of the bigger targets that the Mysteries of Loch Fee gives you on deploy.
Yeah, quite possibly. Could decide that that is his best option here. The Scoia'tael v Scoia'tael matchup would be a difficult one. He does have access to a heat wave for that scenario with the Scoia'tael matchup. Could make me think he leans to take that on blue and tries to bully and fight that way instead. I don't think we're going to have to guess much longer, though. These players aren't going to be waiting around. We're going to be going straight in, and we do see it is Syndicate. Cam's determined to try and get this through on blue, hoping that on red coin he can win that way around. Not the best opening hand. Can he pull this off and make it to his first ever final, or will Trusky be the one that commits that feat?
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Trusky's not playing your average Squirtle list, and I really want to see how he decides to operate it. He definitely doesn't simply want to give Cams round control. He wants that Igni to play for as many points as possible. He also wants to be able to slam his cards when necessary. He doesn't have Saskia in hand, though, which would have provided for quite a bit of round 1 tempo. Mrs. Saskia might have to take a different approach then.
He may well do, but does have that Vanadane. He feels the Vanadane is great with the Simless here, even without the option, as you say, of the Alyssa, meaning he doesn't really want to use those waylays. He wants to create them at the last or at a convenient moment, shuffle them away and use them that way instead. A second time, we are seeing Tunnel Drill dropped onto the board here, ready to go, saying, you know what, I don't believe you can remove me. I know it's an open deck list. I know Igni is your choice instead of the Heat Wave. I'm going to set this up and win. One thing that could cause Cam serious problem. We saw Roach jump out to the same row. He knows Igni exists. He has to be very mindful what he plays on the rows, because both Knickers still exists. Best Boy could end up being not man's best friend, but Cam's worst nightmare if it jumps to a row and opens up an Igni.
That is very true. And if Trusky just drawed a little bit better here, Vanadane in combination with Simlas wouldn't have been the worst way to take out the Tunnel Drill slowly but surely. Because right now, no cards are surviving with Tunnel Drill on the board. It is just so awkward. Cams, on the other hand, is going to have to start boosting that range throw even more, making it more and more close to a possible Igni. Trusky also has movement on his side, which he will use if necessary in order to trigger that removal.
And it's very true. We see now, you do see this here. He's just played the Vanadane, and Cams will be aware that this is a pass. He knows that Trusky doesn't want to play in this situation because the Vanadane has been dropped, the Waylays can't really be used, makes his hand slightly awkward, commits his own Siri instead. Knickers thins perfectly, spreads the other way. If Knickers had jumped to the range row here, Igni would have been activated. If Knickers had gone the other way, the Igni was a possibility and would have killed Drill. But what can Trusky do now? I feel this is where he wants to pass, even though you don't want to give the round up, but it becomes pretty awkward in that situation if he does that, giving the carryover, having got nothing that he wants really here.
Yeah, it is rather awkward here for Trusky. Has to decide if he's willing to go a few cards down though. I can see him catching up, even going down all the way to 4 to get last say. It's a possibility depending on whether Cams is going to give Trusky the pass here or not. Trusky goes for the Cat Witch's Saboteur. Mulva will not come out because he decided just to get rid of that shield and not actually move Suri.
Interesting, so he decides to damage the Siri's shield, saying to Cams, you know I have Waylays in hand, I'm going to chip away at your carryover instead. Maybe a single Waylay, I can use leader charges now and find the extra value from them so that I can deal with this Siri. Not the worst strategy in the world at all, and it's not the biggest gap, as you rightly say. Cams would have been hoping to see him disappear there, now has to make a decision. Am I going to commit one of these poisons? Or am I, and then Tunnel Drill, absolutely clear the board here again. Just plays the Lackey, gives himself some more coins, and a 20-point gap here. 21 needed for Trusky. It's very possible, but interesting from Trusky decides just to get out of the round now instead. Cams will be very happy here. He got the round control. He didn't get anywhere near the cards he would have liked on the other side, but does have Candle in hand, has managed to retain the Blenheim brother as well, has options going into this long round.
Has quite a few options, as you rightly say. Trusky, on the other hand, is going to run into some bricks here because he does rely on shuffling away every single one of those Waylays in order to make Simlas work. Again, he does not have Alyssa in this list. He cannot replay those Waylays once they have been played and once they have gone to the graveyard. Cam's just playing that candle onto the board for extra coins, extra carryover with the resilience. Will he push Trusky is the question. Will he go for a soft bleed and make it awkward? Or is he planning on just simply passing again on 7 cards and getting out into a longer round 3?
Well, Trusky clearly thinks he's not being pushed here. Trusky, when we spoke about this matchup, he was of the opinion that he could still win this matchup in a short round, and he liked a long round, in fact. He would be very happy to go to a long round, but needed to push Drill out in this matchup. Well, Drill's already gone. He feels like Cams is passing here. He's held onto those Waylays to avoid bricks in future. Could end up backfiring when he ends up with 2 3-point cards, 6-point cards rather, instead of what he was looking for. Also, the only Harmony cards in hand are the Antherians to proc Mysteries of Lochfian, and only one of them will proc itself.
Decides to go for Chameleon here. A bit of a slow play, but does get you some carryover with the Lake Guardian Dusk still in deck. The big problem here is Trusky has missed a lot of cards, and he has made it even more difficult to draw into those cards, having 4 Waylays. he might not actually draw into his win conditions in round 3. There's a very good chance he could end up with a lot of bricks.
It is a very real possibility as we see Cams decide he is pushing here. He also defends the ranged row rather than the melee row, which would have been there to protect the morale, which is really interesting as a choice. Has decided he is going to push, hold the ranged row instead with the Javed, Sprend and those coins. Now has managed to get the scenario, knows he doesn't want to go into a long round with that on the board. Is he now going to be in a position where he's happy with what he's got, or is he going to keep pushing, knowing he has some decent poison targets all of a sudden?
Yeah, I think Cams is just being careful not to allow that Igni to take out a card too easily. And Trusky having to commit that Lockfian Mysteries card can't really wait any longer, seeing that he only has 2 Harmony cards in his hand at this moment. Cams, on the other hand, would love to see that. Cams now has a 10-point target for those poisons, and I bet he's going to be very happy to take that card out.
Quite possibly. We noticed, like, the Chameleon didn't get clicked here. It would only have damaged itself and not triggered any Harmony, but would have boosted the late Guardian in the deck. Now, because he's behind, has to constantly worry about staying in touch, he's decided not to do that. As a result, though, the late Guardian's only at 6 right now. Ooh, and Cam says that is enough for me. I've managed to get the scenario. I'm okay. I don't need to go any further here. Ooh, that's an interesting decision. He's not got any carryover other than the candle, but the candle is huge when it's already on board going into round 3.
Yes, and Trusky now not getting the benefit of that scenario in a nice long round is going to be forced to trigger it most likely with his Antherian, gonna be clicking that Chameleon as well, but might struggle just a tiny bit here with points, needs to make sure he actually gets all of his value out. I think Cams is playing very nicely around Igni, though Azar has been played a little bit early and yeah, won't be needed now, really.
He won't, and that's really big. We have seen Milva jump out, but now Milva has been left on board here because, of course, there is no death blow available. He had to use that leader charge in order to make that possible. All of the extra value from Milva is now gone. She is not coming back from the graveyard. She is not Maddock, and as a result, that is a big, big loss there for Trusky.
Yeah, that was rather unfortunate as he didn't have enough points. He does, however, draw his Lake Guardian. Is he going to draw Simlas? He does have Raw Decree, luckily, and he does not brick. I bet he's going to be very happy to see that. Even the Pallor is going to play for some points if he's able to get rid of a poison status on one of his bigger cards.
It's a big, big mulligan there, and he does win effectively. Missed the Saskia the entire game. You don't want it at this point as a result. The Simla's still available with those waylays. That's going to be a lot of points here. It's going to come down to, can you protect the engines long enough if you are Cams, and constantly trying to play around the Igni as well. It's going to be a really interesting pairing with the Conjurer's Candle trying to boost a versatile list. He could still, again, miss the Freak Show. There are only 2 units. He wants to spend offensively. Again, he has got... Oh no, is he just Golden Neck and he's missed it again? But he's found it with that. He's managed to pull every unit out. If he can keep that alive, he will be a very happy man.
That's if Trusky allows it to stay alive. I bet he's going to want to take that out as quickly as possible. We do see the failed experiment, of course, being played here for some extra poison value. You're going to want to start taking out those Harmony units whenever you can. And definitely keep a little bit of poison left for some of the bigger cards at the end. That Weeping Willow, as well as the Lake Guardian Dusk aspect, which might just be his last play.
It might be, and you can see there, using the Freak Show offensively as quickly as possible makes sense. He could have used his leader ability to try and protect it with Conjurer's Candle instead. He could have played 4, boosted it by 5. It would have effectively been a 10-point card in its own right and absorbed all of those Simless Waylays to remove it. He's decided instead to get rid of Harmony units early, minimize the amount of value the engines on the other side hit for. Knowing as well, doesn't matter how tall he boosts it, because it can just be moved with Guerrilla Tactics. It's a really nice line from Cams here, playing to his strengths.
Cam's definitely very happy here. Trusky, on the other hand, not so much. Finally decides to go for that Royal Decree. It's actually really bad seeing that he missed Saskia as well, but we see Simlas coming down here. At least he did not break those waylays. It worked out very nicely in his favor, and we're going to see them raining down now on Cam's side of the board.
Yeah, no question there. And is he going to choose to remove the failed experiment? No, he doesn't. That's interesting. Instead, decides to leave the failed experiment in favor of removing that freak show rather than leader charging to just simply move the freak show. Now, Salamandra units at a bit of a premium again, back up to 2, trying to find as much value from stolen mutagens as you can. A lot of these series come down to if you can keep your Salamandra units alive, whether that's the defender or just in general, honestly.
Interestingly enough, he didn't even spend on the Blenheim brother, decided not to do that at all. And could be because of that Igni. Now, I know Trusky definitely took out the horse on Freak Show because Cams would have loved to transfer his points onto Trusky's side of the board and not boost his own units, because you are simply playing into Igni at this point. Your only real spender currently is that of the Candle. And when I mean that, I mean we're going to see a lot of heavy boosts once those Fist Tech cards rain down, getting a lot of poison each. Yeah, Cams is going to have to calculate this quite carefully if he wants to avoid a massive Igni.
Yeah, he really is, and he'll be constantly thinking about that. His positioning is going to be crucial. Can't spend with Geller and poison units unless they're veiled, as Kalkstein is, because he knows against this Syndicate list other poisons exist. He hasn't seen a single Dryad Ranger yet, and he hasn't seen the Weeping Willow. He's going to be expecting them to exist. He's going to assume at least one of them is in Trusky's hand here. This is huge and really nice from Trusky, pairing that leader ability, albeit slightly weakened, with a slightly weakened Catwitcher Saboteur, but it does deal with the huge threat of Gellert Blenheim and reduces the number of poisons you have to start playing around here.
Yeah, that's very nice. Now, Trusky can't simply move morale here. Though another play, obviously, is also that Weeping Willow onto the range row for a poison later on in the game, and then moving it to the melee row so you can click the order ability. Of course, I bet he does not want morale to be clicked a second time, so he is going to be using his leader on that instead, as it is the lesser evil. And Chameleon comes down there, ready to proc those Harmony cards. Only 3 left, really. 1 on the board and 2 in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. This is going to be really tense. Igni has a very, very good chance of being a 2-point card here, but Trusky doesn't feel amazing. He had to mulligan other things. Having to use Simless and use Igni feels awkward. He knew he had to deal with engines and that Cams was going to keep playing around things, so he didn't really have a better choice, realistically speaking. But this Igni could come down to being a 2-point card here, which would feel absolutely horrible for him.
Ooh, but it's going to be really difficult to avoid overspending here. Though I fear Cams might even be willing to overspend here with 2 Fist Decks instead of giving another boost unnecessarily. Yeah, Cams is not allowing that Igni to trigger. Trusky is likely going to hold on to it though in the hopes that it will, and is going to commit his Lake Guardian instead, just giving Cams a bigger poison at the end of the day.
This is going to be close. It's going to be really close. I think right now, does he play this on the melee row? Is he going to melee row it this time? He has to play around the Igni, which makes sense. Doesn't find what he's looking for, but the Assault, does he have 2 Salamandra units? He does not. So Assault is also just playing for a 4 here. It's not the best. He takes the Hysteria Bounty instead, stacks some extra coins, and just holds back. He can cycle these. The 2 Fist Techs are a removal in their own right, plus the ability to spend. He still has the order on Salamandra Hideout to move Kalkstein's poison as well. He may be behind by a huge amount here, but just underneath the Igni barrier. Once again, beautiful play from Cams here as he's going to reduce this. He knows the card that should be left and masterfully navigating this into what I believe is going to save him. Geralt Igni not looking so impressive. The art may look fantastic, but the overall wasn't, as Cams gets his through as well. We are going into a game 5 tier. We should have guessed it, right?
I mean, we should have Lionheart. Given everything that happened yesterday, this was bound to happen. But Cam's beautifully playing around that Igni. Honestly, it won him the game, just not getting that extra Igni on the board. He kept a lot of his Fistic cards, the no unit uninteractive cards for round 3, and he did it beautifully. So very nicely played by Cams, and I think we now get to see a Square Tile v Square Tile, which is going to be pretty fun considering that both of them brought entirely different lists.
They did. It may be the same faction, but they are by no means the same list. Different leader abilities, different strategies, different targets. It's going to be difficult for Cams, certainly a bit harder for Cams to play around the potential Igni here, but if he can find his Heat Wave in the right moment, it could be game defining against that Harmony scenario. So many different things in those rounds there that made a tiny little differences. Cams played that perfectly. One misplay in the entire of that round 3, giving the Igni, he loses that game. The entire time, constantly making sure it was a brick. Unfortunate for Truski that he couldn't mulligan it away. Probably feeling that across the course of a medium to long round, he would have found value. Unfortunately for him, he did not. Fortunately for us, that means a game 5 and people get more chance to get those rewards.
Yes, do remember to click on those rewards, claim them, or else the next milestone won't start progressing. You can't complain this time. We had one of the longest opens in history yesterday. I think I almost got 4 of my milestones because I always have my other monitor up and I have them ticking off. You can never have too much meteorite powder, Lionheart. I think we all know this.
That is so true. That is so true. I was so close. I forgot about it yesterday until we mentioned it. I'm already now, I've just gone and checked. I am effectively on the final one as well. It is all great and I hope you guys are. Remember to redeem them at home. Game 5 now. This is the big one. Both of these players want to make it to the final. Nobody who is left has won an Open before, and whoever does win it guarantees them a place at World Masters. That is huge.
That's massive. That is huge. That is massive. We only have 3 Opens this year as well. This is your final chance to get through. There's not a 4th one. This is your final chance to get through to Masters at the end of the year. And that's where all the big boys are at. That is where you want to be. So now Truski's taking his Square Tile list on blue and Cam's taking it on red. Now, Cams has the scenario, he has the Elf Swarm, he can try and push with that Feign Death if he wants to do that, trying to win on even perhaps. Truski, on the other hand, is going with Harmony, which is an entirely different setup.
It is, different setups and different leader abilities here. It is going to be a tough and tense one. Round control on the situation is going to be massive. Difference for Truski this time. Blue coin and find Saskia, giving him the option of Curse Scroll a little bit later. Gonna feel really nice for him. Neither player with a bad opening hand though here. How is Cams gonna want to play this? He's been very happy with this list to just take a step back. To play the 3 cards and just go away, going into that next round, or favouring his ability in a long round potentially. It's going to be really curious to see if he's willing to go aggressive and just jam that scenario to try and keep up with Saskia.
Yeah, it's nice to see both players actually drawing into the correct cards, giving both an equal chance at playing the game they know best. Truski starting off with the Antherian. It's always nice to start off with 1 Harmony card before you play Saskia. It's just something that you sort of do at this point. Cams, on the other hand, has the decision to dispute round control now by playing Feign Death. Though he didn't do that in the previous games, instead he passed on 7 cards. That could also be the strategy he's looking for this time around. Again, just setting up his draws with Maxi, making sure he gets the cards he needs.
He did that very, very quickly there. I could see Aileron right at the top, and he does draw a Neuromancy in round 2. Guaranteed. Heat Wave not coming until a little bit later either. Not amazing for him. And it's a tough decision because he also never sees Vanadane in that version of reality as well without using a Neuromancy, and he can only do that in round 3. Not so sure he's going to hold that version. I could see a potential shuffle there for him.
Yeah, decides to go with Vanadane, setting up his Simlas for later instead of just slamming Saskia onto the board. Cam's doing the exact same play as last time. Truski finally using Antherian, giving a Harmony infusion to Vanadane. Plays that Ranger, getting rid of a 2-point Neophyte. neither of the players really committing all that much, both sort of checking out what the other one is doing and taking it one step at a time.
Yeah, I think there's no need to be excessive in this. It's very easy to try and fight and force and overcommit into a round one. Neither of these players are doing that, both of them aware of how important it is, but to do it properly, not to overspend here. And they are jamming very, very quickly. The Chameleon comes down, finds some good value for Harmony initially, as well as that carryover. We see the stratagem used from Truski here. He feels this is goodbye. But Cams isn't going anywhere just yet. He instead is threatening that he can just about take this in a card, saying to Truski, now I know your hand is a bit better. You will have brought a good card into your hand, whether it was the Mysteries of Locthrian, whether it was the Saskia. It was always going to be one of the two if you hadn't got it and you were willing to use this. So now I'm going to threaten a little.
Yeah, a very nice play there from Truski using the Cat Witcher Saboteur. Perfect amount of value to trigger Harmony, at the same time being able to play Chameleon as well. Again, that is just setting up that Guardian for later. It's accumulating more and more points. Even though Truski feels he might not even need these points at the moment, there's really no harm in just committing more of his bronzes, replaying that Chameleon as long as possible, and just savoring that carryover for a later round.
Yeah, I'm curious about this from Cams. He's pushing and playing bad bronzes, effectively trying to trade up. But he's also giving carryover every time he does it, because he is allowing the Chameleon to be played. He's played effectively nothing, taking something like a Dwarven Chariot as well as other cards out there. The Cat Witcher Saboteur, for instance, really powerful card. Technically, he has traded up, but at an expense of carryover. Ooh, okay, he has drawn into Heatwave now, so he has shuffled and still draws into the Ailerin after that. So he did shuffle the deck from that Maxi there. He did change it around, and finding Heatwave from that could be absolutely huge for him here. That is a massive shuffle from Maxi. Could be game-changing that he has an answer in this push now from Truski.
Yeah, Heatwave is certainly going to hurt, as it is going to find a target, and that target is the Locthrian Mysteries card. Truski has one brick in hand, it's the Waylay. Of course, that's going to keep happening unless he gets pretty lucky. Now, he is taking a chance here. He's saying, do you have Heatwave or don't you have it? Chances are you don't have it now, but might have it later. And unfortunately, he gets an answer to that question. It's not looking too great. I suspect he might commit into this round. I wouldn't be surprised to see him push a little bit more.
It has the option now, and there you go. If you get rid of one, Saskia is now going to do plenty of work here. As we see now, Scenario trading for Scenario, knows there's not an answer, but you have to deal with Saskia now. And she has multiple options still in deck. There is still the Beast from Antherian, Cat Witcher Saboteur, which you wouldn't like to pull, multiple Dryads, and as well the Chameleon, and an Elven Swordmaster. So this Saskia has a plethora of choices. You're not going to worry about it running out of turns.
Yes, and Truski's not opting out of this round anytime soon. He still has Milva at his disposal, using it beautifully to get rid of targets. And you also have Saskia thinning that deck. You want to thin cards out as much as possible so you can draw into those good golds for a round 3. A short round 3 with Simlas or that Guardian is going to do work. Now, Truski has no real reason to pass here. He's just going to play that Weeping Willow, trigger Harmony, and Saskia's going to keep on pulling out cards. Cams needs to catch up here.
He does, but does have multiple ways of doing that. It's not too difficult for him to find a way to do this. Could even feasibly decide to lead a charge once on the back row, use the Yavin to kill this Weeping Willow. For example, it's a Harmony engine that's also a lot of points. He can then pair that with... oh, he goes all the way in. Is he going for Verno here? He's got to be careful about his spawns. The Yavin just does it. Just does it. And this... Is this enough just to get him ahead? Very nice. And he gets a really nice line there. The spawn goes onto the front row. Doesn't tick him into Igni territory. But even if he did, the Igni is just a 4. You can see, hence the movement there. Getting that out of the way. A row full of 3s as an Igni. Oh my, who needs Shiru when you've got Geralt?
Ooh, I really want to see this play out. This would make me very happy in an unbiased manner. You like seeing cards like Igni work. Now, Truski in a bit of a tiny bit of a difficult position. He can opt out of the round if he wishes to. He can spend a Waylay taking away from a 3rd round Simlas. He can also use his Royal Decree, but he won't have the option to use that later, and he really might need it. So he decides to go for that Waylay instead, which is telling Cams exactly what he has in his hand.
It is giving him a lot of information. Here's the scary. He now can't boost. If he plays the Free Company, he has to play it on the back row, because the Free Company is going to boost all of those tokens up. Oh, actually he can, because it takes it to 19. Isengrim doesn't. Isengrim boosts everything now and has given a very nice Igni on the back row. Cams has just given a delicious Igni to Trusky here.
Oh no,
and
the
Trusky
BM
willingly accepts. I'm stunned that Isengrim didn't go back row here.
Oh my gosh.
Huge. Oh no, I was thinking the Isengrim or the Free Company were going back row. That is massive here. Trusky smelling blood could push for the 2-0. He could Royal Decree out this late Guardian here and be very, very happy.
Honestly, Cams knew he couldn't really do anything about it. Trusky could simply have moved the units and have gotten that Igni anyway.
That's the problem, right?
Oh, that hurts. That costs Cams the game potentially. It's looking scary. It's looking really scary here. Trusky going all in isn't stopping, and Saskia pulls out a Chameleon as well, just for some extra points that aren't really needed.
Oh, and it was so close. And that Igni has come down. It is, Cam's devastated, but he applauds his opponent, the gentleman full of class that he is. And it is Trusky that books his final place. Geralt Igni, he's going to feel very, very vindicated taking that one through, Tia.
I mean, that was beautifully done. Those just line up perfectly, triggered my OCD in all the right ways. And honestly, Trusky can take that one. That was brilliantly played. Cams took off his hat as well, gave him a round of applause. Both players did excellently here, and Trusky will be going through to the finals, which we will see later today. It's gonna be really cool to witness that last series, Lionheart. We've got two great players.
That was, you got to feel for Cams. They played overall superbly through this series. And I think I was worried when the Syndicate list went through, but he managed to pull that back. That final game, getting that Igni, as you rightly point out, let's say he plays the Isengrim on the back row or plays anything on the back row, the other goes for the Free Company. He's in a situation instead where it just gets moved, Igni, boom. But using the leader charge would have turned off initiative, right? So... as a result, could have been very different. I think if he jumps it on the back row, I think he has to do it. Or maybe just gives the Venossi or plays that onto the melee row instead and takes his chances, hoping, because the Igni wouldn't have found value in that third round. Feels rough, very difficult in the end. But I'm not the biggest fan of Igni. At the same time, I love to see it when it comes off. It's a really fine balance, but a superb series from two great players.
I mean, Jurden or Igni, which one is the most toxic here? What does the community think, I wonder? I feel like Igni takes some calculation. Jurden is just point slam, get rid of all the points on a row. Obviously, Igni would have played for a lot more here, and the fact that Trusky put it in his list speaks volumes, as it did pay off. And half the winning goes into the deck building phase, right? So it's all about setting up your decks and potentially targeting some other decks as you do it.
It most definitely is. And Trusky now is just switching to another connection so that he can be ready and interviewable, of course. And we will keep you entertained while he does that. It's going to... honestly, we now have a huge final ahead. Kerberton yesterday said he would have preferred to face Trusky, not a teammate. Felt like it was going to be really useful for him. Felt like he was more favoured. I'm curious to see how Trusky feels about that as well into this. He played... an epic series. He's a confident deck builder, Trusky, and looking very validated in that.
Yeah, I mean, Trusky just, like, from the start, I always like going for players with lists that aren't as meta as the others, because it shows, like, one further step in thinking. Of course, you are taking that leap of faith, hoping you actually target the lists you are planning to target, but the fact that Trusky, yeah, he just went for an insane monsters list with Jurden. He went for a completely different list with Squirtle, but I think we have Bourgeois on the line, and he's going to ask some questions now.
Sure Trusky, congratulations. What a awesome, incredible, I don't even know what to say, Igni. That Igni was clutch, but we kind of saw that Kams could not play around it. There was nothing he could really do.
I think he could. I think he could, but you know, that was last game versus very tight and long series. I totally understand him, but it's easy to forget about that.
Yeah, but it was really awesome and really nice, well piloted, nice comeback there. And also, I wanted to ask you something that Thea and Lionheart mentioned. Actually, Kerberton wanted to go against you. I don't know if it's because he didn't want to go against another TLG brother, but I feel like he thinks that his lineup is better against yours. What's your take on it?
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Like, his games versus Kaneki, who has exactly same lineup, was really close. Yeah. And it was, if Kaneki played one game a little bit better, the Syndicate versus Monster one, I think Kaneki would won that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be so sure about that. It definitely will be very tight series, but I don't think that any one of us is favorite in that.
Okay. I guess it's going to be an interesting one.
I also have a bit of good preparation, as I prep a lot with Kaneki, and he already played with Kerberton.
Nice. So
as the same has Kerberton, as he already played with Kaneki, who has the same lineup.
So you can actually anticipate what can happen there. So it's going to be an interesting one for sure.
There will be definitely a lot of mind games.
Yeah, mind games plus. I think it's going to be a very close one. But yeah, you're in the final. How does it feel to be in the final?
Yeah, it feels great, especially that breaked Igni in the fourth game.
Yeah.
Was really sad, and the draws in that game were also really sad.
Yeah, they were not the best.
I couldn't do anything. Like this deck is created to be on blue coin, but because of matchups I couldn't kill blue coin with this deck because I had to with Syndicate.
Yeah.
So
Awesome
I could just pray for RNG, and I didn't get that, but at least I won the last game.
Yeah, RNG wasn't in your side, but yeah, at least it was a 2-point play. That's always something, you know.
That's always something, yeah.
Exactly. All right, man. Get some rest. We will catch you soon in the final, and before that, we'll also have the developer stream. But yeah, thank you for the interview. Get some rest.
Thank you. See ya.
See ya. And let's go back to the casters.
And what a superb interview there. Love to see it. Trusky feeling like it is an even final. Played so well there. And as he points out, Igni redemption for him.
Yes, Igni is still a 2-point play, as Buja rightly stated. So, hey, it doesn't always work out. These cards can sometimes bite back, but this time it didn't. And we've got Trusky going through. I think we can take a look at the bracket update into the finals while we are at it.
We can indeed, and you now have your final lineup. It is Kerberton versus Trusky. Two superb players, neither of them former Open champions. One of them will be taking that crown with them today and booking their place in Masters. Absolutely huge. Kerberton was my pick potentially for the whole year at the start of this season of Gwent World Masters. So I'm interested to see if he can make it there today. That final is going to be huge, Tia.
Oh, for sure. Both players absolutely just winning by so many points in all of their matchups up until here. It's going to make history, that's for sure, and we're going to get a new Open winner. Let's take a look at the prize pool. What are our players going home with today?
Yes, there's been a lot of money changing hands so far today, and we know the more games you win, the more money you take with you. The bracket now, you can see Trusky sitting, and it's close between him and Cams because of previous ones, but $2,240 in Trusky's pocket. That's before the grand final, where there is even more on the line.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Cam's also going home with $2,040. I think both players can be really happy with themselves and their performances tonight. Now, Lionheart, I think we should give the players some time to prepare. We want them to play the best finals they can. And in the meantime, I think we do have a developer stream waiting to happen.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I believe it is Ryan and Jean This is, it's about 30 minutes. It gives the players just enough time. It will be the pre-patch ready for the Chronicles drop. Ryan has been teasing something spooky coming as part of it. I am absolutely thrilled to see what that is. I think that is it from you and me for this cast. The finals are still going to be coming up straight afterwards as well, Tia.
Yes, it is. I'm going to leave you guys in the dark, and I hope you enjoy your electricity for the night being Lionheart. It's been great casting with you as always, and hopefully I see you soon.
I'm sure you will. It has been a pleasure as always. I have been the light, you have been the darkness. We will send you on to the developers update now. Stick around after it as Shinmiri and Sealy will take you through that grand final. Oh, it's going to be a good one. Thanks for having us, guys, and we will see you in the next event.
Hello and welcome everyone to the dev stream for update 10.10. Also, the final reveal of the Chronicles reveal campaign. And I've got Jean with me here, so thank you very much for taking the time. And hello, Jean.
Hello, beautiful Gwen people.
Well, a new setup, as you can see. We always love switching it up, as Borja said. So, yeah, we hope that everything is going to be smooth as silk today. But I think before we get into the reveals and the balance changes, we can take a quick look at what has been revealed so far.
Yes.
And actually, we started our reveal campaign with Northern Realms. First of all, thank you very much to all the Gwent partners that took part in this reveal campaign. Once again, I always love the creativity that everyone brings to the table and all the different ways that you present the new cards. We finally got some actual gameplay of the cards in the reveals as well, which was awesome. That worked out. Shout out to the team, all the hard-working people that made that possible. And now let's take a look at the Northern Realms cards. We had the Reaver Hunters coming back into the game.
Yeah.
People very excited for that. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I mean, without going into much detail of the cards themselves, the general idea was to focus on soldier spam. So if you remember that old meme deck you did with Centurion Knight, maybe now is the time to actually bring it back.
I will definitely try that out. Then on to the next faction, we had Nilfgaard, also some knights, now stealing not only cards but archetypes from Northern Realms. We've got knights, and they also have the grace ability on 2 of those. Very interesting. So what were your thoughts behind that?
Yeah, so following the massive reworks of 10.9, we wanted to tie the knot of this and address the Nilfgaard Knight, which kind of already existed, right? And there was this premise of an idea of buffing your opponent's card. So we doubled down on that direction, right? Yeah. And in fact, we have more reworks of some of the existing Nilfgaard Knights coming in this patch, and we'll go through them later.
Awesome. Yeah, I think people are looking forward to that because there's been wild speculation on how this archetype is going to end up looking in the game. Yeah, but not to get ahead of ourselves, let's take a quick look at the Square Tell reveals. A new keyword in the game, a new category as we like to call it, Naiads. Is it Naiad?
Yeah, it's Naiad.
It's Naiad, yeah, right. Dryad, Naiad, it rhymes and they are closely connected, but not only that, also frogs now. Frogs in Square Tell, so what do you got to say on that?
So yeah, coming back to this devotion archetype that is Symbiosis, something I think is really cool with these new Naiad cards is that the bronzes themselves, in a vacuum, they might not feel so good, but the fact that you're able to give them this nature category through Augment suddenly makes them into cards that you absolutely want to consider in your Symbiosis deck.
Very true.
And in the case of Frog Mating Season, we think it's a quite interesting nature special because you get to, use more easily these vitality that you might be stacking, and there's potential movement synergies. That's what you're into. You can do a lot of stuff with this card.
Very flexible. And now, next up, Syndicate.
Yes,
very cool as well, especially the return of Siggy Reuven, the mastermind himself. At least his artwork is finally back in the game with a very nice ability now. So yeah, what were the design team's thoughts on that?
So with Siggy, we wanted to, come back to this idea of multi-gang support, which kind of already exists in the game. Well, through the original Siggy Rhythm himself, but also cards like Collision. And so Siggy and his agents are playing into this idea of, having all of these different gangs on your board. And that's going to mean that it's going to be a deck that is hard to pilot, hard to deck build. Well, nothing new for Syndicate.
Yeah. Also, hidden MVP Bard is finally in the game. Remember last reveal campaign we had the lovely people from TCG or TG Gwent actually incorporate Bard into the reveal that they had. So yeah, I'm very happy that they managed to reveal this time around. And moving on into the last faction that we kind of had revealed during the week, we've got Skellige, right?
Yeah, Skellige. So for Skellige, we have, expanded on this idea of the Bloodthirst mechanic, and in general, wide damage, right? Adding a lot of units on the board being damaged. And so for that, we have introduced new payoffs. So for instance, Sov, but also new ways to set it up, like Feral Bond or Brother Warrior. And we've also introduced this general support for Warrior in the form of Ulula, which, might make you look into cards that already existed, but were not necessarily so good, like Handle, for instance, with a completely new high.
All right. That's it for Skellige. That's the 5 factions that we've revealed so far during the week. Now, we've had 3 lovely reveals already during this open. So if you've missed them, make sure to check out the previous recordings of yesterday and today. There's one monster card that is left for us to reveal, and for that we actually like to take the opportunity now in this new setup to actually go back into the deck builder and give you some live footage of the cards and what they do. So let's take a look at Caranthea Golden Child. Oh boy, love that premium, love that art, and it reads: at the start of your turn, while in hand or deck, reset own power and boost self by the damage dealt by Frost in the last 5 enemy turns. 1 point, 8 provision, and it's got a really nice couple of categories right there: Elf, Wild Hunt, and Mage. But Jean, tell me about this ability and what do these 5 zeros at the end actually mean?
Yeah, so let's talk about monsters in general first. We wanted to come back to the Wildland archetype and expand on this idea of using Frost across different turns. And for that, well, Caranthea is a payoff for that, right? Where we've designed it in such a way that you have to carefully consider where exactly you want to be playing him, rather than, if you think of like the regular Harald Gore design, you kind of just want to play them at the end. Well, it is not the case for Caranthea. You have to carefully plan out when he's dropping. And for that, it is important for you to be, tracking the damage that you've done in these 5 different turns. And this is what the 5 zeros at the end are feedbacking, right?
Okay.
Like the leftmost 0 is going to show you the previous turn, and the rightmost 0 is going to be the damages you done like 5 turns ago, right? And that's where you can kind of see how Caranthea is going to keep evolving in the upcoming turns, so that you can, properly plan out when you want to drop him.
I think more visibility inside the card's text is always a great thing, and I love to see this development in that direction as well, or enforcing that more and more, because there's already so many things to keep track of inside of the game, so these things help a lot. Very cool. Let's move on to another monster card, but it's actually a kind of a rework change.
Yeah, more like an ability tweak. It is Imlerith Wrath.
Imlerith Wrath. All right, let's take a look. Imlerith Wrath is coming up right here. Oh, it's got a little bit of a change right there. So now it reads: damage an enemy unit by the power of your highest power unit. If it was on a row with Frost, destroy it instead.
Yeah, so the card didn't, change that much, right? Like the original ability, damage an enemy unit by the power of your highest power units, is all the same. But the condition used to be if Imlerith is on your board. And that used to be a bit awkward, right? Because you kind of wanted to play Imlerith late, which didn't really fit the fact that Imlerith Wrath is, a reactive card.
Yeah.
So we figured that changing the condition for something that makes more sense in Wildlands in terms of the stuff that you're doing would be appreciated.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Next up.
Yeah, I do want to comment quickly though on another monster card we revealed, right? Tionalia. Because we have this kind of unique condition we set up for it of like, well, counting unique bronzes in your deck. And so what we wanted to do with this card was reward you for, you know, using the full diversity of the bronzes available to you in Wildland.
All right, there you have it. Yeah. Monsters. I'm excited to test out the new Wild Hunt, well, let's say, face that they've got, the new fresh coat of paint. And then another very frosty card.
Oh, God.
Let's take a look at the new Sea Heel.
These terrible puns. Go ahead.
You're not going to get rid of me. Sea Heel is now gotten a little bit of a tweak to its text and ability. First of all, it still damages an enemy unit by 1. And the death blow is still the same, where if you play a bronze card from your hand, then move Sea Heel back to your hand. But if you reach that damage 3, it actually gets transformed into a Masterful Sea Heel. And Masterful Sea Heel is kind of gonna stay consistently at that 3 damage level, right?
Yep, that's it. Well, in terms of pure performance, Sail was a card that was, you know, has always mostly been underperforming. But it was very polarizing in its matchups, and it could feel really, really bad to play against in certain of them, right? And just impossible to maintain the board once the damage had risen up. And well, that felt bad. So with this iteration, we kind of wanted to try to keep the original flavor, keep it as a card that you can build around and that you're supposed to build around, but put a hard cap on the damage that you can reach.
Yeah.
And so the way it's going to perform is that so when it is at 3 power and you trigger once again the initiative effect with the death blow, right? Well, like so when it was supposed to reach for 4 damage, then it is transformed instead into Masterful Sail. And Masterful Sail is this version that is permanently at 3 damage, but to compensate for it, we removed the death blow condition, right? You don't need to be doing the death blow anymore. So what we expect from this card is going to be less oppressive to play against, while still, you know, giving you this advantage that you do have to work for, and that you can keep using after that point throughout the rest of the game.
I see. That's a nice change. I think people will appreciate the ability to play, well, maybe around it a little bit more, or not feel so oppressed by it, as you said. While we're on the topic of neutrals, there's actually a neutral card, actually 2 neutral cards that got a little bit of a tweak. So let's take a look at the slides right here, going from the reveals into the neutral slide. Shoop. Rapik will be happy. Is getting a 2 power buff all across its 3 forms. And why don't we stay on that topic real quick?
Yeah, well, I mean, the other one also makes sense, right? Because both of these cards, Shoop and Radea, are the Highlander deck building condition, right? One of the original deck building condition. And we think it is a very interesting restriction, right? Because it is a restriction that brings variety to deck building, where it's going to open up space for bronzes that otherwise you wouldn't really consider running. And so, that makes it something that we are happy to see in the meta. But the thing is, these payoffs for this Highlander condition, they have kind of become less enticing with time as we've introduced more exciting cards in the game. So something that we think is very important for stuff that you're supposed to deck build around is that they have to be exciting and high-end. So in the case of Shoop Day Off, we decided to increase the power of all of the Shoops so that it actually feels like one of these high-end, exciting cards that's going to be one part of your big game plan, right?
Yeah.
And in the case of Radea, where we decided instead to lower the provision, well, Radea, her ability doesn't feel as unique nowadays, and so we felt that it made more sense to, you know, make her more affordable and use as a kind of utility card, though it is still 10 provision, right?
Yeah, I'm excited for the carryover. That's now 2 points more. We'll see how that plays out inside of the game. All right, I think that's it for neutrals. Moving on into the green faction, we've got Squirtle up next. And Squirtle, there's two changes that you wanted to highlight. First of all, a provision change to guerrilla tactics. Now only fit 15 provisions into your deck. And Simla's also got a little bit of a nerf right there. Now you have to pay 13 provision to put them into your deck.
Yeah, so in this patch, we've kind of focused on mid-range nerfs, which you can expect also to see in some other factions. The idea behind the guerrilla tactics nerfs is that even though we've nerfed it through, increasing Minerva Sharpshooter provision in the last patch, the ability has stayed incredibly popular. In fact, it is even run in some deck without Minerva Sharpshooter.
Yeah.
And so we think that it deserves to lose one provision.
Yeah.
Simlas is in a similar situation where it was basically finding its place in most Squirtle deck, being ran as a mid-range package alongside, a few special just for its pure point slam potential and, the thinning it was obviously bringing. So here too, one more provision.
All right. That's Squirtle.
Yep.
Next up, we would like to talk and take a quick look at Syndicate. Let's check out the change that we want to highlight right here. It's the Shady Vendor. Profit is now down to 1. The Conjurer's Candle, wildly seen in many Syndicate decks, now only profits 4. And then Gellert Bleinheim is actually upping his Adrenaline to 6.
So Shady Vendor, Conjurer's Candle, 2 cards that were basically being seen in almost all Syndicate decks. Just very solid cards. So we've decided to remove 1 Prophet from Shady Vendor, which does, well, obviously reduce the value of the card, but also makes it a bit more, tricky to play, right? Because you do need to have more coins on hand if you want to be triggering the tribute. And in the case of Conjurer's Candle, we did nerf it in 10.8, right, where we increased its provision by 1.
Yeah.
And it turns out it didn't really affect the card. We are happy with people playing it, but it's still a bit too much, and so we think removing 1 Prophet is deserved.
Yeah. All right. Another.
And, I do have to talk about Blindheim, right?
Of course.
Which doesn't find is its place in as many decks, but it's still a cornerstone of many. And it is being run with or without failed experiment, right? It's just different forms of poison package, but when there is poison, there is Blindheim. And considering the pure use rate of the card and the strength it brings to that deck, we think that the card doesn't deserve to be immune as long. And so we've just increased its adrenaline, which as a result will make it lose its immunity 1 turn sooner.
All right, so you can take it out a bit quicker.
Yep.
Very nice. See ya, Blindheim. On to Collusion now.
Yes.
Actually, got a nice little touch right there. We can swap over to the deck builder once again and take a look. Provision is now at 9, and I mean, I really like these small things, but look at that. It's Sigi right there, and then he's here as well.
Yeah.
Oh, so cute. All right.
Yeah, so just a provision buff, and some people are going to be disappointed in that, and so we wanted to take the time to explain why we're not changing Collusion and more specifically adding a payoff for Salamandra. Well, the thing is, Collusion depicts a very particular event, right? Like the formation of the gangs. And Salamandra didn't partake in that event. And so we, for one, wanted to stay faithful to the lore on this. Plus, we think that with the focus on multi-gang and the direct support the card is getting from Sigurd and Meistermind, just having 1 less provision just makes it like a very interesting payoff. It also opens up the door to Golden Necker. Just saying.
All right. That's what we've got on Syndicate. Would you like to go into a specific faction next? Maybe Northern Realms?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with Northern Realms.
All right. Let's take a look at the slide that we've got for Northern Realms. It is actually Princess Pavetta, King Foltest, and Blue Stripe Scout all being changed in a way where they can only, let's say, interact, so shuffle and spawn non-neutral units. So my mind immediately goes to the rent-free decks, right?
Yeah, exactly. So these changes target very specifically the rent-free gang spam deck. You know, it was not the particularly major deck, but the thing is that rent-free gangs was basically taking the spot from Blue Stripes Commando, right? It wasn't any new tactics. It just was doing it better because it was using the rent-free gangs instead of the Commando. And that's not really something we were happy with, that we desired, and it could have been hindering us in the future. So we decided to get rid of it for now.
All right, fair enough. Should we take a look at the leader change that you brought into this patch as well? It's actually possible if we take a look right here at the Northern Realms, and it is mobilization. Now, actually down to 15 provision, but a little bit of a boost right there.
Yeah, it got 3 points actually, because mobilization used to only boost the copy that was being spawned, and it is now also boosting the target, right? So yeah, basically we are supporting soldier spam. Mobilization is the obvious leader ability that comes to mind, and so we wanted to give it a bit of love.
And it got a little bit of love.
Yeah, a little of love. Yep.
Awesome. All right. Now there's another faction waiting. It's a Skellige. And for Skellige, we've got another slide prepared right here. It tells you that we've got Anya of the Patricide going up in power. We've got the Drummond Berserker losing a provision cost, so a little bit cheaper to run. And the same goes for the Brockbar Archer, both now at 4 provision.
Yeah, so we're kind of breaking a pattern here because it's been a few patches since,
changes.
Yeah, like even talking about buffs, it's not really what we were giving Skellige. Well, to be fair, they were in a very good spot.
Yep.
But with this support to Bloodthirst and in general the Wounded archetype, we wanted to, push it and help it out with a few changes. So Anya of the Patricide getting more power is because it is the leader ability that directly support Bloodthirst. Brockvar Archer was also a card that we wanted to put on the player's radar by diminishing its provision. And finally, Drummond Berserker is a card that is kind of outvalued nowadays, which is why we also love its provision. And it actually has like some very, very cool interactions with Ulula, so I recommend you try it out.
Ooh la la. I'm excited to try that out.
Help me out, guys.
Back in the deck builder, because we can actually take a look at one actual Skellige card right here. And it is the Sval Blood Totem.
Yep.
The totem now has an auto ability with cooldown. So you can reuse it. Yeah. And it actually damages an allied unit by 2.
Yeah, it lets you target instead of doing damage to adjacent units, right?
Yeah.
So we think this Sval Totem has always been a pretty neat card.
Yep.
But, it had kind of fallen out of flavor. And so with this tweak, we kind of wanted to try making it a bit more relevant by providing utility value, and more specifically in the Southern game plan. So we'll see if players make use of this change.
All right. So I like your pun on the C because there's C in the card right there. So nicely played there, Jean. Intentional or not.
Oh, God.
On to the next faction. Nilfgaard is waiting in the shadow. We've got a couple of slides for Nilfgaard, actually, because there's been some changes.
Yeah, let's talk about the changes directly related to 10.9 first. Nausicaa Surgeons, obviously, has been used a lot. And, well, the condition is definitely easier to achieve than what was initially expected.
Yeah.
I mean, easier to achieve isn't the proper way to say it, but more like not as punishing as we could have expected. And so we realized that, well, the card fits the definition, of 6 provisioning card rather than a 5, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, this card was being copied around a lot, and, well, copies don't care about provision. So this is why we've also targeted the ways to copy it. Slave Driver was one of these ways, which is getting 1 less power. But we've also seen a lot of Brathens and Arthurius Vigo, which not only were profiting from it by playing it, but also from the assimilate triggers, right? So Brathen getting 1 less power and Vigo getting 1 more provision for it.
And what were your thoughts on the Ducal God?
Okay, yeah, Ducal God in this case is a card that we actually were scared of when we were playtesting 10.9, and that we, internally nerfed quite a few times. It turns out that the card is kind of underperforming nowadays, so we're giving it a bit of help by raising its power.
Awesome. Okay. I think it's time to
go for new stuff,
for another reveal. And this reveal is now closely connected to one of the leader abilities that has been changed. And as you can see right here, there's one missing and there's a new one. So it's the, how do you pronounce it?
Toussaintois Hospitality.
Toussaintois Hospitality. All right.
Terrible.
Perfect. As you can see, lockdown is gone. This is here in its place, and it gives you 50 provision, and it has an order: spawn and play Bohur, and whenever you boost 1 or more enemy units during your turn, boost a random allied unit by 1. So I think you can talk a bit more about why we decided to take this step, but to me, pretty straightforward ability on the one side, but supporting maybe an archetype that didn't have that kind of leader.
Absolutely. It is a very straightforward leader. In fact, much of his design can make you think of other existing one, like that Skellige one, right? That spawns Mydrum. The idea is that we felt that to further push the game plan we were going for, it was important to offer a leader ability that synergized with it. And well, lockdown had never really worked out since its rework. Didn't bear the fruits we were expecting it to. And so we just decided to fully rework it, which, might open up the space for up to maybe one day reconsider doing this type of effect, potentially on cards. Who knows? We're not there yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's all I have to say on Toussaintois Hospitality.
All right. That's only one of the 2 big changes that we've made for, let's say, this archetype.
There's not only 2.
No. There's a lot more. And one of my favorite ones is actually the change that we did to our golden boy, Kahir. Very similar ability, but one could say also very different, because now it only receives a boost if you boosted the enemy unit, or if they were boosted during your own turn. So they can basically play their own game plan while you do your own thing. And to compensate that, it now has 7 power.
Yeah, instead of 5. Let's be honest, this is a nerf. And a nerf that we felt was necessary because Kahir can be a very polarizing card where, if as the opponent, if you're not able to answer it, and your game plan is to boost a lot, well, suddenly everything you're doing is completely useless, right? And the thing is, as we were pushing for this game plan of boosting your opponent's unit, well, Kahir is an obvious synergy to it, right? Like, it's gonna profit from the main thing you're doing.
Yeah.
So if you already want to be running him, and not only is it profiting from what you're doing, but it is also it has this potential to completely counter some of decks you can encounter, we thought that it was a dangerous mix. And so we tweaked Kahir to be about the main thing we want it to be about.
All right. Yeah, I think this is one of my favorite changes. As you said, this allows this archetype for Nilfgaard to thrive throughout their own game plan, while not completely hindering any opponents that don't have a solution to it while boosting their own cards. So nicely done. Also can obviously still be locked and all the other shenanigans, or moved even to the back row. But let's take a look at the next slide that we've prepared. It's still Nilfgaard. As we said, we've got a couple of changes right here for this faction. False Siri and Rainfawn of Atra, both on this slide. First of all, False Siri, I think you can talk a bit more about the change and its new ability, right?
Yeah. 2 disloyal cards. So full series, some of you that were there during the beta might get a throwback, right? Because full series in the beta was this loyal card, that was buffing itself and then coming back to you.
Yep.
And so we've went back to this ID, and you know, on Grace, we're using Grace to be the trigger of when she comes back. And something quite interesting is that makes her a target that you might potentially want to boost, you know? Maybe. Because if she's like 6 power and you boost her by 4, well, now you got a 10 coming back to you. That's cool. And yeah, like one thing to note is that the Purify is there so that she loses the spying status as she comes back because she's not spying anymore.
Very fair. I feel like this must be one of the cards that has been changed the most throughout the history of Gwent. But I'm excited to try out the new old version. What do you have to say about Rainfawn then?
Rainfawn, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right?
But 7 points to give to the enemy, that's quite
Yeah, but the thing is, in a game plan where you're buffing your opponent's unit, boosting your opponent's unit, you have the potential to profit a lot from his effect. But obviously, with 7 points of body, you're gonna have to make sure that this buff he's providing is worth his 7 points.
Yeah. You know what? There's one scenario where I can see this card being played, regardless of other cards in your deck, just as a standalone. Is if Vi ever is like the main meta deck to beat, and then you just play this in between 2 Vi targets.
Anyways, you can definitely use this counter. Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see some highlight clips from that card, that's for sure. All right, there's one last slide for Nilfgaard that we've got, and it is right around the corner right here. We've got Milton and Palmerin, the duo, the famous duo from, well, Toussaint and the Knight region, and as you said, this is all about Knights in Nilfgaard this time around. So first of all, Milton now 6 power, 6 provision, deploy, boost an enemy unit by 4, then boost self by 4. And it's got an order, boost self by the last boosts you gave to an enemy unit this round. So you kind of have to take the right moment when you activate this ability, right?
Yeah, but if you look at Palmerin,
4 power, 8 provision, deploy, choose an unboosted enemy unit, then play the top card from your deck and boost that unit by that card's provision cost. So you take a look at your top card, check the provision, and then boost the enemy unit by that. If you control Milton, you may choose 3 cards, and, well, you choose 1 out of 3 cards, and then, you know, do the same thing.
So the way they work is that you probably want to be playing Milton first.
Have it on the board.
Yeah, then you drop Palmerin, and then you click Milton's order, expecting, you know, a big boost from Palmerin.
And maybe Nilfgaard has some tools to, you know, set up a high provision card on top of your deck.
That's also true.
Interesting.
But yeah, the idea is that we wanted to keep these cards synergizing with one another. And we kind of like this idea of, like, you know, serving both as a way to set up and a way to pay off.
Yeah. Awesome. Speaking of payoff, I think we made it towards the end of this video. We have a few more infos, especially on the topic of Nilfgaard as well. There's been a change to the training mode. Do you want to explain why we did that?
We've decided to disable Nilfgaard from the pool of decks you can encounter in training. You know, most of the time at the moment, if you're queuing up in training matches, practice against AI, it is because you want to test out a synergy, test out if a deck is flowing nicely. And encountering Nilfgaard in this kind of situation, being blocked in what you're trying to do by locks and, you know, the old lockdown and everything, didn't really feel good. So we decided to straight up remove it from the pool and leave it for, you know, more straightforward decks that are already in there.
All right. And finally, as well, we've got a new, well, returning game mode, we've got a game mode where you can test out the new cards once again. It's called Trial by Fire. And we did a little bit of a tweak to the decks this time around, right?
Yep. Because, well, this is what we introduced in 10.7, right, to showcase the new cards. So we're doing this again, 10.10, new decks with new cards. Except in 10.7, these were decks with lower provisions.
Yeah.
This time we're trying something a bit different, and these are properly built decks, full on provisions. And yeah, try to be a bit more faithful to the experience you might get on the ladder. Obviously, probably not the most optimized deck out there, like there's a limit to what we can do. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out, and do let us know if you've preferred this way of doing things, or if you were more into the lower provision versions we did on 10.7.
Exactly. All the feedback on the seasonal modes is highly welcomed, and I think people really, for example, loved the strategy aspect of the
barely balanced.
Exactly, the barely balanced game mode. That's already a highlight for me as well. And now, to your horror, I've got one last topic which I didn't prepare with you. And speaking of horror, it's the Halloween season coming up at the end of the month. So, nice segue on that sense. We've got a special event at the end of the month. Just a quick teaser, you're gonna read about it tomorrow in the patch notes as well. But a Halloween event is coming at the end of the month. So 27th of October, if the date doesn't change, up until probably 7th of November. And you're gonna be joining Geralt and Dandelion on a murder mystery in your reward book. But still, I'm pretty excited for that.
Sure.
Lots of cosmetics and some other highlights coming this month. So I'm really excited for October. It's also my birthday.
And I wonder who did it.
I wonder who did it, man. I wonder who did it.
What?
Anyways, thank you for taking the time. And also, big shout out again. I wanted to say thank you to Jean in front of the camera as well for always being on the dev streams with us, preparing the script, you know, putting in a lot of effort on what we want to cover. And yeah, thank you for watching. And now, good luck to the finalists in the final matchup of today's Open. And I hope you enjoy the patch on Tuesday. Bye.
Enjoy the matches.
Wow, that was a lot to take in fairly short amount of time. So I hope that chat was able to keep up with all of the changes, all of the cards being shown there. And I don't know about you, Shin-Marie, but I'm super excited for a Dandelion murder mystery that would be coming later this month.
That was yeah, that was definitely news to me. I'm very excited for that. New reward book page, new cosmetics, the murder mystery, whodunit. I want it now. But I think it's gonna come later this month, and we have a finals to get to as well. Kerberton versus Truski for the finals. We have the coin flip, which was done off camera. Kerberton will be blue coin. Truski will be red coin for this finals. And there's the journey that each one has had to take to get here to the finals.
All the way here, this is it. This will be the decider. Which one of our two players will move onwards to the final spot, taking the whole cake and being crowned a GWENT Open winner of GWENT Open number 3. And of course, joining Gandalf and Magpie, I believe, in Masters, which will be taking place later this year in December. That will be very exciting, but we don't know which one is going forward. Will it be Kerberton, TLG representing Turkey, or will it be Truski, Team Elderblood, and representing Poland here?
Yeah, I know. Like we said in our quarterfinals, the second quarterfinals yesterday, Truski versus Piable was Team Elderblood versus Team Leviathan Gaming. Now we've got that rematch again. Now Kerberton's the one out for vengeance to avenge his friend and teammate Piable, hoping to take down Truski. And then we have an updated prize pool for you as well. See all the money these players have made so far. Kerberton and Truski already over $2,000 each, and the finals match stake is massive, Sealy.
It is very, very big. There is big money on the line here, as you can see. So win games and take home that money and the ultimate title if you win the whole series. And that is a goal that both players will be fighting for. This is it. It's all come to this for the weekend. So you bet these players will show us their absolute best gameplay here.
Yeah, exactly. And so speaking about the coin flip this time, this is actually, I think, the first time that Kerberton has had to play red coin, or yeah, no, the first time Kerberton has had to play blue coin 3 times in a series, and the first time Trusky has gotten to play red coin 3 times in the series. I wonder how that will play into the strategy and the queue order of this matchup.
It definitely will change things. I mean, you might be thinking, oh, it's the same decks. We've seen this, but guess what? Not really, because the coin flip can affect things like bans. It can affect which matchups we are likely to see. Maybe some mirrors. It's going to be pretty interesting as we move onward to the series. But I believe we should be able to recap and take a look at the decks that both players are playing today and what they will be playing against each other.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with Kerberton, who is on blue coin. He has a Death Wish, Overwhelming Hunger. This is a Succubus list, but this has the Heat Wave in it, in addition to the Yrden. Heat Wave might end up playing a big role here in GWENT Open Finals. I think this is the only monster Death Wish list this weekend that has Heat Wave in it, and it has a lot of targets. In the monster mirror, you could Heat Wave Haunt, or a Succubus, or even just like a really tall Consume unit. And then against Scoia'tael, you could Heat Wave Scenario, obviously. And when it comes to Syndicate, you could Heat Wave potentially like Candle, something like that.
Yeah, a Monster's Mirror might be something that we could see as we go into the next series. And as we know, Trusky as well is bringing Death Wish. Quite a few differences. Kerberton here does not include Roach or Knickers for that extra tempo. Instead, playing this Heat Wave, like you said, many useful targets for it to find. But does that leave the Death Wish deck for Kerberton open to getting out tempoed? We'll have to see, but it's a very useful control tool for Kerberton to have. And of course, the key cards here are Succubi or Succubus, and the giant toads that you want to establish for carryover. AQ, we've seen her a couple of times. The Meatball Queen, she will be eating something like Detlef, or potentially even Succubus. Breast Ritual being super important here in terms of thinning and getting out the Death Wishes you want.
Oh my god, we finally know what's in that meatball sack of Arrakis Queen.
No.
It's Detlef. It's Detlef. He's in there. Of course.
Not delicious anymore. I take it back.
All right, moving on to the Guerrilla Tactics list. Again, Kerberton, the only person playing the Double Bountiful Harvest. He's got a little bit of his own take compared to the other pro players this weekend. And so far, his lists have proven strong.
Yeah, it definitely has. A deck that definitely benefits from blue coin here in terms of finding that Saskia. And yeah, extra points from being able to play that Simlas whenever you see fit with the Bountiful Harvest. So you can fight for round control. It's a pretty difficult deck to beat, especially if it gets to go to a long round and really shine. And hey, 3 Yrdens, again, triple threat from Kerberton in Monsters, Scoia'tael, as well as Nilfgaard. Lots of Yrdens that Trusky might be playing into a little bit with his lineup. There it is. Culprit
there it is.
And it's made these games so exciting throughout the whole weekend. I mean, you can say what you will about Yrden. It can be a game decider, but in competitive gameplay, it adds a pretty big layer. It adds last say into the picture, becoming very, very important, and it can make up for these big bombs at the end of the turn. Just big point swings. So it's very interesting to have it included this weekend.
I will say that Yurden makes for a lot more entertaining games when it comes to open deck lists in tournaments, because you know your opponent's running Yurden, so at least you can formulate a plan, maybe a strategy to win round 1 and push round 2, make the round 3 shorter so that the Yurden isn't as impactful. So at least these players this weekend have the ability to do that, and we've seen some 2-point Yurdens, some 2-point Ignis already this weekend. It could happen again.
It could, absolutely. Now we can move on to the imprisonment list. Here we're no strangers to a very strong contender from Nilfgaard, coming in with the Renfrey, as well as a very strong 5 provision core. Spotters, Nausicaa Sergeants, drivers can really help in terms of tempo, and let's not forget about those pesky locks. We have a lot of control available to leader charges from imprisonment itself, as well as the Alba Armored Cavalry, and the option to create even more from cards like Ramon or Slave Driver.
It's overall one of the strongest lists in the game right now. Has proven very strong this tournament as well. All right, and last but not least, we have Line Pockets Syndicate. Seen a lot of games so far with this deck this weekend. Kerberton did get punished, right, earlier today with roping out on the Golden Necker. So we should watch out for that and see. I know the game immediately afterwards, he like jammed it as soon as his turn started.
I think lesson learned. So Kerberton is going to want to really plan ahead of which turn he's going to play that Golden Necker in, and once he does it, he's going to have to go fast. Syndicate, interesting faction. So much happens in terms of creates. You might be looking for a poison that you're not finding with a shady vendor. Your order of cards coming out from Golden Necker can be interesting. Do you find the card that you're looking for? So much happening, and big point swings that this deck is able to do as well. But that nicely, I think, sums up Kerberton's lineup, and we can have a look at what Trusky is bringing to the party, the final party. That sounds a bit ominous, but at least for this weekend is what we're looking at. MO, Overwhelming Hunger, Death Wish, Guerrilla Tactics here with the Vanadane Igni, as well as Imprisonment with Trahern, which is worth noting, and Lined Pockets, also similar to what we saw from Kerberton, but with the Freak Show inclusion.
Yeah, these lists we've seen before, and we've also seen Kerberton match up against this exact lineup in the first quarterfinal yesterday, because Kaneki Yamori, his first opponent, prepared with Trusky, and they have the same lineup, but this time it's from different coins. So I think we can just quickly go through this list and pinpoint the things that are a little bit different to watch out for. I think you mentioned a lot of them already. In monsters, I would say that's Abaya, right? Giving the ability to greedily activate the Death Wish on Brewis Ritual or Arrakis Queen an extra time with backup targets like Bronze Death Wish units like Foglit or Bridge Troll.
Yeah, in a red coin scenario, I mean, the deck that Trusky's playing here loves red coin, loves aggressively playing as well if it has the hand for it. And Abaya can work the same way as your Urn of Shadows would do on blue coin, which makes it a pretty strong card if you find it when you really need it. So, yep, interesting inclusion for this monsters list, and let's see if Trusky can utilize her well, because sometimes you don't have enough consumes to eat everything when you play this Abaya, but if she comes around early on, then maybe you do. A lot of consume versus Death Wish management that will be on the lookout for when it comes to both players here, both Kerberton and Trusky.
Yeah, exactly. And then moving on to the Scoia'tael list. Trusky has a Vanadane, no Alyssa, and he's looking to play 4 Waylays from Simless. That's the big difference here. A lot more control from this Guerrilla Tactics list because of the 12 potential damage from these 4 Waylays, as well as Igni as the Geralt of choice over Yurden.
That's right, and also, it likes to utilize that blue coin. We're gonna saw what happened to Trusky versus Cams when he brought this deck on red coin. Missing key cards like Saskia is a big threat, so blue coin and the Curse Scroll definitely helps. Also helps with putting one of those Waylays that will be left over from your Vanadane back into the deck, into the bottom. And one of them you are, in fact, forced to keep. Now, imprisonment here, yeah, again, key difference, I think, in Trusky and Kaneki's list is the Traherne. We did see pretty good Traherne value earlier this tournament when Trusky was playing it. Can really impress and can also be a pretty slow play, so it could kind of go either way. But of course, looking to banish a very important card, and with the help of spotters, you can take a peek into your opponent's deck and see if it's worth playing that Traherne or not. So that's something to keep an eye out for. Not much the opponent can do there, but Trusky might be playing this Traherne for a potential good carryover.
Yeah, exactly. The spotters, like instrumental here in setting up not only the Traherne but also the Vilgefortz, both mill options here for Trusky, while not being too shabby, at least Vilgefortz not being too shabby in normal situations. Moving on. Oh, there's the spotter. Yeah, you get to see the top 3 units of your opponent's deck first, and then afterwards, when you use his order, you also get to see the top units based on how much armor you gained on top of your deck. So you not only know what your opponent has in their deck, but you also get information on what you're going to top deck into, potentially even for the next 2 rounds. And so you know what you're getting, what you're missing, and if you need to use a card like Roderick or a tutor through Renfrey, Curse of Sloth to get something that might be near the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, and speaking of spotters and cards that boost themselves, something worth noting here with the lineup is that Trusky is playing a lot of stuff that gives Kerberton's Jerdans good value. There's a Scoia'tael, there's the Imprisonment. A lot of those points do indeed come from boosts, and the Overwhelming Hunger as well. As you know, a lot of consumes a lot of boosts, maybe Townsfolk and Syndicate. So it's going to be very hard, difficult for Trusky to kind of play around, giving as little Jurdan value as possible to Kerberton's triple Jurdan threat. So yeah, maybe that's why Kerberton actually said in the interview that he hopes to face Trusky in the finals, and that is where we're at currently.
Yeah, all right. And line pockets, lastly, for Trusky. Same list as Kerberton, except for the Freak Show instead of Best Boy. And we've talked about this Freak Show before. It is a nice card to have in the mirror, especially, and also against engine-heavy threat decks like Guerrilla Tactics Harmony, potentially. Even though it is row-locked, it can swing for a lot of removal on the turn that it comes down.
Yeah, very powerful core here as well in Syndicate. Yeah, Shady Vendor, Stolen Mutagens can do a lot of power. You have a nice flexibility usually with those as well. Yeah, Failed Experiment also maybe worth noting. It's pretty necessary to have in terms of transferring poisons to the opponent's side of the board for that sweet removal value. So yeah, flexible cards that are playing for a lot of points, and Syndicate does have that strong bronze core, which yeah, has proven that it's very impressive.
All right, so that is your lineups. We've seen this matchup before between these 2 lineups. Can Trusky do something different than Kaneki Yamori? Can he pull out the win? The first series of yesterday versus Kaneki Yamori, it was really tight. We had some nail-biting games, and Kerberton narrowly won that 3-2. So anything is possible here. I don't even know who is favored. I'm not sure. I feel like with the red coin 3 times, Trusky actually has a little bit of a better position than Kaneki did yesterday with the same lineup against Kerberton. So we'll have to see if this changes things. And we're going to take a look at their bans. Yesterday, Kerberton banned Syndicate, and Kaneki, I think, banned Nilfgaard. But this time, Trusky is banning Kerberton's Scoia'tael. What do you think of that?
It's an interesting ban. Now, a couple of the reasons is that Kerberton will be going on blue coin, and the Scoia'tael deck is definitely a deck that prefers blue coin as well. Trusky and Kaneki did say that they are soft targeting Scoia'tael, but they did not consider a Scoia'tael with the inclusion of Jurdan in it, and Kerberton's deck has been performing very, very well. And again, Trusky has a lineup that will give these Jurdans nice value, so it makes sense for Trusky to ban the Scoia'tael. However, I think it's a bit of an expensive ban because it means you have to fight it out against Nilfgaard and against Syndicate. And Shinmir, you mentioned something interesting before we started casting this, when we're talking about what will happen next in these series. Every player who hasn't banned either Nilfgaard or Syndicate has lost their series, right?
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think yesterday it was Spelling Bee who banned Skellige, and today Sif banned Skellige as well, and they both lost those series. So risky decision by Truski to not ban either Nilfgaard or Syndicate, but he has faith in his decision, and he thinks he knows what he can change. Maybe this will be the secret ingredient to overcoming this lineup from Kerberton. And yeah, like also like we saw yesterday, right? Kaneki tried to do everything he possibly could, played absolutely perfectly, filled both of his rows to prevent any guerrilla tactics moving highly boosted units to give extra value to Yurden, but still that was not enough. There's just nothing you can do if Kerberton plays well, saves those Milva pings, kills the ones, and opens up space in those rows in that particular matchup. And so maybe after experiencing that, maybe going through that, they were like, okay, we underestimated this deck if it has a Yurden in it, and it's favored against a lot of things that we thought weren't favored against our lineups, like our Death Wish deck before. So we need to change our strategy up a little bit. This is the deck that's hard to beat, and we're going to take our chances against Nilfgaard.
All right, and let's see how that works out as we jump into game number 1. Again, Kerberton going on blue coin, choosing to opt to Nilfgaard. Truski responding with the red coin Nilfgaard here. So Imprisonment Mirror. Is this a first of the...
I think so, yes.
So hey, same decks, but of course, there's a lot of layers, and as you can see, something new every time. Here we go.
So this is the first Imprisonment Mirror of the weekend, but these are not exactly the same decks. Key difference is Yurden versus Vilgefortz and the existence of a Traherne for Truski.
Yeah, I meant same decks as we've seen throughout the weekend from the players, but still getting new matchups and new spice ingredients. But yes, for sure, Traherne exists here for Truski, while Kerberton is running the Yurden in here. So, yeah, Ardfane Tortoise jumping on the board, and we are playing a mirror game because Truski is responding with the exact same thing here.
Okay, so in this matchup, locks are mostly not going to find many targets. Spotters is like the only target that you will find locks on, I think. So that's probably what both players are looking to do with both their leaders and their Alba Armor Cavalries. You kind of have too many locks and not enough targets. And that means you also want to play your spotters in round 1 because they're not going to be very useful in round 3.
Exactly. Yeah, Truski coming ahead with the spotters, and lock being answered, as it does indeed give nice value there. Truski might also be looking to get those spotters out of the way, just to, you know, divide a little bit of that Yurden value. Last day, pretty important for Kerberton, but this hand is looking very golden. The deeper the round goes, we have essentially a bricked Ramon for now. The Alba Armored Cavalry just was the only soldier, and it came out on the board. And the rest of the hand, very, very golden looking. Truski, on the hand, utilizing the Peller here, and using the spotter order now to boost it up to 11.
Yeah, this Peller traded so well to the lock because you still get to click the order after unlocking the spotter. And now he also knows that he's drawing into the Traherne in round 2. Might encourage him to actually lose the round 1 to play Traherne in round 2. But Kerberton passes first, doesn't want to play any more cards, doesn't want to give Truski an opportunity to get ahead because he is really close, right? After playing 3 cards each, only a 2-point lead for Kerberton. He doesn't want to have to start playing golds to survive in this round.
Yeah. Getting a little bit too committal, Truski. Thinking about what to play here to move on to round 2. And yeah, like you said, Traherne will be available next round, but it's a pretty slow play. And in general, now with the Nausicaa Sergeant rework, it is very, very tough bleed into it. So for Trotsky to really go for a bleed here, it's going to be scary. So does that mean Kerberton does get a long enough round? And now without last say, essentially, for Kerberton, how much value is that Jurden really going to get?
Yeah, it depends on how many Sergeants are going to be played, because if Trusky keeps the last say, he will be able to play the Triss Meteor Shower last, dodging that Jurden. And we see Renfri's Gang in Trusky's hand, as well as that Traherne. This is going to be a big question, because Kerberton has drawn a lot of his big goals. In fact, Kerberton might have drawn all of his goals.
There's one missing, and that is the essential Rune Mage, of course, for the Renfri options to open up to as many as possible. So yeah, Rune Mage and Roderick still sitting in Kerberton's deck, while Trusky, on the other hand, lacking quite a lot of golds here for now.
Yeah, what Trusky could do here, he has two plays. So he could go, he does play the, I don't know if he's playing Spotter or Traherne right now.
It should be the Traherne. It is not looking too great.
It could be Spotter as well.
To banish, or the Spotter, and it is the Spotter that goes into the graveyard here for Kerberton.
I'm not sure if getting rid of the Spotter is really worth it, because is Kerberton really planning on playing Spotter in round 3?
Not really.
It's not great because of these locks. And I don't know, maybe milling a Renfri's Gang could have been better, so that Kerberton no longer has the option of, say, using an informant to copy Trusky's Gang and getting double thinning and getting 18 points.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
What I kind of assumed when I saw the Renfri's Gang there. But yeah, also Trusky, I guess, doesn't know the state of Kerberton's hand. Informant indeed is there, so the line that you mentioned with Renfri's Gang, Kerberton being able to copy that could be really, really useful. But yeah, hoping to, I guess, get a little bit better value on that Traherne, but all the golds almost being in Kerberton's hand, there was really only the Rune Mage. That would have been really a great target.
Okay, here we go. We're going into a long round 3 Nilfgaard Mirror. A lot of people like to call this a clown fiesta, but there's some going to be major implications here, including board space, row space, which, if you can fill up your opponent's melee row with a bunch of garbage 1-power spies or 2-power spies, that really limits how effective their Triss Meteor Shower is.
The Triss could also come in offensively, of course, so that might be something that we also see from the players, depending on how it looks. But yeah, Row Clog is a strategy. I'm curious to see if Trusky manages to find kind of the same hand state as Kerberton has right now, because really, Kerberton is missing only the Rune Mage here. And Trusky, on the other hand, still missing vital cards such as Renfri. Ramon just being pulled into the hand, which is good there. Still a missing Renfri, which you would love to see if you're Trusky here going up against Kerberton, who has nearly everything. No Rune Mage.
Luckily Trusky can get that Renfri with the Roderick, so I think he's gonna be okay and happy enough with this hand. Trusky mulliganed away 2 Light Cavalry, thinking that they are not going to be effective, because that also provides another lock target for Kerberton's leader ability.
And here we go, opening up with the first Sergeant. Kerberton confidently playing that Ramon. Trusky, on the other hand, does have an option for a similar play, but what Trusky needs to keep in mind throughout this round is definitely trying to minimize the value of the Jurden, which is something that Kerberton has kept in his hand, going to take it at some point. There are the Sergeants. There is still a Spotter in Trusky's hand as well. If that doesn't get locked, could be Jurden value that Kerberton wipes away.
Yeah, I think Trusky could try something like, oh, he's actually copying the Spotter instead of the Sergeant. And the thinking behind this is probably that with last say, he can last say click this instead of the Sergeants, which play into Jurden immediately because they are boosts on deploy. But this does give Kerberton some lock targets, but his leader lock is going to hit armor. So 0-point leader tempo to prevent maybe a 7-point order?
Yeah, that could be the case. Now, there goes the leader lock, taking the lock value, saying that maybe it doesn't get any better than this, and starting that Sergeant train. Quick lock coming down from Trusky, locking Artorias Vigo. Nice engine that you want to keep from boosting further. Another spotter here, and another lock. Emir's waving his hand. Fast Renfrey coming down as well before the Rune Mage, which was unfortunately stuck in deck. So let's see what Kerberton decides to go for here.
He got the kindness, the blessing of kindness, and what curse?
Curse of Sloth. So that means the Rune Mage is still tutorable because Kerberton can play a bronze unit from his hand and draws a unit of his choice. And of course, the kindness that Shinrei pointed out there means that whenever Kerberton plays a unit with odd power, you boost it by 1 for each adjacent even power unit. Whenever you play a unit with even power, it looks different as you boost it by 1 for each adjacent odd power unit.
Kerberton honestly getting very lucky there before, like playing this Renfrey before the Rune Mage and hitting both ideal targets. I think that's like something around a 16-17% chance. So he's got to be very happy about that. Trusky now playing more spotters, just thinking, okay, this is the unit that I'm going to copy over and over and over again to deny you any Yurden value.
Yep. No Yurden value, holding on to some orders. The locks are out now from the leader, so this spotter with the order is going to go through for now. Yeah, assimilate engines, something that could be nice to establish. There will be a little bit of crate value from the slave drivers. And yeah, the board is getting wider and wider. I wonder if we could be running into a row clog situation. Kerberton also has the line of copying Trusky's gang to pull out his own gang, but what I do like is that Kerberton has the gang in deck, meaning potentially they're not coming down and taking up any row space unless you can go for it and enable it.
Has the option but not the obligation to. Very powerful situation to be in for Kerberton. I'm wondering if, like, you know, these spotters that Trusky's is copying, they're only getting 4 armor. It's not a lot. And he only has, I think, 1 tortoise left in his deck because he played one in round 1. Like, it's possible here that he doesn't find his tortoise and only can take like a 4 power boost instead of like a 7 power boost at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That could be very dangerous.
So Trusky definitely hoping to get the optimal boost level there. Roderick still sitting, waiting for the Renfrey come down. Trusky's holding on to that imprisonment leader chart, not wanting to go for an early kind of Renfrey like Kerberton did for that longer round value. So we'll see what the lock ends up coming down on. There is still the Brothans in Kerberton's hand, which is an engine that I suspect will be sucking up the lock. But there's also an Alba Armored Cavalry, which then won't do too much either.
All right. Kerberton filling up his own row now. Front row is done. Big assimilate procs and kindness value. Oh, look at those triple 10s. Trusky's wishing he had Igni in his Nilfgaard deck right now instead of this Vilgefortz.
That is completely true. Igni existed the Squirtle deck, unfortunately, for Trusky, but yeah, looking pretty sweet. Here comes the last leader lock. Opens up the Renfrey for Trusky now if he wishes to take it. So let's see what the next play will be. Looks like it will be Renfrey as Roderick comes down on the board here.
Yeah, and Rune Mage also still in the deck for Trusky, so he's also going to have to gamble here. Let's see if he can get as lucky as Kerberton. If he can find the Sloth, he can play the Rune Mage as well.
Found the Sloth. It's the middle option right now, so we're assuming he's going for that. We have the Blessing of Humility, Chastity, as well as Diligence. So yeah, not ideal.
Not good here.
At all. I believe he would be going for the Diligence, perhaps.
There's a lot of armor on Kerberton's side.
You're right, yeah.
What did he end up taking?
Has not chosen yet. Oh, no, he did go for Diligence, yeah.
Diligence for 6 random damage.
He hits correctly. Just believe in it, and it won't hit any armor.
Okay. All right. So Trusky getting a little less lucky. Didn't find the kindness. That could be a big deal here. And Kerberton going for that Triss Meteor Shower now. Big play. The lead is up to 46, but we've seen bigger swings than this before.
Oh yeah, we have. There's still the Triss Meteor Shower on Trusky's side of the board that could go for offensive value as well. That melee row is not looking too bad. Well, I guess there are 2 Duchess's Informants, which aren't super exciting for Triss either, but there's still the point swing, whether it will be offensive or defensive from her Renfri's gang coming down, so looking like a defensive Triss later on.
Yeah, and Kerberton now, like we said, has the option to copy this gang, but I don't think he has the row space to support this. He still needs to play a Rune Mage from his leader, and there's still 2 other units, or at least 3 other units, because this Slave Driver is 2 units in 1.
Yeah, exactly. Could choose to copy the Slave Driver with the Duchess's Informant. Suppose could even copy a Spotter if it wants to, but wants to save a row space there. 2 spies, though, from Kerberton, so could definitely be possible that we just see a Slave Driver. Whenever Nausicaa to copying a Slave Driver, maybe? Slave Driver. Copy.
Here we go. He's going to be Spotter because he's running out of space. And look at this. Top 3 cards in Trusky's deck are not soldiers, and they're only 4 power. Trusky only has 1 more slot. The 4th card in his deck needs to be a soldier in order for him to get any boost at all. He's been saving these, and they're only going to get vitality if he doesn't have a soldier in the 4th slot.
Sergeant coming out there from Vilgefortz. It is efficient, but the point gap is still very large. Yep, Kerberton starting to run out of row space, and the leader has to come down here to get that Rune Mage that is stuck in the deck left. Probably trying to roll a special from the Rune Mage here. Let's see, we need space for Jurden as well as Slave Driver. So getting a bit tight here on the rows.
Kerberton definitely wants to leave this Mage Infiltrator on Trusky's side of the board so that it doesn't take up his board space and actually clogs Trusky's row. And that's what he's doing now. And he's taking the Roderick as well, clogging 2 spots in 1 turn. Rune Mage could even find a spy.
Let's see if he goes for the Nilfgaard. There are a lot of specials in Nilfgaard as well if you wanted to use that. All right, no row log option here, but there is the Ointment actually here going on.
That's great.
Nausicaa Sergeant, yeah.
Doesn't take up space for him, and Trusky has 1 space left. He's got a Sloth leader that wanted to play Rune Mage. He needs the space to play the Triss, and he's trailing by almost 50 points.
It's looking rough for Trusky, unfortunately. Big Triss coming down, but if you played that into the last row space, then of course Jurden is sitting there waiting. So ideally Trusky would have saved that Triss for last save, but that's not going to happen here.
This is a catch-22 for Trusky. If he doesn't play the Triss now, yeah, he loses the ability to play Triss. If he plays Triss now, Kerberton gets the Jurden. Trusky is screwed, I think. Like, he doesn't have a way to kill his own units anymore. And in order to Sloth, he has to play one of these bad bronzes, which fills up the row. So he has no choice but to Triss now, and I don't think this is a winning line for him. There's nothing he could really do at this point. Kerberton masterfully keeping the spies in his hand and then purposely going for a Roderick instead of the actual Rune Mage to put another spy onto Trusky's side of the board.
Yeah, Kerberton knew what he wanted to do and he went for it. The long round happened, and of course Kerberton having first say in round 3 could have helped a little bit as well with establishing that strategy faster than Trusky, who is behind by a little bit here. And yeah, we see the Renfri leader come down here, removing a little bit of units. Maybe it didn't actually armor there.
And actually frees up space for Kerberton to play his last card. Oh, never mind. Duchess Informant played to clog the row. But Yeah, the writing's on the wall. These two spotter orders are not gonna make up these 40 points, and Kerberton is gonna take game number 1 in the Nilfgaard Mirror. Very interesting line. Always row space, always a problem in the long round.
It looks a little bit satisfying though, having this full board on both sides. I think that's a rare sight, but today we did get it in a so-called clown fiesta, as it's called, but no clowning going on here. I feel like very nicely executed strategy from Kerberton's part, and not much, unfortunately, that Trusky was able to do there.
Yeah, so I mean, it was a double-edged sword, having the last say, being able to supposedly dodge the Jurgen with your Triss with last say, but allowing Kerberton to act first and play more cards and fill your board faster. Wow.
That was a very impressive game as well. And Kerberton, kind of all the way from round 1, did manage to draw very vital goals that he was able to hold on to and utilize, while Trusky was still looking for them in round 3. Found everything, but the row space was the issue for Trusky. That means game number 1 does go to Kerberton. Nilfgaard is through. Syndicate and Monsters next on the line. Trusky, all 3 decks still available, and the coins will be flipped, meaning Trusky this time around goes on blue coin. Yeah, potentially queuing up that Squirtle list.
Yeah, so Kerberton got the Nilfgaard through, but I don't think Trusky is too heartbroken about it. He always knew that this Nilfgaard would be a tough deck to beat for his lineup. That's why he's been banning Nilfgaard all this whole time. And so he's really targeting, like, he's really hoping to shut out Monsters, which Kaneki almost did yesterday, and then Syndicate as well as like a soft target with all of his control from like guerrilla tactics with the extra waylays and so on. So with blue coin now, Trusky, like you said, probably plays this guerrilla tactics, and Kerberton on red will want to play Monsters or Syndicate. Monsters or Syndicate. I could see either. I could honestly see either.
Either, maybe even Syndicate to try and get that through from a red coin, as it can potentially be a little bit vulnerable on blue coin. Monsters, on the other hand, could utilize the stratagem for Kerberton, so it's definitely not bad to take on blue coin either. So yeah, it could really be either of those decks. And what if, yeah, probably Trusky is going to queue the Guerrilla Tactics deck as well, but anything can happen. The players really want to think about this one. The last series of the day, and it's the deciding one, Shinmori. Whoever wins this moves on to Gwent Masters in December and takes the whole title. So focus is required. It's been a long day for both of the players. You really have to gather the energy and make sure they focus for this one.
Yeah, both of these players are legendary players already, but looking to snag their first Gwent Open title and punch their ticket to World Masters Season 4 this December. And we are on our way, starting game number 2. It is Scoia'tael versus Monsters, and Trusky is going first. Has the Saskia, has the Royal Decree already in his hand. Things are looking good for him.
Yeah, definitely. Kerberton, on the other hand, has some of the key cards, as well as, I mean, Brew's Ritual, always nice. That Jurgen will be valuable in the matchup, ideally with Last Say. But can Kerberton secure something like that from Red Coin, or will Trusky just have enough power with Saskia and Vanadane, which could be coming down?
Yeah, Heatwave also a huge draw in case Trusky wants to commit the scenario to help ensure he wins round 1.
Yeah, that was a line that we saw from Kaneki playing against Kerberton from Blue Coin. Played the scenario saying that the odds of Kerberton having Heatwave are the smallest in round 1. And if you have to use your Unerancy to tutor out Heatwave, that's not really too bad of a trade. But as we can see here, the Heat Wave is ready to come down if Trusky is aiming for that same line, saving Saskia, but rather going for Mysteries of Locthwain. One of the reasons to play the Mysteries of Locthwain in round 1 is because of all that Yrden value that Kerberton potentially has. Because Yrden's gonna be big culprit in what would otherwise be a very beautiful, thriving long round for Scoia'tael, but Yrden certainly changes things here. So maybe we see a Mysteries of Locthwain, maybe we see a Saskia instead, but Vanadane should be pretty likely to be tutored here from the Cursed Scroll, or maybe even Decree, but that could be expensive if you're looking for something like Simlast later.
That's true. That's a hard decision to make. If you do decree the Vanadane, that allows you to curse scroll one of those waylays that he creates back to the bottom of the deck, but then you're giving up your tutor for Simlas, for Lake Guardian. It is a tough decision. I think maybe if I were in this position, I would be willing to decree Vanadane if I play Saskia in this round, because Saskia will thin multiple cards. But if I'm playing Scenario in this round, maybe I'm not willing to use that decree.
Yeah, I can absolutely see that. Kerberton deciding on what to do here, how much to commit, and what there really is to commit from this hand. A lot of carryover to be established, and there we go, Ritual all the way to the last minute rope.
Yeah, I was getting so nervous. Kerberton was like super still on his camera, and I wasn't sure if maybe his connection had frozen and his camera was frozen and he was like about to disconnect. I was really nervous, but he was just super in the zone and thinking everything through and saving it to the last second, making sure that he can greed this Brewis Ritual and not consume it right away. Maybe giving himself the option to play like a Giant Toad on it or an Arrakis Queen on it.
So Trusky does go for the line of playing Locthwain here, or rather than Saskia. I don't think you want to commit both. That is that's a lot. But yeah, the Heat Wave, of course, that is the ideal target in this scenario. So Heat Wave on scenario is what happened.
But with the scenario Heat Waved now, does Trusky feel more pressure to play the Saskia? I think he does. The Brewis is on the board. He knows he needs to win round 1 because of this Yrden that Kerberton has in his deck. So I would maybe expect to see the Saskia come down now before it's too late and there's not that many turns.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point, definitely. And it's thinning as well, but still holding on to it. Playing a Harmony engine before... Saskia could be coming down around 1. It is expensive, so ideally you just have the scenario go through, not get heat waved. And yeah, 1 Succubus coming out from Brewis Ritual there. That is nice for Kerberton as it goes right into the graveyard where you want one of them. Would have not been very nice if there would have been 2 Succubi coming out, but that was very unlikely.
Yeah, Trusky now has the option to maybe poison and bluff a little bit, or at least like put Kerberton in an uncomfortable position onto that Barghest. But instead, he's doing his Curse Scroll. No, Royal Decree for Vanadane. So he will Curse Scroll the Waylay away and not keep the Royal Decree. But I guess he could use the Curse Scroll to grab Simlas, make sure he never misses that, and then the only card that he's only main card that he's willing to risk missing is Lake Guardian Dust Aspect and I guess Weeping Willow to an extent. Yeah,
you're right about that, and that may also be why he's holding that order a little bit, because the deeper the round goes, the less you want to commit that Simlast. So tutoring for a card that is essentially unplayable in that round is maybe not the best, but certainly wants to use the Curse Scroll, but keeps it open for a little bit, also telling Kerberton that I'm still in this round, I'm not giving up yet, as we see the Chameleon as well come down for carryover onto the Lake Guardian Dusk aspect that Trusky may or may not find later on. Still onto that Saskia as well, saying nope, can't play it this round, maybe too much commitment.
Yeah, and I am also looking at the list right now. Trusky's actually missed a lot of golds. There's not only the Lake Guardian Dust Aspect and Weeping Willow that we mentioned, but Igni as well as Percival still in the deck for Trusky. So Igni could be crucial if he doesn't get it by round 3. Maybe he even wants to play it here if he needs it. He's trying to save the Saskia. But he also has Waylays he can't play.
Yeah, exactly. Saskia would have helped with thinning, but I think it's getting a little bit too late as well to start committing that, as she won't thin enough for you to guarantee finding those last cards. But yeah, big pass from Kerberton saying you're not allowed to use your Cursed Scroll here. Or if you do, you have to play another card, which Trusky now has to decide. Do you go for the long round? Do you say Igni is going to be strong enough if I find it, together with my Saskia, just to put one of those Waylays at the bottom and tutor a card of his liking? Or do you take the pass?
Well, does Trusky want to push? If he doesn't want to push and he's fine taking the long round with last say, then it is maybe worth it here to use this Cursed Scroll, because like we said, the Royal Decree is gone and you're still missing 4 golds. So maybe you need to make sure you don't miss that Simless and develop carryover at the same time, activating Harmony in extra time on these chameleons.
And
he actually prefers the Igni instead.
Yeah, I mean, if you are going into a long round, the Igni will be absolutely necessary. So it makes sense as to why Trusky definitely prioritizes going for that one. Of course, hoping to find Simlas as well. Very important card now that that last Waylay by the end of round 3 will be going back into the deck. Trusky might be keeping it in hand for now. Okay, mulliganing it later.
Oh.
Now and finding goals here. Very nice.
It looks like Trusky made the right choice, grabbing the Igni from the Cursed Scroll and naturally drawing into the rest of his golds. He's got to feel good about this.
Kerberton, on the other hand, setting up carryover here, going for the Neuromancy into the Toad, and we will have a battle of the long rounds. Trusky here with the last say. Kerberton does get Yrden value, but yeah, let's see how efficiently Trusky can line up this Igni. Lots to think about when the timing is right, using your leader charges and so forth. Kerberton, on the other hand, doesn't have that much interaction with Trusky's board for this round, but will be looking for a nice Yrden, setting up those consumes, have enough for your Succubus train, as well as utilize your Arrakis Queen Detlaf combo there.
Really risky situation for Trusky. He has 2 mulligans, but I think there's 4 bricks in his deck. I think all 4 Waylays... No, there's 3 bricks. 3 Waylays are potentially not at the bottom. He has one Waylay and a Milva at the bottom. He decides to play it really safe. Two mulligans with 3 bricks is not a gamble that he wants to take. So actually just doesn't take any mulligans despite having a couple of lowly bronzes in his hand.
Yeah, Kerberton opening up with the Haunt here. Trusky could take a leader charge, get rid of that 4. It's an order consume, or decide to use all of the leaders on Igni. But yeah, this is a great target for a leader if you do want to take it. And it looks like it comes out. 1 consume gone for Kerberton. Nice for Trusky. And it's time to establish some Harmony engine value. Perhaps the Sword Master even, to start pinging down things. Kerberton cannot interact with the Sword Master. Elven Sword Master in a long round should not be underestimated, as it can very threateningly start lining up some Ignis there. I wonder if Kerberton potentially has to use consumes to disalign some Ignis as well. Would be interesting.
Whoa, playing the Chameleon first. It's not something that I would have necessarily expected, but I think Trusky's trying to play around Fog. He's trying to play the Saskia maybe next after, and then bounce the Chameleon so that it's a 3, and so that Fog is guaranteed to hit the Chameleon instead of the Saskia, so that the Saskia can live. There's no Maruna or Manticore.
So, yeah, for Kerberton here, a Neuromancy could access 1 if that was a play to go for, but they're currently tucked in the deck. So Trusky necessarily doesn't need to make that play in this round, but it's better to be safe than to be sorry. And yeah, worrying about Saskia here, encouraging this line of play instead.
Trusky really taking his time, thinking about whether he should bounce. I don't know what tag is on the Chameleon, but okay.
Currently, it's bouncing, has the human tag now.
Gotcha. Decides to go with Percival first. Maybe Trusky, how many tags does Trusky have in his deck for bronzes that he can tutor with Saskia?
There's a dwarf and a dryad, beast. Yeah, those are the 3 tags.
Okay. So he's still going to get all of them, despite playing Saskia a little bit late in this round. And that's fine. And he has the Saskia on the same row as the Chameleon, as expected, to tank a potential fog.
So that's all set up now. AQ, on the other hand, set up for Kerberton using the Order ability here, as the Seleno Harpy comes down and consumes the AQ. Again, we talked a little bit about the AQ in open deck list. It is nice to know when you can float her, when you have to instantly consume her, and Kerberton was freely able to play her just as he wanted and didn't have to instantly consume.
Now, with so many ones on Kerberton's board, can Trusky purposely not kill them? Would Kerberton run into row space issues? I think he probably would if Trusky decided to like not kill anything. Trusky could even waylay the Night Wraith to put even more ones on Kerberton's side of the board.
Oh, the waylay Night Wraith play would be fantastic if we saw it. But yeah, clicking the Order ability from AQ gives you additional points, but will the row space be an issue? And Dragon Warrior does seem to come down here, eating one of those rats. Barghest finishing it off. And looking like not a bad Igni. I mean, we have 2 17s now here. So if Trusky can, I mean, I'm sure he's taking his sweet time thinking about how to get the perfect Igni, because that one can be just a huge swing. And Swordmaster now is on the board to be able to set something like this up. You have the Guerrilla Tactics charges, but also Milva coming out, pinging something down. So having an extra ping from the Swordmaster can be really good to align everything as well.
Yeah, big brain moments here. It's like a puzzle. It's almost like a Thronebreaker puzzle.
Yeah.
Seely. Like figuring out how to line up everything as much as possible. Trusky might be really patient here with the Igni. Again, he does have the Milva Order to clean up ones if he ever needs to open up row space on Kerberton's side of the board. Oh, look at this nice little bluff here by Trusky, using the Treant range row, threatening a poison and seeing if Kerberton bites.
Yeah, I mean, do you give in to the 17-point poison, or do you potentially just leave it and call it and say, hey, you only have 1 Dryad Ranger left. You don't have it in your hand. And I'm just gonna take it here. I mean, Kerberton seems like the type of guy who might go for a ballsy play like that. So we'll see what he does about this poison. Is the consume going to be more valuable on a Deathwish unit, or will it just have to come down here to protect the Barghest from the poison and potentially play into a bigger Igni then?
This is a huge bait, because if Kerberton leaders this 17 to a 20-point Ekimara, that's the exact level for Trusky to Guerrilla Tactics and move that Ekimara to the range row. It'll hit it to a 17 and line up double Ignis. But Kerberton instead is going to wisely consume that 17-point Barghest with the Seleno Harpy, gets the bonded ability, and spawns an extra Deathwish unit now.
Yeah, the extra Deathwish is nice for Kerberton to have, and doesn't all indeed leader charge it. Makes it a little bit harder for Trusky to start lining these up. Is it doable?
Yes, I think so. 2 leader charges, one with the Milva ping, will set that 22-point Harpy to a 17. It'll be 5 damage total. But does Trusky go for it now? Because if you're even more patient, maybe you can line up this 22 with the Karen after the Karen's played. So how greedy does Trusky need to get? He's currently trailing by 30 points, has no scenario in this round, decides that he's gonna greed even more and wait it out.
The Giga Igni might be coming down. The Bigni, not the Pigni, which is the purple Igni.
Oh, but the Berserker has other ideas!
Oh dear.
Oh no.
He's being very naughty right now. Maybe the Swordmaster Ping can come in here and do something, but that is rude of the Berserker. Yeah, I don't know. Trusky should have told him before that awful long.
Okay, but it's still doable. You just need to use the Swordmaster to ping the 17 down to 16. If it's the differential is 5 and they're on the same row, then 2 leader charges. It'll do the first leader charge will do 3 damage because Milva will come out, and then the second leader charge, if you don't bounce the Milva, will do 2 damage. Right, setting up a difference of 5. You can also set up a difference of 6 if you pop the Milva back into the deck in between your leader charges.
Swordmaster hitting the bigger harpy here, however.
I don't know if I like that, but maybe Trusky sees something else in mind. And Berserker! Really trolling Trusky here. You hit the bigger one, and then Berserker just keeps the differential at exactly 4 points, which is what Trusky did not seem to want.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not. I would love to see Trusky's facial expressions here with these Berserker pings. Of course, the camera is static because of internet connection. We'd rather have Trusky in the game with stable connection, but part of me definitely wanted to see what his face looked like when that Berserker down.
So the Similis could be used for one waylay to hit that 20 down to a 17. That might be what Trusky was trying to do when he made the difference 3 points, right? It's one waylay worth of difference. You waylay it once with the Similis and then see how Kerberton reacts. Then force Kerberton to consume that 16 or 17, and then you get an even bigger Igni after that.
Right, so maybe holding it as well for the Karen. Karen coming down, consuming 3 units here. Saboteur is the one that will be coming down first. Really, Trusky showing that he wants to go for the absolute ultimate Igni. And now I guess Kerberton also saw that Dried Ranger come down from Saskia, not knowing now that it's not in Trusky's hand and there was no poison completion.
Yeah, it was a bluff. He fell for the bluff after all. And now Trusky taking a page out of Kerberton's book yesterday, now also floating that Milva, knowing that there's really nothing left that can answer this Milva, and it's now flexible as either a damage for 1 ping or killing a 1 death blow to bounce back into your deck.
And melee row fully blocked here. Nothing can be moved to the melee row now. That
okay.
To still be fine with the Igni situation.
So there is a 1 power rat that can be cleared out of the melee row, but it's hard. It's like the Karen is too tall relative to the 20-point Harpy. If the Harpy had been a 22, then you could do it, or even a 21, you could do it. But the Harpy is 1. Oh, Trusky must be regretting hitting that big Harpy with the Swordmaster now. Right? If he had not hit it with the Swordmaster, it'd be at 21. You open up the space, get the Milva out on something else. Using leader charges now. What's the plan here, Trusky?
Curious to find out.
Really running out of time.
But it's getting tight. Come on. What will we see? Okay, 20-point Igni coming through. Trusky was surely hoping for a Giga Igni, but
I think he was hoping for something better.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, it's still a pretty big lead right now for Kerberton with the Yurden to come. Only a 1-unit Igni when he could have taken 2 17s, right? Back when there was a 22 and a 17, he could have just taken 2 17s. That's an opportunity missed of 14 points there for Trusky, and that could be the difference maker for this game. Let's see it. Yurden, the lead is 40 points. There's currently no space, but we do have a Similis with 4 waylays, but there's not much space on Trusky's side of the board either.
No, the row has just a few slots left. Kerberton here, throwing his eyebrows a little bit, not sure what is going on here, but of course, last Milva coming out, and here the final play with the waylay as well. The Milva, of course, going back into the deck to make row space here for the waylays. Last play, it is big, but
Trusky roped out the last turn and didn't get the chance to bounce his Chameleon, and now he's missing a Harmony proc, still having an order left on this Chameleon that he wasn't able to use. Here comes the 4 Waylays. I think he's only going to get to spawn 3 of these Deadeye Ambush, and it's not quite enough. It's 7 points short. Trusky could have won this game if he just took the double Igni when the opportunity presented itself.
Yeah, turns out the Chameleon proc there did not change things, even though the rope ran short for Trusky. But yeah, rough with the Igni. I mean, this is the layer to the game. When do you take that Igni? Do you greet it? Do you say you can do more? Kerberton, of course, can choose which rows to play on. He had the double Succubi come out on the melee row as well. So keeping his cool and trying to play around something like Igni as much as possible will help. Trusky, on the other hand, deciding to greed, not quite paying off there. Better Igni would have existed earlier, but it's very difficult to tell when you take that.
This was Trusky's game to lose. Maybe he got too greedy, thinking that he could get a bigger Igni. And I think the fatal mistake was him using the Swordmaster to hit the biggest Harpy. Because, like, Karen is immune, right? You know Karen's going to be very tall. He's immune, so you can't lower the power of Karen. But what you can do is, if there's another unit like that big 21-point Harpy, you could lower the power of the tallest vulnerable unit to line up with the immune Karen. But if that tallest vulnerable unit gets shorter and shorter and shorter, you get fewer options to potentially line up with the Karen. So, I mean, I think either you take the double 17s. I'm assuming that he saw the possibility of using double leader charge for 5 damage and taking the double 17s, but consciously decided to wait, thinking he might have needed more. So either you take the double 17s and you don't greed, or you don't hit the tallest unit at all. Obviously, the Berserker didn't help, but the fatal ping was the one that Trusky chose to use with the Swordmaster.
Yeah, it was a little bit heartbreaking to see there, because we were getting ready. We were anticipating that big Igni coming in there. It didn't happen, of course, but the build-up was kind of there, and then it never happened. Kerberton also looking a little bit unsure there as to what was going on. And I mean, yeah, you hate to see it if you're Trusky. Definitely not the Igni value you were looking for. But yeah, well played to Kerberton. He currently has 2 wins now and is looking to go through potentially here with the last deck. 1 deck needs to go through still for Kerberton. Trusky, still, that is what it is. But potentially you could still pull it out and come on top. But it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Trusky, I think.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to reverse sweep the Syndicate list now for Kerberton. And yeah, he's got to be feeling terrible after that game, I think. So he really needs a little bit of time to collect himself and recover his mental game. So, because I think, in that position with that time pressure on the big stage, with your tournament life at line, your first chance of winning a GWENT Open, all that combined really can get to you. And with the rope also, I know the rope feels so much shorter than it actually is sometimes. And yeah, you could tell, especially on the Igni turn, he really was trying to figure out a way to get a bigger Igni, and then at the last moment he had to just drop it.
Yeah, and I can understand Trusky wanting to go for that as well. Kerberton had a really, really big lead. A lot of consumes coming down there, a lot of Death Wish value as well. So maybe Trusky's saying, if I don't get the maximum Igni, I'm not winning this game. And unfortunately, the stars did not align there. The pings went slightly off for that to be possible, but the greed line I definitely can see from Trusky, and not paying off for this game, however.
Yeah, unfortunate, but let's see if he can recover. So, like we said, Kerberton has Syndicate left, and 3 chances to get Syndicate through. Trusky obviously still needs to win with Death Wish Guerrilla Tactics Harmony, as well as his Nilfgaard Imprisonment list. So with Trusky on red for game number 3, what do you think is his best chance of potentially converting this into a reverse sweep situation?
Ooh, let's see. Well, it probably will not be Squirtle. That will be queued rather from the blue coin situation. Trusky's banned deck was Syndicate. So, I mean, red coin Nilfgaard seems fairly convincing. It can play nicely, but also monsters on red coin. It has a lot of power potential. It can definitely push and put we talked about Syndicate being a little bit vulnerable on blue coin because you could out tempo, and Trusky's monster deck is definitely a deck that can put a lot of tempo on the board very, very fast and potentially pushing Kerberton Syndicate from blue coin into a difficult spot. So yeah, I could definitely see monsters coming down here from red. It likes going on red. Nilfgaard could work as well, but it's more of a flex. So I think in order to win this next game, we'll probably see monsters from Trusky.
I agree with you. I think monsters most likely and Nilfgaard second most likely. With 2 red coins left and 1 blue coin left for Trusky, it should be monsters, Nilfgaard red, Guerrilla Tactics, Squirtle blue. On blue coin, so Syndicate likes being on red coin because then it can't lose on even from in round 1, and Guerrilla Tactics is out of these 3 decks that Trusky still has to play. Guerrilla Tactics is the one that has the best chance at actually controlling all of Syndicate or most of Syndicate's engines. So that's the one that you're probably willing to take on blue coin. Get yourself a better consistency, thin with Saskia, and then get your Vanadane and set up your waylays early, because we did see a situation where, like, if you're waiting too long to set up your waylays, you can let Syndicate develop too many of their engines and it kind of snowballs out of control. So, yeah, if the plan is to reverse sweep here, best chance is Guerrilla Tactics for game 4 when Trusky is on blue.
Mm-hmm. And then either red coin now, monsters or Nilfgaard. Yeah, I think monsters definitely has the capability of really putting that pressure and putting Syndicate in a corner, potentially forcing Kerberton to spend something that's a little bit too committal, a little bit too good to just not lose on even. And their lose on even scenario could happen, or the big commitment scenario could happen as well. So what Kerberton ideally would like to do is just kind of get out of there without losing on even. I think a lot will depend on Trusky's round 1 hand. If he does decide to go with monsters, there is the Brewis Ritual that you're looking for, potentially a Baya as well, to really add those points onto the board. And Kerberton, if he faces something like that, that's a lot of tempo to keep up with. Playing Syndicate. I don't know if that 8 provision best boy is going to help too much when you have big girl Brewis showing up with all of her friends to bully you a little bit.
That's so true. Yeah, Brewis can be very, very intimidating, especially when you know that you can greed her and get the Abaya on her for the double proc as well. I know that the players are trying to get ready. I think Trusky's having a little bit of an internet issue, so he's trying to reset and see if he can get online another way. I really hope that he is able to make it back, because it would be absolutely devastating to end your run this way, to internet issues. I would hate for that to happen.
Yeah, so let's hope for Trusky's internet connection to come back. Yeah, sometimes internet is an iffy thing. I've had a lot of internet issues in the past, and it caused me a lot of stress, and you definitely don't want things to happen in such a big moment when the stakes are this high.
Chat, spam Sealy Flower to give Trusky's internet power. Do it.
That's a good one. Flower power. For Trusky's internet today. Let's do it. Yeah, you gotta wonder as well if that internet connection potentially could have caused a bit of a rope there for Trusky unintentionally as well, if it was bad, and how that affected that previous game that we just saw.
I didn't even think of that, but it is possible that could have been an issue. I really hope that wasn't the case. Yeah. But we are we're trying to get this going. I hope that everything is good. I think I'm crossing my fingers. I'm really hopeful, and I think if you guys spammed enough flowers, we're gonna get this game started very soon for you.
Also, you know, just believing. Sometimes you gotta believe in the heart of the cards. Sometimes you gotta believe in the heart of the internet. That may also work. So yeah, trying to establish that connection with Trusky now. Really hoping internet gods, if you're out there listening, come on, let's go.
I hear that the invites are coming. I'm crossing my fingers. I hope this goes through, and we'll see what Trusky decides to try to queue up with. If it's monsters or Nilfgaard or potentially an unintuitive Scoia'tael. Okay.
All right.
So if it is, yeah, if it is monsters versus Syndicate, we have seen the matchup before. If I remember correctly, there was a game where it was, again, very, very close. I think like by 2 or 3 points. It might have been Trusky versus Piable yesterday, where Piable rolled a lot of failed experiments from his Eventide Plunders, getting double failed experiment in a medium to long round 3, where he was able to like use their cooldown multiple times, and I think barely squeezed out a win by like 3 points at the end there. So another potential nail biter situation that we could have for the next game.
It could definitely happen. Of course, there is the potential situation where Trusky as well is going to queue Nilfgaard. And what would you say then, Shinri? What are kind of the key things you're looking for playing Nilfgaard on red versus Syndicate on blue?
Yeah, so Nilfgaard on red versus Syndicate on blue, I think Nilfgaard has an advantage here if they go aggressive. So Syndicate is going to have to, if they don't want to lose on even, they're going to have to commit some engines and some threats in round 1, and those potentially can get locked. Nilfgaard can play very aggressively with their imprisonment leader, and then follow that up with a Renfrey or even a Rune Mage into Renfrey, start getting that like passive kindness value ticking, and really generating a lot of points, not letting Syndicate out without them committing something like a Golden Necker or even just like multiple golds. And Nilfgaard with Renfrey has another option where you can take Curse of Greed, which spawns stratagems. One of the stratagems that you can create on your range row is a neutral stratagem, Crystal Skull, that has Veil. That can be timed. You could potentially time that to negate one of the poisons that your opponent has already committed on you. But again, there's Kalkstein kind of lurking around the corner, maybe able to purify that Veil before double poisoning in one turn. So a lot of different complexity, many, many different layers in both of these potential matchups. I think Nilfgaard will want to win round 1 either way, whether it's on even or even down 1 card, because they want that round control. They want to push round 2 and split up Syndicate's combo pieces like the Blindheim Brothers, like the Golden Necker and Tunnel Throw.
Yeah, so overcommitting with Syndicate can be a weakness for the deck if it's pushed into a corner, and that's just something it has to do. Sometimes the hands can be a little bit awkward for Syndicate as well, the round 1s. I feel like this has been for a very, very long time where Syndicate, always on blue coin, kind of risked getting outpointed by a lot of decks, and we're back to that now with Nilfgaard being able to do it, with this monsters list also being able to do it. So let's see if that is going to happen. I'm waiting a little bit longer to see if we can get into the games, but yeah, definitely a lot happening in the next series, and it's going to be very exciting once we see it. It's also fun to really be able to analyze it here and think about the potential scenarios of what is going to happen and what Trusky basically needs to do in order to reach the reverse sweep. Kerberton, on the other hand, has to get the Syndicate through. Dealing with that on blue coin, a little bit tough, but maybe he can pull it out. As you said, Shinri, Kerberton learned his lesson about the rope and Golden Necker, so that is probably going to come smoothly to him now, and he's not going to hesitate. He's like, okay, next turn I'm going to Golden Necker. I'm going to do it right now.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, when it comes to Trusky and figuring out how to reverse sweep and pull this off against all odds, we've talked about some of the strategies that he can employ in tactics in the matchups, but also I think like this extended break, I know he's probably stressed out from like his internet connection and being able to make sure he can get into the games and not have to forfeit the last game. But this extended break also might have given him a chance to kind of reset as well and kind of pull himself out of that negative energy that maybe had clouded his mind after that Igni missed opportunity. So there are, you know, both sides of the coin when it comes to things like this.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. One thing is playing well, but in order to play well, you need to have focus. It's a lot about what is going on up here, how you're feeling. Are you letting the nerves get the best of you? Sometimes, you know, it's easy to say, oh, just be cool, just be calm and focus. Sometimes there's a lot of factors that can be very distracting. But yeah, taking a deep breath and really thinking about, okay, what is my strengths? I need to play to those and go forward.
Yeah, and I think they are trying to send out the invites again, and we might be able to get started here in just a few moments. Keep spamming those flowers to give Trusky's internet power if you haven't already been doing so. You know, in the meantime, we can also talk a little bit about some of the reveals that we saw in the dev update video. You know, the newest card that was shown is, oh, wait.
Oh.
We got a game, ladies and gentlemen.
Tune into Shinri's patch note stream for more info on the reveals.
Exactly, but thank you for all the flower power. We do have a game number 3 now, Kerberton on Blue Coin with Syndicate, and we were right. Monsters is the deck of choice for Trusky, and he has the Brewis. He's gonna look to maybe, oh, there's the Roach, but does he have one more mulligan? He does.
Okay. It goes right back, finding the Doldu lock, which is very useful in terms of setting up the Succubi later on. But yeah, Abaya and Brewis Ritual, we talked about that aggressive hand that could come down from Trusky and put Syndicate in a corner. This, I would say, is the hand. It is very, very powerful, does require quite a few consumes, but yeah, doable. Kerberton, on the other hand, starting out with a Townsfolk, good to get that engine out of the way. Trusky, on the other hand, is floating the Brewis, indicating to us that Abaya indeed should be something that we are looking for. There's also the potential to even AQ, I believe, there with the Deathwish Tutor, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, Kerberton rolls the Eventide Plunder, no poison this time, but Eternal Fire Disciple really not bad as an efficient 2-to-1 spender for this round. Trusky does go for the Abaya line. I really like it. Gets one of the Succubus and a Foglet. So, yeah, he's fine with activating the Brewis again and consuming it because he has the second Succubus in hand and knows that he won't be wasting one for this round.
Yeah, really nice to get that. One Succubus in hand, one on the board. And immediately, guys, you can see that we were 2 cards in. Big point play coming down from Trusky. Still, Brewis left to be consumed. Let's see how Kerberton can fight this. Does he eventually have to pass and leave this round losing on even? Or can he still fight with his engines? A little bit of extra tempo here from Best Boy. And yeah, potentially even poisoned. Morale is here, ready to go for a big consume, but Trusky, on the other hand, trying to spread those consumes out for now.
Okay, so Siren and a Bridge Troll coming out from Brewis. You can use the Siren next turn to consume the Foglet, and then maybe even the Endriga Warrior to consume both the Siren and the Bridge Troll, but that might lose the half of the Siren's Deathwish, as there will be no unit on the right side of it.
Yeah, and Kerberton playing the Gellert, a pretty important piece for Syndicate again, but it is necessary. The pressure is on, and Kerberton has to answer. It's either answer or lose on even, and Kerberton is going to fight for it. Fog now being activated, going to start pinging down the Gellert, so let's see how Kerberton can protect it. A couple of turns needed for that to happen, though.
Yeah, Kerberton played into the Fog, but he does have Azar Javid to spawn a 1-power Scarab to tank 1 turn, and that would be enough to keep this Gellert alive. Trusky uses the Death Wish Tutor Whispering Hillock to get another Siren. Gonna play it to the far right, and then probably looking to consume 2 things next turn.
Yep, there is the Endrega Warrior going potentially for that double consume. Order consumes really nice. Sirens, wonderful round 1 cards. Opens up a lot of plays for Trusky here. Now, how far is Kerberton willing to commit? Because it's starting to look pretty golden here for the Golden Necker list. And in order to tank this fog and prevent Gellert from dying, the Azar does come down here for 1 token only. Again, Trusky plays no control, so that Azar won't really be necessary for later in terms of protecting engines.
Yeah, Kerberton's still holding this Crystal Skull. When we see Kerberton use the Crystal Skull, that will be an indication that he will be considering to pass. If he doesn't use the Crystal Skull here, it probably means he won't pass, and he'll still play something like Siri Nova. He does have the Siri Nova, so if he ends up losing on even, at least he might have that 8-point carryover to round 2. And wow, a 24-power Endrega Warrior.
Morale looking suddenly quite happy here on the melee row. And now the Crystal Skull does come down. Kerberton would be forced to go down another card here to take round control.
Okay, can Kerberton maybe use leader charges? 3 leader charges would save him his card, because the townsfolk would grow by 3, and then he would lose 2 points from the fog. And if he saves his card this turn, the morale poison is going to make sure that he doesn't lose his card for the rest of the round, most likely.
Looks like a plan, honestly. If you don't spend this, another card does have to come down. You do have the Sarah, which might not be too bad, but after that, you're certainly not bleeding. So just like you said, Shinamari, 3 leader charges coming down here to exactly keep up with the fog. Trusky taking the path there, knowing that the Endrega is going to die to that morale next turn.
And this is the difference. Kerberton inclusion of Best Boy instead of Freak Show in his deck has made the difference, has allowed him to save his card advantage and not lose on even in round 1 against a deck that is designed to abuse that red coin, had almost the perfect hand to tempo out against Syndicate. And wow, Kerberton has to be feeling good about that round.
Yeah, definitely not bad. The Endrega also coming down there, boosting from the Death Wish on the Siren, so getting extra tall as a consume option. All right, Kerberton taking this Siri mulligan here, does have access with a Decree if necessary. A lot of the key cards have been found now. Trusky, on the other hand, Double Toad, looking to go into the graveyard here.
Interesting that Kerberton mulligans away the Siri Nova and doesn't play it at all. Doesn't want to lose the card advantage, doesn't want to lose Last Say to Yurden, maybe. Right? Because if Kerberton had played the Siri Nova, Trusky can get ahead, and then he will have Last Say with Yurden, able to erase a large majority of the points that maybe Kerberton has to spend on something like Candle to boost his units.
So we will have a long round scenario where, again, Kerberton has access to poisons while Trusky has access to points. So let's see if Kerberton can force Trusky here to use some of these consumes on poisoned things, perhaps, or will it just be 1 turn poisons all around? And look at that, Yurden going back into the deck, saying that it's not going to be good enough against Syndicate with 1 townsfolk already out in round 1.
I feel like I'm having deja vu. Mulligan Yurden again. I think yesterday Kerberton ended up playing like 2 townsfolk, but this time he's played 1 in round 1 already. So I think there's only 1 townsfolk left for Kerberton, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Trusky not wanting to take the gamble that Kerberton will play a townsfolk this round and gets rid of the Yurden and just keeps as many consumes as he can for all of these succubi that he's going to play. But Kerberton repeating his MO from yesterday, just expecting his opponent to get rid of the Yurden and just going to play the townsfolk for points.
Yeah, here comes the Death Wish unit. Now, the Death Wish unit. Candle coming out from Kerberton, looking to be able to spend with that later on. Really nice to have on the board. Looking to get a Roland in there as well to really maximize the value on those poisons. Trusky, on the other hand, goes for the Arrakis Queen, eats the Detlef, the usual suspect, the regular target, and is triggering the final chapter on Hunt here, and again, can float the meatball. The AQ, she's floating. And later will be consumed. Trusky can decide to press the order before that.
Yeah, Kerberton knows that there's 0 control coming from Trusky's side of the board, and so he can just play his own combo strategy to his heart's content. Kerberton's the one with the option of interactivity, choosing when to poison, which units to poison. Do you poison one turn at a time, or do you try to go for 2 poisons in the same turn?
Toad coming down here to poison, to eat the AQ as well. So if Kerberton were to poison the Toad, maybe Trusky could utilize the graveyard situation there with something like Succubus. There will be 1 Succubus play from hand, 1 there potentially from Dole to lock as well. So that could be nice. But look at this drill, looking very threatening right now. Again, not much in terms of killing Death Wish units with the drill, because they do have the Death Wish condition, but an Order Consume could be really nice to get rid of here. Banshee or Barghest. And
yeah,
just sitting on it. No reason to protect it. That's why we saw Azar in round 1 as well.
Yeah, Trusky's probably going to be feeling pressure to use these Order Consumes like the Banshee and the Barghest now on this Detlef before they're potentially drilled. And he could play like a Succubus right now and not consume it. On 6 cards, the Succubus Adrenaline isn't active yet, but if Kerberton... Oh, actually...
Denying the poison value here completely by eating all of the tall units, all of them, including 1 Toad that went into the graveyard, to completely deny the poison value here for Kerberton. This is an interesting line that we haven't seen before. But yeah, pays off for Trusky.
This is new, and I like it because it felt like Kerberton was ready to pull the trigger on the Golden Necker. And when he pulls the trigger on the Golden Necker, that's going to be 1 turn poison coming down. And now Trusky is probably not going to go much taller than like a 10 overall on everything, right? He's got leader charges on Suck, that's going to be 8 points. Seleno Harpy is going to be his tallest thing as a consume on a Succubus. That will be 10 power. And so very, very nice. Trying to using the Karen's immunity to lower any potential poison value. I like it. And the lead, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the lead is really big. I was just about to say, now there is another Toad still in the graveyard as well, making sure that the Succubus that Trusky plays from hand will be instantly consumed as well. Maybe we see, what Trusky's hoping for is to see double Succubus next to each other, so that he's maybe able to use it, consume it with Endrego Warrior. Of course, Kerberton, on the other hand, does have the last say in this scenario, so some poison shenanigans can definitely still happen.
If only Kalkstein could purify the immunity off of this Karen, then it could be poisoned. But you can't target the Karen who is immune with the Kalkstein in the first place to get rid of it. You would need something like Tempest, to purify that immunity by indirectly targeting something next to you.
Kerberton using nice spending value here on the drill. Let's see what Trusky's Peller will be up to as well, if he can come in and swoop down a poison, or if he'll play for a nice solid 4 points in this hand, as Kerberton has those failed experiments ready. 1 turn poisons can happen at any time, so that's something to note. But maybe the Peller can still put in a little bit of work here for Trusky.
Yeah, I wonder if Kerberton can only 1 turn poison to avoid Trusky getting value with this Peller. Kerberton needs to use these failed experiments order next turn, or they're not going to be refreshing in time at the end of the game. So Trusky instead gonna use the offensive poison I don't love this. I feel like purifying the offensive poison just allows Kerberton to play a Stolen Mutagans and re-poison it, and he still gets 2 uses out of this failed experiment.
And that's exactly what we see here. Peller gets damaged instantly, and yeah, time for Kerberton to collect these poisons if the cooldown is something he's looking for.
Well, on the flip side, Trusky's not going to have that many tall units, right?
And there is the 9 sitting there, and now the Toad, a doomed Toad, but instead chooses to spend with the Drill here 1 time. Second one, they are just nicely combining with Roland as to not overprofit. And yeah, the 9-point Toad is gone.
Is this going to be another instance of regretting mulliganing away Yurden? This townsfolk is massive. It's growing every time poison is being applied because Roland gains you coins and then townsfolk gains points.
Well, it's not bad right now, and it would not be bad Yurden value. You'd rather have played a Yurden compared to Peller there, actually, if you're trying.
And I think this Peller might end up being like 4 points, like almost doing nothing. It kind of depends on what the shady vendor finds, but it could be very possible just a 4-point play there from that Peller.
Stolen Mutagens putting in a lot of work here. Kerberton back at a full coin situation. Drill can come down here and spend in combination with the crime, but it can also sit there comfortably because there is nothing really removing it. But in terms of overprofiting spending here, could be a nice call. There's the candle as well. A lot of ways for Kerberton to spend here. He's looking to really maximize the spending value. Trusky, 2 plays left in hand here. Double Succubus, they are next to each other. Definitely not bad for the Indrega. However, opens up that 1-turn poison, potentially.
Yeah, Trusky now going to consume both Sucks with the Indriga Warrior while they're adjacent to each other on the range row, but that makes a taller unit. So I don't even know if, you know, consuming 2 versus 1 Succubi is going to be a difference maker here. That tall unit, that 14, whether it was a 14 or a 9, it was getting poisoned.
Yeah, and here is the poison coming down. Hideout still has not been used. Drill putting in as much value as possible without actually killing any of the death units or hitting a 1. And there we go. That's the poison. The point gap has shifted drastically. Trusky with 1 leader charge left, order press on the Doldulok as well as the Soleno Harpy coming in for that last consume on the Succubus.
Yeah, and Trusky only up by 11 points here. It's not, both Sucks coming back, but Kerberton has 9 coins in the bank total, and this shady vendor, I think nothing here is going to be low enough for Trusky to actually win this game, and we have...
That is it! Yep, we have it. The results are in. Kerberton going for a very impressive 3-0 series and winning it. Shinbury, what a series. Here he is, clearly celebrating. Oh,
the little smirk.
Yeah.
I saw the little smirk. After winning his quarterfinals, after winning his semifinals, he was very stoic. No reaction, but after the complete journey and cementing himself in the history of GWENT Open winners, in the short list of GWENT Open winners, he is a little happy enough to show that smirk, take a sip. I love it.
Yeah, first win in an open for Kerberton, and this means he has qualified to GWENT Masters, joining both Magpie and Gandalf in December when that will take place. Even higher stakes for that one, Shinri, but what a series. What an impressive show from Kerberton. Trusky, I feel like was battling here with the Scoia'tael ban being kind of expensive, having to fight against Syndicate and Nilfgaard, known strong decks, but definitely I can see that ban for Trusky. Things just didn't really work out the way he had hoped to here.
Yeah, it's a combination of things. He a little bit maybe to do with the ban, but I think mostly in terms of like small mistakes here and there, and maybe a little bit of bad luck when it comes to some of the small things, and these can really snowball out of control. So I still think it was a good showing from Trusky, and getting it all the way to the finals, getting closer and closer to his own GWENT Open title. But we have to congratulate Kerberton on playing masterfully and securing a spot at World Masters. Finally, it's been a long time. Kerberton's been one of the strongest players on ladder, has boasts super high win rates, really insane number of games, like low number of games too, for relative to how high his MMR is, and won 2 out of the 6 competitive seasons this year. Really, really glad he's finally got the GWENT Open title under his belt.
Absolutely. And I believe it is time to hear what Kerberton has to say, the new boss of TLG, as he claims he needs to show who is boss, which he has now. He won the whole series. But let's hear from Kerberton what he has to say as we are queuing into the interview with Boja.
All right, I am here with the champion himself, the new CEO of TLG. Kerberton, how are you doing, man? How easy was that on a scale of 1 to 10?
Do you really want me to answer?
Yes.
So 1 is the easiest?
Yes.
0.
Whoa! We got a badass over here. I love to see it. I love to see it. I think since Tailbot, there was nobody who was really like smack talking. So actually, really happy that you have taken over the gauntlet, and we have a player now who is showing who's boss. But yeah, incredible, incredible plays. There were a couple mistakes from Trusky. But yeah, how you feel as an open number 3 champion?
These finals did not feel like a finals. My series versus Sif was actually a lot harder. I sweated a lot.
Okay, okay. It was interesting because I was also talking to Trusky before this match, and he said that he thought that his matchup was pretty okay against yours. So he's like, I'm feeling confident. But I feel like there were a couple misplays, a couple draws that didn't go his way, and that's why we are where we are. But I mean, you won, and there is something to celebrate. Speaking of celebrations, I heard we're going on a vacation. I'm already packed. Everything is ready. We're going to play CSGO, just like you said. Yeah, you won a lot of money, so I know who's sponsoring the whole thing, so we're good, right?
I look for a second. Can you repeat?
Oh, I just said that we probably are set to go because, you know, you won a lot of money, so we know who's like sponsoring the whole gig, right?
Oh yeah, of course. You.
Me? No. No, I only have these suits. I need to give them back tomorrow, man. It's like, you know, it's a
I am terribly sorry, but I cannot understand you.
Oh no. Yeah, I think there's something with our connection in between us. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but I have to say, there is a sound coming from your microphone. It muffles your noise.
Oh no, not good. Yeah, I have the same thing when I'm hearing you in my ear. You kind of sound...
Okay, let's talk slowly.
Okay, talk slowly. That is very difficult for me, as you probably know, because I am known of talking very, very fast. Okay, so...
Because you're Polish?
How's what?
Because you're Polish?
Actually, no.
I heard Fireball talking.
Fireball?
It's like rapping.
Yeah, Fireball talks in Polish very quickly also. But I think us Poles, we just tend to go very, very quickly. But in English, I also talk quickly. I don't know why it is that way. So yeah, so we know that you are responsible for the holidays. You are going to World...
no.
You're going to World Masters. So you're going to make even more money so we can make even a bigger splash of the whole event, right?
Okay, if I win Masters, I will buy you a beer.
I will hold you to it. I will hold you to it. So now we need to find a place where we all meet, but I'll figure that out with Vlad. He said that, you know, CDPR, we got the money, we can probably get things done. Yeah, he just told me right there, so easy. All right.
Actually, getting a free ticket to Masters is huge.
Yeah.
I don't have to play in the play-in tournament.
That's true.
I can rest. A well-deserved rest.
Yeah, well-deserved rest. You tried a couple times to getting through opens, and now you've succeeded. And I just wanted to once again congratulate you. Thank you for this wonderful weekend. And yeah, we'll be back probably later with Ryan. And yeah, you get some rest. And
Can I give shout-outs to someone?
of course, you can say whatever you want. I mean, just keep in mind PG-13, right?
I wanna thank Andre, Alcolara, for helping me with the lineup, screaming with me, my teammate.
Yep.
I wanna thank Fireball. After getting eliminated, he kept his nerves and helped me to prep.
Nice.
After like 1 hour from elimination. It was really nice from him.
Yeah.
And I wanted to thank everyone watching. Even if you hate me or support me, thanks anyway. Take care.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Yeah, Piable, amazing, amazing dude, amazing friend for everybody in the Gwent community. And like you said, a lot of people that helped you to make it this way. Let's not forget about them because that's what brings this whole community together and your team, which is also amazing. All right, Kerberton, thank you. Get some rest. And yeah, let's throw it back to the casters.
What a wholesome interview. I really liked the note where we ended. Kerberton saying thanks to Piable, who helped him prep yesterday, even after losing his own series. So you love to see people coming together, supporting each other, of course, teammates. And I loved hearing about Kerberton, Burja, and Ryan planning their next trip wherever to play CSGO, I believe was the case. So
we need definitely a live stream of them playing CSGO together.
Oh, yeah.
I would watch that. I would pay good money to watch that. All right, so there you have it. Gwent Open number 3 in the bag.
So are you paying for the trip?
No, I'm not paying for the trip. I'm not paying for the trip. I didn't say that. Just the CSGO stream.
All right.
But yeah, so we are having a look at the final brackets updated with Kerberton as our champion of Gwent Open 3. And let's take a look at the path he had to take.
All right, starting off in the quarterfinals, playing against Kaneki Yamori, facing the exact lineup he did here in the finals, playing against Trusky. Coins were flipped. Moving on to the semifinals here, battling it out with Sif Great Wolf earlier today in a nail biter of a series. Kerberton said in the interview he did feel like that was quite hard. Moving on to a very impressive 3-0 result in the final and making it all the way to the top, claiming that sweet title, the winner of Open number 3. So very beautiful demonstration of what Kerberton can do and proving why he constantly is up there on top of the ladder. Great win rate, amazing player, and really, yeah, just showing off here in this Gwent Open, which is fantastic for him.
Yeah, big congratulations to Kerberton, hailing from Turkey. I sometimes think of him as the Turkish Tailbot. I wonder if that's a nickname that could maybe stick. What do you think?
Maybe. I don't know if Kerberton would agree. He seems like he would want to have it. Maybe, I mean, Burja called him the CEO of TLG.
The CEO, yeah.
Maybe that would be something that he'd rather go for. I don't know. But yeah, maybe also Turkish Tailbot. But yeah, let's take a look at the final prize pool and how the money was divided here in this event. As you can see, position number 1 here, Kerberton, walking home with $5,680 for the weekend. Trusky, after that, $2,240 and Cams at $2,040 at 3rd place there. The rest of the players are walking away with a nice bit of pocket money to spend on yeah, we'll see what they spend it on. Hopefully good things and things that make them happy.
Yeah, and not to be forgotten, there were crown points earned during this Gwent Open tournament. So Trusky with 10 crown points, Cams and Sif Great Wolf with 5 each, and everybody else with 1 crown point just for making it to Open. This will have implications on who qualifies to the play-in tournament before World Masters that will determine the final 5 spots to World Masters itself, and it will also affect the seeding for that tournament as well. So more information about the play-in tournament will be released in the coming days, so keep an eye out for that.
So even if this was the last Open of the season, the competitive event will not be over yet, as the players again have to compete then to make it to the play-in tournament. Will be exciting to see how that then will work out and who will be making it at a chance of joining Kerberton, Magpie, and Gandalf at GWENT Masters.
Exactly. So we had an amazing weekend. I had an awesome time casting with you, Seely. Really happy about this. Intense games from on both days. Almost longest day one ever, with the ties, with almost every single quarterfinal going the distance to game number 5. I hope you had a wonderful time, Seely. I know I definitely did.
I absolutely had a wonderful time. It was such a pleasure casting with you, Shinri. The first community tournament I ever cast was with you, Shinri, a long time ago. After that, we become really good friends, and here we are casting a GWENT Open, which is super exciting. So thank you for being here with me this weekend, and thank you everyone at home. Thank you for watching. Thanks for your good vibes in chat and the energy you bring. It would not be the same without you. We're here also. You helped with the prize pool, good stuff, and the GWENT team. There's so much going on behind the scenes for this event to be broadcast to everyone. So just long weekend, but worth it all, because great fun, great plays, great everything. And yeah, Shinri, I think that is it for us for today.
Exactly. I echo everything you said, and to the audience, take care of yourselves. We love you, and we'll see you guys soon. But before we go, we're gonna send it off back to Berja for a little closing comment.
Who invited this guy over here? I don't know. Stole my leaks today.
And your suit?
And no, that's not. We're different sizes. Like, yeah, you're a bit taller than I am. But yeah, amazing weekend. I could not disagree with that. Really cool to bring this event to you. This is the last Open of this year. We'll be moving on to World Masters, but later about that. The play-in information will be coming very soon. So get ready for that. But yeah, we've seen an amazing weekend go through here, and 8 top players, lots of leaks.
Oh yeah.
How was it for you, man? Apart from stealing my stuff.
I had a great time. I think everyone was super cheerful in the chat as well. People appreciated the leaks, the dev video as well. And then obviously we had amazing games, especially yesterday. So many games played in that one day, but all of them bangers. And then today we had a very spicy semi-finals between Trusky and Kams. It's the second one, which I think was the highlight for me today, to be honest. But
it was clutch. It was all the way till the end.
Yep.
I even talked a little bit to Kams at the end. He told me that he knew that he made the mistake, but it was kind of, he caught it too late. So it was something that, it happens. Like, remember, these players, they prepare weeks and months for this. They come here, they try to perform at the best level. Long hours, a lot of time put in, a lot of preparation put in, team preparation also put in. But
still was a fair play at the end, giving a clap to his opponent. Always lovely to see.
Gotta respect that. And then we have Kerberton on the other side saying that it was too easy for him for a final. But yeah, hopefully we see what Reddit and the community thinks about it very soon on social media. Can't wait. I will be tuning into all the drama. I kind of like the drama.
Oh yes.
A little bit.
And all the card reveals, all the reactions to the new cards and the upcoming changes. I'm excited for that. Speaking of, it's all happening on Tuesday. So
October 4th.
Very soon on the horizon.
Yes.
And you can expect patch notes tomorrow as well. Should be around noon CEST. You can check those out and rewatch the dev video if you've watched it already, or if you didn't catch it, you can watch it tomorrow as well.
Or today, because it's already on YouTube.
It's live already.
Yeah, just posted it live just once everybody saw it live. So yeah, you can go to Play Gwent, check out the YouTube channel. You have all the information there. Remember, comment, like, and subscribe. Hit the bell button and all that jazz that we always like to mention. But yeah, enough about this. It was a long weekend. Everybody get some rest. Enjoy the leaks. Get ready for Chronicles, October 4th. But I started talking about World Masters, so let's find out when it's gonna happen.
When is it gonna happen?
So save the date. 3rd and 4th of December, and an interesting art.
Yeah. I don't care when it's happening. I see this amazing piece of art right there, and my mind is spinning. What could it be?
What could it be? We'll see. But if this art tells you anything, it will tell you a little bit about the theme. Maybe. Or maybe not. We don't know. But yeah, more leaks will be coming. Leaks aplenty as always here. in Gwent. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. Yeah.
Thank you also to all the people working behind the camera, you know, all the people as well in the Reddit chat, in the Twitch chat as well.
Discord.
The mods everywhere.
mods,
yeah,
everybody.
very great. And also to Gerard the
Social
dog,
media people,
you know,
yeah.
for farting in the studio.
Yes.
Great.
10 out of 10. He just ate leftovers, but yeah. Well, we don't need to get into that. All right, everybody, have a good rest of this Sunday. And yeah, enjoy your upcoming week. And yeah, hopefully we can all recover after this weekend because it was a banger. Like,
Absolutely.
We started with banger, we'll be ending with a banger.
Yeah. Cool.
Cool.
Thanks for watching.
Bye.